Okay, we can go ahead and we can dive into everything that we have with the injury updates for today. Then we can get into some questions. So first thing is Shaheed does not practice. To be honest with you, doesn't really matter much. You're not going to be playing Shaheed with no Derek Carr anyway. Alvin Kamara does not practice on Wednesday. This could be a big thing to monitor. I would assume that Kamara is good to go. I mean, we can go back and look at previous weeks where Kamara is sitting out on a Wednesday practice, but clearly you're starting Kamara even if you have no Derek Carr. Taysom Hill did not practice. David Njoku didn't practice on Wednesday either. So I did rank David Njoku this week. I'm kind of assuming that David Njoku is going to play. Of course, that is not a guarantee. Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Zamir White all didn't practice. If you have another game with no Zamir White, Alexander Madison could possibly be a viable player to look at, but not necessarily something that we really want to go through and plan on. This should be one of the worst offenses in the league. Don't really want to start any of these guys. Nick Chubb does get in a limited practice. I wouldn't start Chubb his first week back regardless, but the sooner you get Chubb back in, the sooner he is closer to your starting lineup. This is the big news of the day, that Michael Pittman Jr. is expected to miss multiple weeks and is a candidate for IR. I didn't even have this on my radar. I knew Pittman and Downs didn't practice, but definitely feels like a big surprise. Obviously, we recorded that video and put it out this morning of Michael Pittman Jr. being a sell-high candidate. I wish I could say, oh, they should have listened to me, should have sold him high. Obviously, I didn't know the dude was going to go to IR, but now probably too late to sell him. If you have him, definitely can't cut him. Honestly, if he's going to miss 3 weeks, you'd probably rather him go to the IR so you can put him on the IR in your league anyway. Spencer Rattler will be the starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints this week. Probably not excited to start any Saint regardless. Christian Watson does get in a limited practice. Now, I'm not starting Christian Watson regardless. However, you could potentially look to go through and you could bump up Dontavian Wicks, of course, if you have no Christian Watson this week. But we are going to assume that you have Romeo Doubs back in. Now, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, both practiced. Both these guys will be good to go. You start them. Rashad Bateman, honestly, has no impact on anything. Ramondre Stevenson doesn't practice today. Neither did Joe Mixon. Now, honestly, even if Mixon misses, I'm not starting anybody in Houston. Cam Akers had 30% of the snaps last week. If Ramondre misses, on the other hand, honestly, you could look at getting in Antonio Gibson. It's going to be a garbage offense regardless. But Gibson, we've seen in the past, handle 20 touches in a game. He has the size for it, and we know that he can catch the ball out of the backfield. So Will Levis officially fully practiced on Wednesday. Sounds like Levis is going to be good to go. It was a good timing for the bye week there. Zach Moss, Gesicki both missed practice. Zach Moss going to be the main guy that you have to be on the lookout for. If Zach Moss does not play, Chase Brown is probably a low-end RB1. Audric Estime may be coming back in. So honestly, if you have Jaleel McLaughlin, probably worth dropping him. But at the same time, I don't know if this has any impact on Javonte Williams. You're barely considering to start Javonte regardless. Evan Ingram, limited in practice on Wednesday. If Ingram does play, I'm not super excited to start him. Like if you have Tucker Kraft, I'd definitely play Tucker Kraft. I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup going up against the Bears. Don't care about Noah Brown. Trey Sermon also did not practice. Richardson got in a limited practice. Singletary got in a limited session, so it sounds like Singletary may be good to go. Maybe Tracy's someone you send back to the waiver wire if Singletary is officially active this week. Malik Neighbors doesn't practice on Wednesday. I was kind of just operating under the assumption that Malik Neighbors would be cleared to play, but it will be something we have to monitor, of course. Jalen Bourne, limited in practice. We are already told at the beginning of the week that if you were going to project out Warren's availability for Sunday, he is most likely not going to play. Obviously, you wouldn't play Jalen Warren under any circumstance anyway. The only thing worth pointing out here is if Jalen Warren does miss, then at that point, you are probably wanting to go ahead and Get in Najee Harris. It's a good matchup going up against the Raiders, even if Najee obviously looks horrendous. Don't care about Russ. Fields is the starter for the time being. Dameon Pierce will be expected to play week 6, but even if Mixon's not, I'm not playing any Texans running back. Leggett gets in a full practice, which is very exciting to see. Definitely don't cut Leggett. We already talked about Christian Watson practicing. We already talked about all these guys, but main thing is Michael Pittman going over to the IR. We did update our rest of season rankings over there on the site. You want to go to the rest of season ranks, go to the site, hit sort by Mason Dodd. And we did update Michael Pittman Jr. to be down here alongside some of the waiver wire options. I have Pittman rest of season in a similar ranges like Calvin Ridley, Keenan Allen, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Tolbert. Because, I mean, Pittman wasn't an exciting play regardless, knowing that the passing volume was going to be extremely limited with Anthony Richardson coming back in. But let's move this over and let's get to some of the questions that we have on the site. Of course, if you ever wanted to ask a question over on flockfantasy.com, we actually have a really cool thing that we just added in. Let me show this off for y'all. Let's see if this is actually live on the site right now. So if you ever wanted to add your team, go over to flockfantasy.com. You can add a team that's on Sleeper. You can add a team that's on ESPN. You can add a team that is on Yahoo. But here, like, my team is a Sleeper league. And what we actually just added, which is really, really cool, is the best waiver wire options in your league. So you can go through and you can see that with our league here, the best waiver wire options currently: Cole Kmet, Pat Frymuth, Rice. Obviously, Rice is falling down rankings rapidly, will not be on this list very soon. Likely Geno, Ezekiel Elliott, Zamir White, Julian McGoughlin, Mike Williams, Trevor Lawrence. You can filter these by quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends. So definitely take advantage of this. I'm actually going to be able to look at your waiver wire whenever I break down your teams in these live streams from now on. Super excited about that. But if you ever wanted to get your team reviewed on stream, or if you wanted to ever ask a start sit question, trade question, you can always go over to this button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question. You don't even have to ask this during the live stream, because actually just getting one of these adds you to the queue. You'll be next in queue with however long that is. So if we have 25 questions to go through, you'll be the 26th question. And when I answer your question, you'll actually be sent through flockfantasy.com an exact link that jumps you to the exact clip of me answering your question for you. So you can even ask a question off a live stream or ask a question during the live stream and leave, and you're still going to see your answer. And if you wanted that team review, I definitely recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. If you want to get it here, if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Brock Purdy pick for tomorrow night, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, which you can find that link in the description. But the first question that we have is actually going to be a start sit question. This one's coming out from Cathreg. The question here is, should I hold off on dropping Kraft now that Laporta is back? Also, should I drop Moss for Dowdle? I would probably not drop Moss for Dowdle unless we get clarity that he's going to be missing time. I would probably hold on to Tucker Kraft if we can as well. I'm still going to be starting Laporta over Kraft, but I think Kraft can be a top 5 tight end rest of season. Obviously, drop Rashee Rice if he's on your active roster. Here at wide receiver, we go Stephon Diggs with no Nico Collins. Running back, we're going to be playing Jordan Mason tomorrow night. And then for the flex, you can really have a conversation here surrounded between James Cook or Jaden Reed. If it's a full PPR format, honestly, regardless, I probably go James Cook under the assumption that you have both Christian Watson as well as Romeo Doubs both good to go this next week. But let's pull this team review up for Ivan. This is one of those free team reviews for taking advantage of the Underdog promo. Massive thank you, my guy. This is Il Civ is the team. We are currently 3rd with the league analyzer. Here we are in the same range as Goat Sack, Johnny J, CDs, back-to-back. So really we're 3rd, but there's this group of 4 or 5 teams all at the top. Says thinking about making a trade for Bijan by sending James Conner and Jalen Waddle. Do you think it's a good idea? Also, what other moves can you make? Thank you. Well, first off, if you were to trade James Conner and Jalen Waddle for Bijan Robinson, let's look at the options that we should have. For whatever reason, the options on the waiver wire are not coming through. Let me send this to the devs that we have on the site so we can go ahead and fix this ASAP. But the waiver wire options should still work for you specifically on the My Teams page. So you can see the best option on waiver. But let's get back to this. So if you were to make that 2-for-1 deal, obviously you are going to be able to go ahead and open up the roster spot a bit at the very bottom end. I will say, I probably think you can drop one of the tight ends regardless, whether that's Pat Freiermuth or Cole Kmet, whatever you are wanting to do there. But honestly, you're about to get TJ Hawkinson back in. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we have the elite QB. We have Jaden Daniels, the quarterback you're able to start every single week, regardless of matchup. Crazy high floor ceiling combo we've seen. You've only had one game with fewer than 20 fantasy points so far this year. Going over to running back, it's a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So I'm fine not holding on to as much running back depth and instead prioritizing the wide receiver depth here. But we do only have Gibbs, Connor, Spears, Eckler. Obviously, Gibbs, Connor kind of is the anchors here. Spears as the desperation play / premium handcuff back where if anything were to happen to Pollard, he would be very exciting. Eckler, just an okay depth piece. If we're looking at what we have with this running back room, I wouldn't mind adding in another name, especially now that Gibbs is through the bye week, though. I think you are going to be fine. Looking at receivers, we have Chase, so we have arguably the wide receiver one in fantasy. We have Higgins, so we are all in on this Bengals offense, which looks to be a really good spot. Having Jalen Waddle here, Waddle I actually think is a very interesting buy low candidate, depending on the situation that you're in. Specifically with your roster, however, because we are 1-4, I don't think that you're in a position in which we can afford to wait for the long-term upside of Jalen Waddle. So I do think that you're completely fine if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to send Jalen Waddle and James Conner and go get that running back upgrade, go get somebody like Bijan Robinson in here. You'll have Shakir, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Tolbert, and Courtland Sutton. Obviously, it's a league where depth does matter a little bit more, but at the same time, it looks like Wan'Dale Robinson and Jalen Tolbert are viable starters if we need them. So honestly, specifically on a 1-4 roster, I'm fine making this trade for Bijan Robinson. Like, funny enough, I actually have James Conner and Jalen Waddle on my own team in the Flock League, and I would trade both those players for Bijan. I mean, in my league settings are identical to this. That'll open up another roster spot for us. I think you bring in another running back off the waiver wire. I think you could potentially look at what you have here at tight end as well. Like we said, maybe look to move on from one of the tight ends, just determine, oh, okay, I want Freiermuth over likely rest of season. That's who I'm going to start this week. Then you go through, then you cut likely, roll with Freiermuth this week, and then potentially have the long-term upside of Hawkinson as you're going to have to bring him off the IR anyway. So might as well get ahead of that, cut a tight end, pick up another running back, and look for that long-term upside. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you. Really do appreciate you. And yeah, I think the Bijan Robinson trade does make sense for the squad, because while Waddle is a great buy low candidate, specifically on a 1-4 roster, it doesn't really matter. You can't look for the long-term upside there. Now going over to this for Rava TGL. Let's go ahead and pull this up. So another one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is the #1 team with the league analyzer. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so the depth's not going to matter as too much. Says, hey, Mason, feel like we have a solid squad for the most part. Despite the record, I am first in points scored by 50. Well, we got to play better defense then. Where are we going from here? Appreciate all you do. Appreciate you. And yeah, I think that it should be a great team sitting with where we are in the league analyzer. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Definitely don't want to be optimizing for wide receiver depth here. Instead, I would try to prioritize getting the high upside running backs that are maybe an injury away from making a difference and having a top end quarterback, top end tight end. I believe that Kyler is a top end quarterback at this point. You've had, I believe, 4 weeks of him being a quarterback with over 50 rushing yards. The only week where you didn't have 50 rushing yards was back specifically against, I want to say, the Commanders. But regardless, still a quarterback I'm starting every week, regardless of matchup, because of the rushing production. Going over to what we have at running back, you currently are sitting with Saquon Barkley. So the RB1 holding down the fort. Ramondre Stevenson looks like he may no longer be viable with the role shrinking in what is a horrendous offense. But we have Nick Chubb possibly coming in. Nick Chubb possibly could make a difference for us here. We have Javonte Williams, Zach Charbonnet, Tank Bigsby as quality depth pieces. So effectively, we have the anchor RB with Saquon Barkley. Beyond this, we have plenty of running back depth. It's difficult to know exactly who our running back 2 is, but I think in the long term, it will shake itself out where one of these guys will be viable. And going over to wide receiver, we have the elite guys we're playing every single week up at the top with Jamar Chase. You even have Mike Evans, Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver 2, and flex consideration. Then beyond this, we are sitting with Zay Flowers, Rome Odunze, Dontavian Wicks. So I actually like holding on to these guys that we think their situation will improve as the season goes on, and you'll actually be more excited about them. Somebody like Rome Odunze falls into that category, even if we're not starting him anytime soon. I definitely don't think it serves you to go through and sell him for anything. I'd rather hold. However, with that being said, like a receiver that is in the opposite boat, where his situation's actually probably going to get worse going into the future, in Dontavian Wicks, I think you could go through and look to move Dontavian Wicks in a 2-for-1 deal with one of the running backs to get an RB upgrade that way, specifically because there's no scenario in which you start Dontavian Wicks on this team right now. Like you wanted to have started Dontavian Wicks on this team a week ago when you had no Romeo Doubs and when you had no Christian Watson. So specifically when our wide receiver room's that strong and we don't need the depth ourselves, it does make a lot of sense to try to move Wicks, package him with Ramondre Stevenson, get to a running back that we're excited to start at RB2. And then going over to tight ends, we have George Kittle. George Kittle looks like he may be the tight end 1 in fantasy rest of season. I mean, he's been the tight end 1 in fantasy so far this year. So it's a really comfortable spot to be in. There's not too much to discuss outside of, obviously, you don't need another tight end here. You are able to just start George Kittle every single week, regardless of the matchup. So absolutely love the team, to be honest with you. There's not much that I would be looking to change outside of if you could potentially take the name appeal that you have with a hot guy like Dontavian Wicks, which obviously will be tougher to do now than maybe it would have been a week ago. But if you could have potentially made that 2-for-1 deal, upgrade at running back 2 over someone like Ramondre Stevenson, I think that would be very interesting. But I think that's all I got for you. Really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over and get this next question going for Squirmy. It's another one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is a team, however, that we're not at the top of the league analyzer. We are down here at 7. Says, need your help. Not sure what moves to make if I'm even able to. We are currently 2 and 3. So currently we are right in the middle of the league analyzer. It is a 12-team format where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth actually does move the needle, and the wide receiver depth does make a difference. Currently, we're sitting with Jaden Daniels and CJ Stroud at quarterback. So I would definitely love to go through and see what we could get if you wanted to pivot off of one of these top quarterbacks. Obviously, if we hit on Daniels, you're in a spot where you don't necessarily need another quarterback here rest of season. So if we can go through and find one of these teams near the top where this team has Brock Purdy, like Brock Purdy's my quarterback 1 right now in my league. If we could potentially go through and look to move, say, CJ Stroud to the team with Brock Purdy and get an upgrade elsewhere, I think it'd make a ton of sense. A couple different ways that we could do this is obviously, 1, you could package with a running back to go get an RB upgrade in the long term. I will be concerned if Jonathan Brooks comes back in the next few weeks that possibly makes Chuba Hubbard somebody that you can't rely upon consistently. But honestly, looking at the running backs that they have, there's no real play here. It's not like you're trading Chuba Hubbard and CJ Stroud for Zach Moss, and there's no way they would give you Alvin Kamara for him. So really, it's only at wide receiver that this team would be in play. And I'm not interested in trading for Tyreek Hill, specifically on a team that we're 2-3. I actually think that Tyreek Hill is a very interesting buy low candidate on a team that we can think a little more long-term, but that's just not the case with our squad as we sit here. So maybe looking at a player like DK Metcalf or T. Higgins, where if you're able to take CJ Stroud and package him with one of the Rams receivers or Jacoby Myers, just one of these depth receivers that won't make a difference for us, and go pivot over and get DK Metcalf, get T. Higgins, and a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Also, it put us in a spot in which you can go through and you can pick up a running back off the waiver wire to build out our running back room a bit. Because as we go over to running back, I mean, right now we're in a great spot, but like we mentioned previously, what happens if Jonathan Brooks comes in? And I still think that Chuba Hubbard will have a role weekly. I'm not saying he won't. But what happens if this turns into a spot where he is in a 50-50 backfields in one of the worst offenses in the league? Obviously, this isn't the Carolina Panthers of weeks 1 and 2. It's not the worst offense in the NFL, but I don't think it's strong. So, I mean, if you could potentially go ahead and pick up more running backs off the waiver wire, that is something that I would want to do. So obviously that 2-for-1 deal where we were to go through and we were to sell CJ Stroud with the wide receiver upgrade, go get the wide receiver upgrade, open a roster spot, bring in another running back, I would like that. I wouldn't stop there, however. Tutu Atwell going into the bye week here. And at the same time, with Tutu Atwell, we should assume that you possibly have Cooper Kupp back coming out of the bye. In my mind, there's really no scenario in which I'm starting Tutu Atwell ever again here. So I'd kind of just prefer going ahead, cutting Tutu Atwell, picking up another running back off the waiver wire, and dependent on the options off waivers, which I'm hoping that we can see any second now, we can go ahead and we can pick up another waiver wire running back. So we can pick up 2 more running back waiver options, trade Stroud, get a wide receiver upgrade. Tight ends, David Njoku doesn't look super safe, but no tight end at this point does. So it's not like that's something that we have to worry about too much. And yeah, I mean, if we were looking for other teams that potentially would want to go through and trade for CJ Stroud, this team, their QB1's Jared Goff. They have Josh Jacobs at running back. So maybe if you could trade like Stroud and Chuba Hubbard, I know people don't want to do that. If you can trade Stroud and Alexander Madison, go get Jacobs, go for it. Or going back to what we were talking about previously, if you can go Stroud and Jacoby Myers and go get Mike Evans, let's go for it. And let's open up that roster spot, pick up another running back, cut Atwell, pick up another running back that way. So we'll have an upgraded wide receiver room, upgraded running back depth, and quarterback won't really be hit regardless. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here, my guy. But let's move this over. And we actually hit 200 likes on this live stream. So we're going to answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Riley says, Rashid for Achane. I would very, very easily rather have Devon Achane rest of season over Shaheed. Obviously, I want to give a Shaheed his flowers. Over the past 2 weeks, not only has he been great from a fantasy points perspective, but the underlying volume's been there as well in a way that it wasn't early on in his career. So Shaheed's looked great, but at the same time, when you have no Derek Carr, it may not matter. You're probably not going to be able to start him regardless. So pivoting over to Devon Achane, where you may get Tua back in as soon as you get Derek Carr back in, I think Achane is just a significantly better option. Now let's move this over. Dear God, why did that just happen? Okay. BNC says, where is Nico Collins rest of season? Did Nico Collins go on the IR today or yesterday? I feel like maybe that was news we skipped over because I feel like it was so damn long ago at this point. I figured we covered it in the live stream last night. Can y'all let me know, did Nico Collins go on the IR today or regardless? I mean, today or yesterday. Regardless, I already updated my rankings, of course. Go over to flockfantasy.com. Not everybody is updating their rankings as often as we are. So if you look at the expert rankings and you see like Nico Collins still at wide receiver 11, you think that may be a little bit too high. Like I said, I update my rankings pretty much every single second of the day. So you can go ahead, pull up my rankings. My up-to-date rankings, I have Nico Collins, wide receiver 20. And I know that seems very low, but let's think through this. We are already through the first 5 weeks of the season. So how many more weeks do we have left until the fantasy football playoffs get here? We have 9 weeks. Going on to the IR means you are sitting with, at minimum, 4 games missed for Nico Collins. So out of those 9 weeks, 4 games will be missed from the injury. Plus, Nico Collins has the bye week still to go through in week 14. So Nico Collins plummets down the rankings. He's going to miss half of the remaining regular season. Obviously, if you're a playoff team, if you're sitting here at 5-0, you're sitting here at 4-1, and you go, oh, okay, well, Mason, I really just need to think about the playoffs. Nico Collins will be good by the time we get there. And you wanted to go trade Stephon Diggs for Nico Collins. You do you. But just in general, obviously, the expectation is a lot of people, including myself, like I'm a 3-2 team. I'd need Nico Collins to produce right now. Okay. Now, let's see if we have any other questions. John says, when does A.J. Brown come back? We are going to get A.J. Brown back today. He was back at practice today. All right. It's not when does A.J. Brown come back. A.J. Brown is back. A.J. Brown is back. Okay. 9MG says, check starts it on the website. We're going to get through all the questions on the website today. Don't worry. We'll get through every question on flockfantasy.com. I promise you, if you ask starts a question, it will be in the queue. We will get to it. As soon as we answer it, even if you're not in this live stream, it's going to be sent to you directly through the site as well. Just wanted to mix in some live chat questions real quick. User says, James Cook is injured. Who are we picking up? So I know James Cook did miss practice. At the same time, I'm still assuming that James Cook will be good to go. If you wanted to pick up somebody with a potential absence of James Cook, that guy would be Ray Davis. But big thing to be on the lookout for, of course, is the James Cook practice report tomorrow. Okay. Let's see this. I don't really see many other questions in the chat outside of the copied and pasted ones, which we try to avoid. So let's move this over and we'll get back to the questions on the site. And of course, if you wanted to ask any questions on the site, you always can with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here, it's flockfantasy.com. Go to the expert advice button. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. It'll be guaranteed to be answered in a live stream. Even if you're not in the live stream when it's answered, it actually gets sent to you directly through the site, the clip of me answering it anyway. So you don't have to worry about that. And also, if you wanted that team review, definitely would recommend taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we have, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com as well. So you can find that link in the description and live chat. But let's move this back over to the site. Like we said, we had some more questions to get through. This is going to be a trade question here from Nick Logistley, something like that. I apologize if I mispronounced that, my friend. Here we are sending Kyle Pitts for Jake Ferguson, upgrade. We are sending Bijan Robinson for Justin Jefferson, upgrade. We are sending Devontae Adams for Brian Robinson, lateral move. This is very, very easily the Justin Jefferson side. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm going to root for my guy, hook 'em horns. Let's go Bijan. But at the same time, Justin Jefferson has shown no red flags at all of him not being that elite level asset he was drafted to be. Where clearly cannot say the same thing with Bijan Robinson at this point. Okay. Now, Starvin Marvin coming out with a start sit question. It says running back 2 is Jordan Mason. Wouldn't let me select him, but need help with the wide receiver 1/2 in a flex. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. So going through and looking at this, obviously no Nico Collins. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be playing T. Higgins and Chris Godwin. I'm sorry, we're going to play Jaden Reed and Chris Godwin over T. Higgins. We're probably going to be going with T. Higgins in the flex. Running back 2, you said we currently are sitting with Jordan Mason. So I'm just going to put McCaffrey in there as a fill-in. Obviously, you know we're talking about Jordan Mason. And then for the flex spot, we have no Nico Collins. We have no Devon Achane this week. It really comes down to Harrison, T. Higgins, and Najee Harris. I probably go with Marvin Harrison Jr., but it is extremely close. Like if you go ahead and look at the underdog pick'ems of what you actually have with these guys this week, I remember the Harrison one off the top of my head because it's one of my favorite picks of the week. Harrison, higher, lower, 53.5 receiving yards, obviously coming off a down performance. And if you're looking at T. Higgins is up at, Higgins actually lower at 52.5 receiving yards. I thought I remembered Higgins being at like 56.5. But maybe that pick ended up getting moved down. So I guess Underdog slightly agrees with us as well of going with Harrison over Higgins. I drafted a lot more Higgins than Harrison in Underdog drafts this year, so I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's Higgins. Now let's move this over to what we do. Nick says, hey, we can't select Jordan Mason on the site. What should we do for a trade question? Really don't know why you can't do that. Please just throw CMC in it and throw a garbage player and let me know in the comment. Say, hey, this is Jordan Mason. Godspeed says 1-4, need a win. Lamb with the week 7 bye. Here's the thing. So yes, if you're 1-4, you need a win right now. And if you're sitting with somebody like Nico Collins, if you're sitting with a player that gives you the long-term upside, but not the short-term production, you should go ahead and sell that player because Nico Collins is going to have significantly fewer games played in the regular season to help us get there. However, you trading, say, CeeDee Lamb for Derrick Henry, you're still going to have to go through the Derrick Henry bye week. So you're not doing anything. You're still getting the same amount of games played. So looking at this, Lamb to Henry in my mind's a downgrade. Zach Moss to Kareem Hunt is a slight upgrade. I don't think you need to do this. You don't trade players just because if you were maybe trading CeeDee Lamb for Amon-Ra St. Brown, where St. Brown's already gone through his bye, then maybe you can go ahead and do that. But you're trading a player on bye for a player that's about to hit his bye for a player that's going to hit his bye in a few weeks later for the purpose of trying to win a game right now. I don't think that's the move you want to make. Okay. Now, Kirbaka coming out says, hey, Mason, I'm 4-1. Person offering me this is 1-4. It's a double flex league. Do we invest in the future? So obviously Lamb is by far and away the best asset here. If you told me, Mason, for sure McCaffrey's back in 2 weeks and McCaffrey is his usual self, I think that yes, we go ahead and we take the McCaffrey side. Because if McCaffrey's back in 2 weeks and if McCaffrey's his usual self, then at that point you're getting pretty much the lateral move from Lamb to McCaffrey and going and getting Deontay Johnson and Trey McBride for free definitely makes up for the fact that you won't have the production over the next 2 weeks or so. But with the inherent uncertainty that some people are saying that McCaffrey may not come back at all, I think for you to go through and make this trade, you are probably taking on a little too much risk for not enough upside. So I think we're going to go ahead. We will take CeeDee Lamb. Now, Big James coming out with a question. Says, running back room's rough this week. Are we going to go Eckler or Bucky for running back 2? And who should we start in the flex? This is a really tough situation, to be honest with you. Specifically with Eckler and Bucky Irving. Now, I personally have Austin Eckler in the Flock League, and honestly, I think we maybe ranked Austin Eckler a little bit too low in the rankings this week, where if you are looking at Eckler going up against the Baltimore Ravens, while the Ravens have a strong defense, at the same time, we can assume that maybe you have to get Eckler on the field a ton, because right now the Ravens are favored by about 6.5 points. The Ravens are pretty much favored by a touchdown in this game against Washington. Bucky Irving, you do have the guaranteed touches. However, going over to the flex spots, obviously no Pittman, no Achane, no Kelsey. We're really looking at Wan'Dale, Eckler, Kirk. We go Christian Kirk, even though it's a tough matchup against the Bears. And we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Wan'Dale Robinson as well, even if Malik Neighbors does play. In comparison to Austin Eckler, Wan'Dale's had a decent amount of target volume where I think you don't have a horrible floor here. Now, going over to Triggity, this is a trade question where we are sending Walker Wilson Charbonnet for Chase Brown and Justin Jefferson. Really appreciate you. Going to try my best with this. But how I'm viewing it right now is going from Charbonnet to Chase Brown is somewhat of a lateral move. If Zach Moss does miss, then obviously it is Chase Brown by a mile. If Zach Moss is good to go starting this week, then at that point, they're kind of in similar situations, and that they're committee running backs that are the number 2 options in their offenses, where you would be really, really excited to play them if the starter would go down in front of them. Now, with that being said, I'd rather have Chase Brown. I think he does have more stand-alone value than what you have with Zach Charbonnet. Going from Garrett Wilson to Justin Jefferson is a clear upgrade. But paying Kenneth Walker to get it done, I don't know if we love that. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat? Would y'all rather have the Garrett Wilson side or the Justin Jefferson side of this trade? Would you rather have Garrett Wilson, Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, or would you rather have Justin Jefferson, Chase Brown? Please let me know in the live chat what side you're going with. Okay. We got 1 vote Wilson, 1 vote Jefferson, 2 votes Jefferson, 2 votes Wilson, 3 votes Wilson, 4 votes Wilson, 5 votes Wilson. Jefferson, Jefferson, Wilson, Jefferson, Wilson, Wilson, Jefferson, Jefferson, Wilson, Jefferson, Wilson, Wilson, Jefferson, Wilson. It does look like most people are slightly on the Wilson side. But I don't think like it's a move that you absolutely have to make. Like, honestly, I do think you can make an argument. It's kind of up to you. If you had no Zach Moss, like I said, if Zach Moss was injured, I would want the Chase Brown side. Because if Zach Moss was going to miss a considerable amount of time, then at that point, I mean, the gap between Chase Brown and Kenneth Walker is not massive. But it sounds like that's not going to be the case with Moss. Now, Frank the Tank coming out. Here, we need to get 2 wide receivers and 2 running backs in this lineup. So we have no Tyreek this week. No Juju Smith-Schuster this week. No Puka Nacua this week. We're choosing between Ladd, Kirk, and Pickens. We're going to go with Kirk and Pickens. I have Ladd in the Flock League. I may have to start him myself. I really hope that he comes out and crushes. The issue is it should be a very low-scoring game environment going up against the Denver Broncos. So, yeah, I think we're probably just going to go with Kirk and Pickens. Going over to running back, we have to start Chuba Hubbard under the assumption that you are getting no Jonathan Brooks. And honestly, actually, I'm an idiot. Sorry. I didn't even see that we had Breece Hall here. We go Breece Hall, Derrick Henry. Don't overthink it. If you needed a flex, the flex would be Chuba Hubbard. Okay. Now let's move this over to Eddie. This is Jordan Mason versus Tank Dell. So obviously Tank Dell, a lot more appealing now than he was previously. Looking at the additional targets he should be seeing without Nico Collins in this offense. However, with that being said, I don't know. Jordan Mason is still a running back 1 until he isn't. Looking at the team here, if we traded away Jordan Mason, our running backs would be Jahmyr Gibbs, James Conner, Jonathan Brooks. I know we get Brooks back in the long term, but I'd rather just have Jordan Mason and have that top end flex play. Now moving this over for our next question coming out from Breezy. Says, hey Mason, I'm currently 3-2 in the Bijan owners 0-5. Trying to sell high on Javonte. What are your thoughts? I like it. Javonte may be a 0. Like if Estime comes in and Estime has any role here whatsoever and turns this into a 3-man running back by committee, then at that point, what are you supposed to do with Javonte Williams? He's already not startable in a 2-man running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the league. So yeah, pivoting over to Bijan. And if you wanted to buy Bijan, you would have to do it before the Carolina Panthers game, or it's just not going to be possible. Now, J.M.A. Reed here. This is Darnell Mooney, Rico Dowdle versus Najee Harris. I think we are going to be going with the Dowdle and Mooney side, where if you are looking at what you have with specifically Najee, I'm very excited about him in the short term. Because in the short term with Najee Harris, you have no Jaylen Warren. But Jaylen Warren was back at practice today. So even if Warren's a long shot to be playing this weekend, if you assume that Jaylen Warren is back next week and this goes back to being a running back by committee, I think you can be really excited to just get rid of Najee Harris. Just get him off your team. I think Dowdle could honestly be better than him at that point. I would rather have Dowdle and Darnell Mooney here. Now, Steven coming out with the trade question. Says we have Cup, Nico, Wandale, also Brees, Mixon, Pacheco. With Nico out, I may want to keep A.J. Brown. So ETN to Brian Thomas. I'd rather have Brian Thomas. A.J. Brown to Jonathan Taylor. I'd rather have A.J. Brown. With A.J. Brown, you're already through the bye week as well. Jonathan Taylor missed practice today, right? Jonathan Taylor may not be back this week. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor was not at practice, is what I thought. So I would probably rather have A.J. Brown, where you lose Nico, you don't have Cup yet. Brown's already through his bye week. So presumably if Jonathan Taylor misses this week, you're going to get two extra games from A.J. Brown in comparison to what you would have with Jonathan Taylor. So we're going to go Brown. Now going over to Jason's question. Here, this is Dobbins and Diggs versus Marvin Harrison. So I actually think this is a spot in which you probably lose this trade in the short term. In the short term, I would rather have Stephon Diggs over Marvin Harrison. You can even see this with their underdog pick'ems right now, where Harrison's only higher, lower 53.5 receiving yards. That's like base expectations with him. You go over to see what you have with Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is higher, lower 63.5 receiving yards. However, if you were a team where we are just looking at the I don't know. If you're a team where you're just looking at long-term upside, and we're going to get Nico Collins back in Houston, the rookie receiver will continue to improve as the year goes on, I think you can go Harrison. But in that scenario, you need to be a 4-1 team. You need to be a team that's saying, I don't care about production in the short term, because the production of the short term, you lose this deal if you go with Harrison. The only way you win it is if you get the production in the long term. But let's move this over and answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to try to get to as many as we possibly can here. Now, let's see this. Twisted Fate says Debo or Reed full PPR. If we're talking rest of season, give me Debo Samuel. I'm assuming we're talking rest of season and not this week, because if you're considering benching one of these guys this week, I have no idea what the hell you're doing. Your team must be goated. I mean, at that point, you don't need my help at all. But rest of season, when we assume you have Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs back in Green Bay, I think you just prefer Debo. Okay. Now, David says, what's your best underdog team right now? To be completely honest with you, I have no idea. I really have not kept up with underdog much, to be honest. And the reason is because I'm not stressing it at all. If you look at a lot of my most drafted guys, I'm kind of crushing in underdog drafts at the moment. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. I'm trying not to tell myself I'm going to win another tournament this year. It's looking like I have a real shot to. And kind of the saving grace with that is the two players I missed out on this year that I didn't draft nearly enough of are Derrick Henry and Rashee Rice. And I like the Rashee Rice price tag in regular redraft leagues. Just in underdog drafts, at the end of it, he was going around 3, which I thought that was a little aggressive. Which obviously, hindsight being 2020, round 3 was phenomenal. But yeah, we kind of get lucky with the Rashee Rice injury. So I think, long story short, my underdog teams may absolutely crush this year. I haven't been tracking them super, super often. No. And yes, the main thing is we need to win an underdog tournament. So in the videos this next offseason, I can talk about, Underdog Fantasy. I won $100,000 there last year. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Devil Bat says, trade or ride with Bijan. Nobody wants Bijan Robinson right now. Literally nobody. And Bijan Robinson is going to be going up against the Carolina Panthers this week. So if you wanted to move on from Bijan Robinson, you wouldn't do so right now. You'd wait the week. You'd hope he has a strong performance. And then you would look to sell next week. Okay, let's move this over. Brendan says, do we trade Brees for Tyreek Hill? I think honestly, that's very dependent on your team in particular. You can go over and look at my rest of season ranks. Obviously, like I said, over on the site, you can always use the free rest of season rankings if you want to look at the average of all the experts. Those are going to be the expert average rank. Here you can see Tyreek is at 8. He is ahead of Brees Hall, who's at 13. If you look at my rankings on the sites, I have Tyreek at 13 and I have Brees at 18, but I would still prefer Tyreek if you can afford to wait for the long-term upside. If you can't afford to wait for it. Okay. Let's move this over. Tear Up says, I lost Nico. I'm 5-0. Should I hold or trade him? If you are the 5-0 team in your league, what team in your league could possibly have a better reason to hold on to Nico Collins and wait for the playoffs? Typically, like when you're going through and when you're looking for fantasy football trades, what you need to be looking for is you need to be trying to find another team in your league where you have something that can benefit them. Because if the only thing that you look for is trades that would benefit you, you're not going to get many trades done. So like you look at Nico Collins, if you're 1-4, which I don't know how you would be 1-4 if you had Nico Collins, but you look around and you find a team that's 4-1, you find a team that's 5-0 in your league, then yeah, we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to send out a feeler and go, hey, do you want the long-term upside of Nico Collins for the playoffs? because you could probably find a deal that gives you short-term production, them long-term value that makes sense for both parties. But if you're the 5-0 team in your league, are you really about to approach an owner who's 2-3 and try to sell them on the long-term upside of Nico? Probably not. I mean, you could try. Good luck. And Nico Collins has more value with your team than anybody else. Wilt says, I'd trade Collins for Ayuk right now. Yeah, like I said, I mean, if you go over to my rest of season ranks on the site, well, we'll look at a couple different things. We can look at the average experts, which the average experts, like I said, are all these people. And that's always free for any of y'all to look at if you want. And we'll look at mine as well. The average experts, right now, you have Nico Collins at 11. You have Brandon Ayuk at 18 in the wide receiver ranks. If you look at my rankings, I have Ayuk at 19, and I have Nico Collins at 20. And obviously, Nico Collins is a lot more valuable than this on a team that's 5-0, and he's probably a lot less valuable than this on a team that's 0-5. It's just so tough when you're going to miss half the remaining regular season. Skate Tasty says Puka for Nico Collins. We have these guys ranked right next to each other. Nico 20, Puka 22. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you prefer at this point? Would you rather have Puka Nacua or Nico Collins? Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather have, Puka or Collins? Okay. Nico. Okay, so it looks like most people agree with our rankings. Most people have Nico here. I honestly thought we'd have some more people mixing in Puka. Because, I mean, if you look at Puka, gets injured in week 1. Initial reports say that it's maybe up to 8 weeks. We're currently in week 6. I think you probably get more games out of Puka rest of season, no? Especially knowing that Puka will already be through his bye and Nico Collins has the bye week in week 14. Okay. So let's move this over. George says, I traded away Pittman for Pickens and Daddle 2 weeks ago. Thank God. Great move. Great move. Jamie says, Puka is a cooler name, but it's a good tiebreaker. First names, Puka, Nico, they're both really cool. I'd say, yeah, Puka's probably cooler. Last name, Nakua, is definitely a lot cooler than Collins. I'll say that for sure. Now let's move this over and let's get to more of the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to ask any questions over on flogfantasy.com, you always can. And honestly, we send you the answers through the site as well. So as soon as I answer your question in a live stream, you're actually going to get a notification sent from Mason Dodd with the exact clip of me answering your question in the stream at the exact same time. So I would, if I were you, I'd just literally, whenever you want a question, ask it immediately. Even if you're not in the live stream, you're going to get it regardless. You're going to get the clip of me answering it. But yeah, you can get a start sit question, trade question, team review. To be honest with you, if I was wanting a team review and if I were you, I would definitely not purchase it through the site. I would just take advantage of the Underdog promo that we have. That way it's only $10. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or the link in the description and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus at the same time, you will get that free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. And you can find that link in the description and the live chat. But let's move this back over and let's get this next question going for Kirk Matthew, I want to say. We're going to actually back out of this and go back in because I think maybe we can look at your waiver wire options. Let's see. Please load the waiver wire options. Is it going to do it for us? No, it does not. Okay. It is what it is. But anyway, let's look at this. This team name is Clown Ass. Interesting team name. Says, trying to trade for Achane or Waddle this week as buy low candidates, no bites yet. Thank you. Been a huge help to me this year. Really do appreciate you. And I will say, if we are trading for Achane or Waddle, specifically the scenario in which it makes sense is if you are a team where we are 3-2, 4-1, 5-0, you can think about the long-term upside. On a team that's 1-4, you don't really have the maneuverability to be able to acquire one of those long-term upside pieces by giving away production right now. But we're 2-3. So yeah, in this scenario, I wouldn't be a super big fan of going through and trading for Waddle or Achane, especially as you already have some of that production scheduled on the back end with Tyreek Hill anyway. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Joe Burrow. So, I mean, going into the future, having the Burrow Chase stack looks great. I mean, I think at this point, Burrow is probably the favorite to lead the NFL in both passing touchdowns as well as passing yards. With that being said, he doesn't have the rushing upside to be a true elite play. Sorry, y'all can see the dog. She's over there. Somebody came home, so she's one now. But anyway, I'm fine with it. Definitely more excited about Burrow in a 12-team format than I would be in a 10-teamer. And definitely more excited about Burrow in a 6-point passing touchdown format than I am in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Okay. Now, going over to running back. Obviously, we've dealt with the Joe Mixon injury. We've dealt with the Jonathan Brooks injury. We've dealt with the Nick Chubb injury. We've already had J.K. Dobbins through bye. So looking at this running back room, it should be much better in the long term than it is right now. We have dealt with a lot of these running backs missing time, which, I mean, it is what it is, but this is a little bit of a deeper league. This is a start 8 format. So depth is a little more important here as is. So when you have those injuries, it's actually it's a larger hit in a league like this than it would be in a format in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. Now, going over to the wide receiver position, we have the 2 elite assets in the long term with Jamar Chase and Tyreek Hill. I mean, once you end up getting Tua back in Miami, there's an outside shot that you have 2 top 10 wide receivers. I'm sorry, not 2 top 10. The wide receiver 1 and the wide receiver 2 rest of season. Obviously, in the short term, we have an elite high-end wide receiver 1 and a wide receiver 2. The wide receiver depth beyond this isn't super inspiring. So what I would possibly look to do with this team, to be honest, is I think that this may be a spot in which it makes sense for you to go ahead and see if we can sell some running back depth to go and bring in some wide receiver depth, which is very, very rare for me to say. The only instance in which I think it potentially makes sense is with this team in which you can start 4 receivers weekly, where we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential starting running backs with the squad once you get Brooks, Chubb back in. So with this team, I would really like to see if we could go through and potentially sell Nick Chubb and Dontavian Wicks and go pivot over to a wide receiver that we're excited to start every single week. Go pivot over to somebody like Deebo Samuel. Go pivot over to someone like Brandon Ayuk. Go pivot over to somebody like T. Higgins. Obviously, the names of the players don't matter as much as just more so the profiles of those high-end wide receiver 2 options that we'd really want. And honestly, the name of Nick Chubb doesn't matter as much as the idea of just going through and really selling any running back not named Joe Mixon or Josh Jacobs in that 2-for-1 deal to go get that wide receiver upgrade. Because if you are able to possibly make that move, and then all of a sudden we are just built out a little bit stronger, well-balanced, we have that better option in the lineup, while at the same time, obviously having more than enough depth, particularly at running back to get by, that would be really interesting. And going over to tight ends, we are currently sitting with Tucker Kraft. Having Tucker Kraft, perfect tight end you picked up off the waiver wire. Looks like he's going to be a guy that's a top 10 option rest of season. Probably comes back down to earth just a bit when you end up getting Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson back in. But I mean, based off the current landscape of the tight end position, definitely somebody that we're excited to start with really no hesitation here regardless. So overall, it's a strong team. Really the only thing that I would be interested in potentially doing is seeing if we can sell some of the running back depth for an upgrade at wide receiver when we have, I want to say, 7 viable running backs on this squad right now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here. And also, don't try to trade for one of the Miami guys. We're 2-3. We already have Tyreek. I mean, if you were 3-2, if you're 4-1, then maybe it's a different story. But let's move this over and let me let the dog out. And also, we hit 400 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. Okay, so let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Jay Lop says, wondering who to start at quarterback in the flex position. Flex is either Zay Flowers, JT, Bucky, or Tank. It's either going to be Jonathan Taylor if Jonathan Taylor plays. If Jonathan Taylor does not play, Zay Flowers is actually going to be the option. So I'm going to put Zay Flowers in here. Obviously, no Kyron, no Nico Collins. But I want to put a massive asterisk on it in that if Jonathan Taylor plays, obviously we start Jonathan Taylor. But I am operating under the assumption, of course, that you will have no JT. Now, going over to quarterback, I can say one thing with confidence. We need to sell a quarterback here. I don't care if we sell Hurts. I don't care if we sell Kyler. You're probably not going to be able to sell Richardson for anything at this point. But if you could sell Hurts or you could sell Kyler and get an upgrade elsewhere, I think it makes so much sense. Obviously, this is a loaded team, but this is not a situation when you find yourself in. Going up against the Cleveland Browns, you have a 26-point implied team total for Jalen Hurts. We're assuming that you have both A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith good to go. So I think you can go ahead and you can just play Hurts. Now, going over to our next question. This was coming out from Byron Mans. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. It says, love your content, brother. Could you help me set the lineup this week? I would love to set the lineup. I'd love to look at the team in the long term as well. This is currently the second highest graded team with the league analyzer. Looking at this, currently we have Kyler Murray at quarterback. Obviously, we play Kyler every week. Don't need a backup. Going over to running back, it is frustrating, of course, having the Derek Carr injury for Kamara. Kamara is going to be falling down your rankings, at least with the expectations that you have. But at the same time, we're not super concerned to the point where he's going to turn into Devon Achane, where he's no longer going to be startable in fantasy. You still have the receiving floor. It's not like Derek Carr was a phenomenal quarterback in the first place. It hurts. We have to lower expectations with Kamara for a few weeks. You still start Kamara every week regardless. We're going to go Jordan Mason at RB2. Going over to wide receiver, the plan is Malik Neighbors, Garrett Wilson. If Malik Neighbors ends up missing, then at that point, I think we're going to have to pivot over and we're going to have to go with Wilson, Bryant, and Ayuk. And then we go Bijan Robinson in the flex regardless. Obviously, Bijan Robinson has been very bad, but at the same time, we can't say it's a great matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers. We have consistently seen the Panthers allow a ridiculous, and I mean a ridiculous amount of points to opposing running backs. So yeah, I think that's how we break down the starting lineup. In terms of what we are doing with the roster for now, I mean, it's a really well-constructed team. One thing that I think we can point out here is when we have Laporta already through his bye, Cade Otton, I mean, Laporta's been bad this year, but at the same time, Cade Otton has had one game all season with double-digit fantasy points. Like, there's no scenario in which I'm playing Cade Otton over Sam Laporta. So what I would prefer to do is I would want to go through, cut Cade Otton, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, to be honest with you. Going over to wide receiver, we have two top 10 receivers rest of season. Running back, I think we have two top 10 RBs. We have Jordan Mason as the quality play in the short term. Because it's a two wide receiver, one flex format where we are 3-2 and we just have a phenomenal squad. If you really wanted to go ahead and package together maybe Jordan Mason and a name like Brandon Ayuk, or Jordan Mason and a name like Terry McLaurin, and go get an elite level wide receiver for the flex spot, you can afford to do so with this team with the amount of depth that we have. But obviously, we need to be charging a massive, massive premium if we were going to be doing that. But overall, phenomenal construction. I think we were able to submit the starting lineup. And like I said, if you were wanting to pivot over and do anything, I think possibly is if you can get somebody to buy Jordan Mason as if McCaffrey's not going to come back, where they need the running back production and we don't necessarily. I think it would be interesting to see what you could get. Don't have to sell them, though, for sure. Now, let's move this over to our next team. This team is going to be another one of those free underdog team reviews. This is Nuck If You Buck. Says, aside from the team review, we currently have Cooper and Swift for JT as a trade that's pending. You want Jonathan Taylor there easily. Should we pull the trigger with the current roster? A lot of top talent at wide receiver fell to me, which is why we don't have much running back success. Or should we just wait to see how Brooks does and keep the squad as is? So in general, this is a 2 wide receiver league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. And it's a 12-team format. So this is a league where wide receiver depth does matter more than it does in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We don't have Kupp in the short term. We don't have Tyreek in the short term in terms of obviously the bye week. But even when we get out of the bye, you still will have another week or at least 1 week, possibly 2 or 3, where you have no Tua. And Tyreek is not that exciting. Olave gets the Derek Carr injury. So, I mean, this team has just been brutalized here. But you're about to get cut back in week 7. Trading Amari actually is really tough to do this week. What I would probably look to do here, to be honest, is I like the Jonathan Taylor trade. But if possible to wait until next week, I would want to. You're 100% winning the deal. But let's just go through the context of the squad right now. It's a 2-3 team. Where this week we have no Tyreek, we have no Kupp, Olave is not usable, no Carr. We have no Brooks. If you trade for Jonathan Taylor, we have no Jonathan Taylor. So in that scenario, what you would be starting this week is you'd be starting Kenneth Walker, Braylon Allen at running back. You'd be starting Chris Olave, Chris Godwin, Ladd McConkey, and then you'd probably have to throw Bucky Irving into a flex spot. Like you'd be putting yourself in a really tough spot to go 2-4 and then have the uphill battle. So if possible, I would really prefer holding off, waiting 1 more week, and then making the Jonathan Taylor deal. Quarterback, we are effectively streaming with Baker Mayfield. Obviously, Baker has been great, not trying to take anything away from him. Going over to running back, Kenneth Walker's a fine RB1. DeAndre Swift's a fine RB2 for now. We have the long-term upside, possibly that Brooks turns out to be something. We have Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving as these desperation plays that have upside to be more if an injury were to occur to the guy in front of him. We have Tyreek, Kupp, presumably both as long-term wide receiver 1s. Godwin, Olave, Amari, and Ladd to get by with the wide receiver depth for now. We're streaming tight end with Zach Ertz. So I really like the team for the long-term value that it has. My hesitation with it primarily is centered around the fact that it is a team in which you're 2-3. We need a win right now, and we are set up with more long-term value than we are short-term production. So for that reason, I don't love trading the short-term production we have currently for Jonathan Taylor, even if the price does make a lot of sense. But I appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And honestly, if you could hold on to Amari and instead trade Ladd, I think that'd be a much better deal for your specific team. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be a trade question from Wiginski. And Twig says, how do I super chat? I'm sorry, my friend. We don't do super chats anymore. What we built out through flockfantasy.com. Much better setup where I can see all your league settings. I can see the other teams in your league. So much more information. Plus, at the same time, with the Super Chats last year, people were having to wait an hour to get their answer. And if they have to leave the live stream, they didn't get it. Here, through flockfantasy.com, we actually are able to send people their answer directly as soon as we answer it as well. So, yeah, no more Super Chats. Super Chats are turned off permanently. And if we ever turn Super Chats back on, which we probably won't, it will be turned on in terms of, hey, if you want to support the channel, you can Super Chat, but I'm not going to answer any of the Super Chats just because we simply don't have time to get to them. And if we did get to them, it would be way too late. When I can't build it out through YouTube that you get an automated message as soon as I answer your Super Chat. Now, anyway, this is a 2-player keeper league. So Daniels would be a possible 8th round keeper next year. So Rachaad White to Chuba Hubbard, lateral move up to you. Obviously, Chuba Hubbard is so much better in the short term. But 2 weeks from now, if Jonathan Brooks is back in, and all of a sudden it's a running back by committee and an offense that is worse than Tampa's, I think Chuba Hubbard and Rachaad White long-term are about the same. Daniels, Stephon Diggs, I'd rather have Jaden Daniels, especially if it's a keeper format. So to be honest with you, I think that it is a spot in which if it's a keeper league, I probably prefer Daniels. If it was just a regular redraft league, I think you could go with Diggs. To look at what we have in terms of the quarterback, we have, actually, never mind. We have Jalen Hurts on this team. Jalen Hurts on this team, sure, just go get Chuba Hubbard, just go get Stephon Diggs, because obviously Chuba will be a viable play right now. Chase Man says, I set up an Underdog account and deposited, but don't have a team review. Well, my guy, we will... Don't worry, Underdog sends us the email addresses of everybody who signed up to Underdog Fantasy and used promo code FLOCK and made at least a $10 deposit the morning after every single day. So you should be able to get your free team review tomorrow morning, my friend. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. Now, moving this over to our next question coming out from J. Honey Benedicts, something like that. Need a solid running back too. Would this be a good trade? And what else can we do to improve? Short term, I think this would be a bad trade. Short term, if Christian Watson's banged up, which Watson may play this week, but the Green Bay Packers project to be one of the best passing offenses in the NFL, I think that you're probably better off holding on to Jaden Reed. But long term, under the assumption that everybody is healthy in Los Angeles, and we are going to get Tua back into this offense in Miami, I think, honestly, I'd rather have Devon Achane. So short term, you're losing this trade. But if you're 4-1 and you can hold off for the long term, give me Achane. Now, Todd Gillen says, strong with my running back tight end, but my receivers are weak. We know we're starting Ayuk, but who else are we going with? So we're looking at Dontavian Wicks, Rome Odunze, Wan'Dale Robinson. So as it stands right now, Malik Neighbors did miss practice today. So if you end up getting no Malik Neighbors for the Giants this week, Wan'Dale's the guy that you have to start here in a phenomenal matchup against the Bengals, especially now that we should have Romeo Doubs back in and maybe Christian Watson plays. Now, if you are looking at what we have with the possibility of Neighbors playing, but also Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs playing as well. Right now, the Packers project out to be the second highest scoring offense in the NFL this week, according to Las Vegas sportsbooks. But at the same time, we actually have the highest implied team total for the New York Giants that we have had all season, with about 22.5 points. So I think it's a very tough conversation to have between Wan'Dale and Dontavian Wicks. We play either receiver over Rome Odunze really easily. We play Bijan Robinson in the flex easily. Can everybody please let me know in the live chat, who would you rather start? Would you rather start Wan'Dale Robinson or or Dontavian Wicks? Are you going to go Wan'Dale or Wicks? Please let me know in the chat. Okay. Glim says Wan'Dale. So it does look like everybody is on the Wan'Dale train. Obviously, it is a very strong matchup here for Wan'Dale Robinson. So if everybody's saying Wan'Dale, I think it's kind of up to you. We're going to go ahead and we'll take Wan'Dale. Now, going over to what we have with Bank, coming out with a massive dono, says, I need your help trading for a running back since that's what I lack. It's in the last team review. You mentioned I should pick up somebody for the flex with the receivers. Okay. First thing I want to address is Jalen Tolbert looks like a strong option. If you're looking at Jalen Tolbert at the moment, with no Brandon Cooks, this is a wide receiver that sees a career high in targets, receptions, receiving yards, and the receiving touchdown this past week. Like, Jalen Tolbert looks viable. James Conner obviously gives you a baseline floor at running back. But with that being said, in a full PPR format, James Conner is not giving you any usage as a receiver. So for you to be able to pivot over and get somebody like Jonathan Taylor, I think that this is an absolute no-brainer. If you wanted some help and possibly coming up with some different counters, I think you could afford to give up a little bit more here. Like if, say they didn't want Jalen Tolbert, instead they wanted Tyler Lockett, who cares? Give him Tyler Lockett. If instead of them wanting Jalen Tolbert, they want Tank Bigsby, give him Tank Bigsby. Instead of them wanting Jalen Tolbert, they want Alexander Madison. Sure, give him Alexander Madison. And honestly, if they wanted some combo of these players, or maybe instead of going with James, now there's no way that they want Travis Etienne. They'd have to be smoking something if they wanted that. I think maybe if you wanted to just go through and look to add in an additional wide receiver depth piece like Jordan Whittington, you should be willing to throw in for absolutely free here. But yeah, if that's going to allow you to go over and get Jonathan Taylor, I think it's a no-brainer. I think you have a little bit of room where you can afford to add just a little bit more value, as Taylor is somebody that I'd very easily prefer having over Conner and Tolbert. And I have James Conner in the Flock League, so I hope I'm wrong here. But going over to Kyler Fletcher's, one of those free Underdog team reviews. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. This is CD's Nuts, which is actually the #1 team with the league analyzer right now in terms of raw value. Now, it does have a decent little lead ahead of the rest of the league as well. You're saying I'm sitting at 1-4 and I don't feel like I should be. Need some coaching advice from someone who knows how to get the guys to rally and how to save the season. Well, I really appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, the biggest thing that I can say is you just got to focus in on your defense, right? We got to make sure that the guys are in order. They are given 100% effort. But obviously, jokes aside here. This is a spot in which you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, but it is only a 10-team league. So while depth inside the starting lineup does matter, at the same time, there should be decent options on the waiver wire. Now, I'm really hoping that we can fix this for tomorrow. I will guarantee this is done for tomorrow. It should have been done for tonight. But right now, the waiver wire options aren't showing up. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refresh this one more time to see if the waiver wire options will show up for us there. Come on. Come on. Let's see if it happens. We're in. Let's go. The waiver wire options are showing up. And hell yes, I'm happy to see this. This is something that we're actually going to have with all the team reviews from now on, where I can actually, and you can see this on the My Teams page too. If you go over to flockfantasy.com, you can go over to the My Teams page. Obviously, link any of the teams that you have. If you play on Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo, whatever you have, you can link it for completely free. You can check out updated power rankings for completely free. And at the same time, you can actually see the best available players on the waiver wire in your league based off our rankings. So you go through, you can go, oh, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends. So definitely make sure you take advantage of that. I update my rankings every single day. So if you're a paid member of the site, definitely be using my values. At least that's what I would recommend. Especially if you wanted to use the waiver wire tool that we have here. But anyway, freaking pumped that we can actually see your waiver wire options. Because here, Fantasy Land says, show power rank. I just did, my guy. I just did. Wait, what else do you want from me? I just pulled up the power rankings in the Flock League. But anyway, here it's very easy for me to now actually see we have Zach Charbonnet and Braylon Allen on the waiver wire. This is a spot where you have to go pick up Zach Charbonnet and Braylon Allen. The first thing that I do is I cut Mark Andrews, saying, hell, I'm going to be starting George Kittle every single week regardless. There's no scenario in which I would ever consider throwing Mark Andrews into the flex or into my tight end slot. So drop Andrews, pick up Charbonnet, or if you were to get an injury to Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet immediately turns into a league winner. Second thing I do is, I hate to say it, but I consider dropping Anthony Richardson for Braylon Allen. I mean, either A-Rich or Dontavian Wicks, but you need to pick up Braylon Allen here as well, because Braylon Allen's another one of these guys. You get an injury to Breece Hall, Braylon Allen's a league winner. I just traded for Anthony Richardson in the Flock League, but the reality of the situation is you have Jaden Daniels. There's no way in hell you ever start Anthony Richardson over Jaden Daniels. Michael Pittman Jr. is just going to the IR. Anthony Richardson's hurt. If you think that you'd be able to potentially flip and sell Anthony Richardson down the line, do it. But no, cut A-Rich, cut Andrews, pick up Charbonnet, pick up Braylon Allen. At that point, we have the elite quarterback with Daniels. We have the elite tight end with Kittle. We're just rolling with these guys rest of season. Then we have solid running backs where we have Kamara, Bijan, and then honestly, plenty of running back depth with Brooks, Bucky, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen. These guys that are an injury away from potentially turning into a straight-up league winner. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, Harrison, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle, Ladd McConkey, Dontavian Wicks. It's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Absolutely love those moves. And honestly, because it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, I don't think you need to be making any additional trades outside of what you're doing with those quick waiver wire pivots. But God, I'm excited I can see your waiver wire options now. This is another reason why this is so much better than Super Chats. But the Noctorious One says, hey Mason, I can either trade Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels / Pickens for AJ Brown or Drake London / Kareem Hunt. Any ideas? Okay, so first off, I would love to trade Jaden Daniels and Pickens for AJ Brown. Let's go ahead and let's do that. In terms of Jaden Daniels versus Jalen Hurts rest of season, obviously Jaden Daniels has been much better than Jalen Hurts. With Daniels, you only have 1 week with fewer than 20 fantasy points scored. The last 2 weeks that we saw from Jalen Hurts, I believe he scored 12 and 18 points, something in that range. But with that being said, going into the future, you're already through the Jalen Hurts bye. Jalen Hurts gets back in AJ Brown. He gets back in Devonta Smith. We have the massive sample with Jalen Hurts. Obviously, I'm not sitting here and saying, oh, you have to have Hurts over Daniels. It's personal preference thing. I have them back-to-back in our rankings. But because of the fact that you're already through the bye, I would probably just prefer going ahead, taking the Jalen Hurts side. I'm sorry, taking Jalen Hurts over Jaden Daniels. But if you could pivot from Jaden Daniels and George Pickens, go get AJ Brown, Kareem Hunt, we do it. We do it for sure. This is probably the deal that I would prefer, though. Especially this way. I mean, you have the AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts stack. I think we would really like that. Now, let's move this over to our next team. It's going to be Ben's terrific, great team. So, hey, Mason, been a longtime fan. This is my 10-team league. I'm 3-2 and in third place. What do you think? Hoping Jonathan Brooks and TJ Hawkinson will be good when they play. Well, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for taking advantage of the Underdog promo. Going to be excited to check this out. And first thing is, this is a Yahoo team. You should be able to link your team on Yahoo with the site. So definitely, I would recommend doing that. Just go to the My Teams page. You can hit the Add New League. You're on Yahoo, so just go ahead. Really, all you got to do is log into Yahoo, and then we can pull all your Yahoo leagues. That way, you can, one, play around with the free tool that we have here, where you can check out everybody with how they stack up in your league with rankings, see the best waiver wire options as well. And it's completely free too. And obviously, if you were to submit your team to me again, then at that point, I would get all that additional information too. But anyway, here it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's a league where the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter a ton. It's a league also where you do have 2 IR slots and I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bench spots. So bench is filled out a bit, and we have an extra defense, but it's a 10-team format, so options on the waiver wire should be decent. Now, looking at quarterback, we are sitting with Jalen Hurts through the bye. You don't need to roster another quarterback here. 10-team league in particular, I actually probably would let go of Justin Fields. I would just roll with Jalen Hurts rest of season. Completely understand, of course, that Fields has the rushing upside. Obviously, if you could trade Fields for something, you would. Just much, much easier said than done, specifically in a 10-team format. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown back in this lineup, stacked up with Jalen Hurts. Should be in a much better spot going into the future. With A.J. Brown, I think you can pencil him in now pretty much as the top 5 wide receiver, especially with the injury that you have to Nico Collins. Deebo Samuel, high-end wide receiver 2 in a 10-team league. We have Justin Jefferson, so another elite wide receiver 1. We have Xavier Worthy for wide receiver upside. So wide receiver is beautiful. Going over to running back, we are sitting with Alvin Kamara, DeAndre Swift. So we have a high-end RB1. DeAndre Swift, I'd consider more so as an RB3, specifically in a 10-team format, that is. Now, going over to what we have with the depth at running back, we have Brooks for the long term. We have Zach Charbonnet in as well. Going over to tight end, we are sitting with Komet and Mark Andrews. So a couple different things. One, I know we have Hawkinson on the IR, but you are about to have to bring Hawkinson up. So I would just kind of prepare for this now. I would figure out what tight end are you going to start this week? Are you going to go ahead and start Komet, or are you instead going to start Andrews? Whichever one you decide to roll with, I'd roll with that guy, cut the other, pick up a running back off the waiver wire that potentially pop and just see that massive spike in value, or do the same thing at wide receiver. And then obviously we're kind of banking on the upside of Hawkinson here in the long term. But overall, I think it's a really strong team. I think you just needed to get A.J. Brown back in, but we have, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, and then Deebo Samuel in the flex rest of season. In that instance, you're so damn strong here at wide receiver. If you really wanted to take Xavier Worthy and potentially package together Xavier Worthy and a running back like DeAndre Swift to go get an RB upgrade, you can afford it, especially in a 10-team format here where the depth doesn't matter as much. So I think that would be interesting. I think I'd probably cut Justin Fields as well if I'm sitting with Jalen Hurts on the team, especially through the bye. But yeah, great squad, that guy. But definitely, if you can, make sure you link with the site, that way you can take advantage of the free tools that we have. Now, let's move this over to Brees Lightning. This coming out from Nate. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. This is an 8-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So 8-team format where you start 2 receivers and a flex. Really, the depth here is not going to matter at all. Every time you get the ability to make a 2-for-1 deal, a 3-for-1 deal, we want to be taking advantage of it. Saying started off 2-0 before the Devonta Smith concussion, Rashee Rice injury, and now Nico to the IR. Arkansas native as well, so you know it's horns down. Well, I appreciate you being a member of the flock, but I will be honest. I am too young of a Longhorn to have any care for Arkansas. There are a couple of these schools that I guess maybe Texas had a rivalry with way back in the day that still do not like the University of Texas. As someone who went to University of Texas from 2017 through 2021, my time there, we weren't in the SEC, we were in the Big 12, but the only school that anybody ever talked about was OU. It was Texas OU, Texas OU, Texas OU. Now I'm sure that we're in the SEC, we'll have some more rivalries going here. But anyway, hook 'em horns. As a long-winded way of me saying, y'all care about us, we don't care about you. I don't know why I'm talking crap to you right now. But anyway, appreciate you. Going to be excited to dive into this. But this is the 3rd team in the league analyzer. So if we had Rice, if we had Nico Collins fully healthy, I'd imagine that this team would have been at the very, very top of the analyzer. And looking at the squad right now, we have Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love. At quarterback, obviously it's a spot in which I would love to say, hey, let's go through and let's trade Jordan Love in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade elsewhere. We don't need him when we have Jalen Hurts, but hell, I mean, CJ Stroud's out there on the waiver wire. It's an 8-team league. Nobody's going to pay for Jordan Love. Ultimately, it's not going to matter too much one way or another what you decide to do with the backup quarterback here. But I do think that you could potentially explore cutting Jordan Love for CJ Stroud. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you rather have rest of season? Would you rather have Stroud or Love? I'll say this week, I would prefer to have Jordan Love. It's a great matchup. Not only is it a great matchup, but obviously you have the injury to Malik Neighbors. But rest of season, let me know. Would you rather have Love or Stroud? We got Love, Stroud, Love, CJ Love. You know what this reminds me? I don't even know if we updated the CJ Stroud ranking rest of season post Nico Collins injury news, which obviously does hit Stroud here. At this point, there's no way in hell I can make an argument to have Burrow ahead of Stroud. So we have to drop Stroud down to QB7. But regardless, he will be here kind of back-to-back with Jordan Love for us. But anyway, moving this over. It is up to you, personal preference. Quarterback, you're not really doing anything here. Okay. Now going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs and Breece Hall. So even in an 8-team league, I personally do believe that these two running backs are RB1s. Now in an 8-team format, is there any world in which we start Tyrone Tracy? Even if Devin Singletary were to miss this week. No, there's no world in that happens. So what I would do if I were you is I would chase the more so long-term high-end upside play that you could potentially have at running back. So I would cut Tracy and go pick up Jonathan Brooks. And honestly, looking at the ability for us to just go through and pick up these guys like Rome Odunze, Jordan Addison, Keon Coleman, Braylon Allen for free off of the waiver wire. I think another thing that I would consider doing is if you wanted to go ahead and make a 2-for-1 deal by potentially selling, say, Rico Dowdle as one of these running back depth pieces that looks exciting in the short term, but go send them with Devonta Smith or go send them with Brandon Ayuk and go get a wide receiver upgrade that way. That way you can open up an additional roster spot and then pick up a player like Rome Odunze for free off the waiver wire. Obviously, in an 8-team league, if you ever had the ability to make those 2-for-1 deals and just get slight upgrades by selling bench assets to improve in the starting lineup slightly, we are always wanting to do that in an 8-team league in particular. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, phenomenal squad before you had the Nico Collins or Rashee Rice injuries. Now, specifically in an 8-team league, Drake London's probably a low-end wide receiver 1. Devonta Smith, low-end wide receiver 2. Hell, in an 8-team league, Brandon Ayuk's probably a wide receiver 3. So, I mean, we can definitely get by, but every team's going to be able to get by at wide receiver in an 8-team format, of course. Now, going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. Even if Tucker Kraft's top 8 tight end, obviously he is, at this point, just a low-end tight end 1 in an 8-team league in particular. So, if we're looking at the best tight ends that are currently out there on the waiver wire, we have David Njoku probably is the best name, which, yeah, I would rather have Kraft and Hawkinson over Njoku. So first thing is I would consider cutting Love for Stroud. Second thing is you have to cut Tracy for Brooks. Third thing is if you could trade Dowdle and a receiver depth piece to go get any upgrade at wide receiver and then go pick up Rome Odunze for free, we go ahead and we make that move. And then at tight end, we're probably chilling. Unless you think you can go through and trade Rico Dowdle and Tucker Kraft to go pivot over to a long-term upgrade at tight end, open up a roster spot that way. And then obviously we can backfill with the high-end upside of somebody like Rome Odunze. But I really appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be a trade question from Ginger Baby. Happy to see you. Here we are sending DK Metcalf and getting back in JSN for a downgrade. We're upgrading from Dobbins to Josh Jacobs. Shakir is in here for free. I'm not that excited about this, to be honest. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to do it. I mean, going from Metcalf to Jacobs is a slight upgrade. Dobbins to JSN, I think a slight downgrade. Is this team linked? Maybe instead of getting Shakir, you could get Mooney. Like instead of Shakir, if you can get Mooney, then at that point, I absolutely love it. And at that point, I want the JSN side. But as it sits here with the initial Dobbins, Metcalf for JSN, Jacobs, I just don't know if it accomplishes much. Now, Cheeky Opson, happy to see it. Says, are you benching Freiermuth or cutting him, Gigamags? I really want to go to the A&M game this year. But anyway, so if y'all watch the Flock League video, y'all will see that Freiermuth is a selfish player that went out of his way to ruin our matchup. So how you treat players like that on your roster is you cut them and you send a message to the rest of the team. So I went through and I cut Pat Freiermuth the second that roster's unlocked. I cut him the second roster's unlocked, my friend. But here, this is a trade from ResDog. Says, I like it. Do you think we can improve the team? We have 2 Detroit guys, though. Well, this is absolutely no-brainer. Give me Jahmyr Gibbs. You picked up these 2 players off the waiver wire. If you can ever pick up 2 players off the waiver wire and trade them for a guy that just went in round 1 that's performing as a round 1 player, you go ahead and you do it. Even if Tolbert looks viable, obviously he's much better post Brandon Cooks injury. Still, wide receiver 3 at the best, Bucky Irving running back 2 at the best, you're getting a running back 1. Go get Gibbs. Okay. Now going over to snubs with the starting lineup, says gross bye week for me with no Kyron or Aaron Jones. Thoughts and which 2 bad running backs to start? Ooh. So Singletary was at practice this week. So no Kyron, no Jones. Singletary was at practice today. And at the same time, we had no Zamir White. I think you probably end up having to start Alexander Madison. And then I think you go with the starting running back in New York. Whether that is Tracy or Singletary, I don't know just yet. Singletary practiced on a Wednesday, so I'm assuming it's Singletary. If Zamir White does play, and this is going to be a running back by committee, I'd rather have Bigsby, because I think he's a better running back. But Bigsby, while he was phenomenal this past week and it really did help out our underdog teams, if we are trying to be realistic, he's not catching the ball in the backfield. He's had 1 target all year, and he's splitting the RB2 job with Dearness Johnson. So I'd probably rather just have Madison in that instance. But let's move this over to a team review from Jason. This is one of those free underdog team reviews. Let's dive into it. It says, missed the playoffs the first 2 years. It said Dynasty League. Built a wide receiver room. Feel like I can win it this year, but need to make some trades. Quarterback and running backs gross. What do we do here? Send out all my picks and maybe Zay Flowers. Was thinking maybe trade Zay a first and a second to the guy that has Kyron and Pacheco. So first off, I will say that looking at the league analyzer, we are the best team in this league. So in this scenario, you're probably in a spot in which it does make sense for us to go through and for us to push in to try to win this year. It is supposedly, if the league analyzer is pulling this in correctly, a 1 quarterback league where you can start up to 10 offensive players. So we can jam in a ridiculous amount of wide receivers here. I absolutely love to build around wide receiver. We have the cornerstone assets of Lamb, St. Brown, Nico, Wilson, Smith, Flowers, and Higgins. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 receivers that can help us contend in the short term and will hold on to value here in the long term as well. So overall, this is a perfect spot to be in. Now, with that being said, we're garbage at running back. Absolute garbage. We have the elite tight end with Brock Bowers. So I would agree. I think that you are in a position in which you can afford to go out and you can afford to sell your future first round rookie pick and bring in a running back to help us contend this year. This is one of the very few teams that I think I can agree with selling our first round picks and going and getting short-term running back production to help us really win right this second. Now, in terms of sitting like Flowers a first and a second to get Kyron and Pacheco, to be honest with you, I think you'd be paying too much. Like, what I want to do here is I want to go to some teams that we think are potentially having to pivot over to a rebuild, even if they didn't want to. And we want to cherry pick running backs off their roster. So this team's 1-4. This team that's 1-4, they need to pivot and look for the long term. If we can send them a first round pick and bring in Jonathan Taylor, absolute no-brainer. Where Jonathan Taylor, not only are you getting that value in the short term, but at the same time, this is also a running back where you can expect 2025 production to come from as well. I don't even think you have to give this guy Zay Flowers. Give him a first and a second. Go get JT. Looking at Joe Mixon, looking at Jalen Warren. I think Mixon is a very interesting play. If you wanted to send him, like, here's what we could do. We approach this team, go, hey, I'll give you a first. So I'll give you an entire draft class. I'll give you a first, second, third. I'll give you Zay Flowers for the long term as well. Can we throw in some other long-term pieces? Tell them we'll give him TJ Hawkinson. Hawkinson can be viewed as a long-term asset. Give him Roschon Johnson. Give him really any player you can sell them on having long-term value. Give them a first, second, third, Zay Flowers, Roschon Johnson, TJ Hawkinson, and see if we can just cherry pick Taylor, CMC, and Joe Mixon. That you have no shot to contend anyway. Send us your veteran backs. Or some combo of those things. That would probably be my initial offer and try to see if we can really squeeze them. This team has Kyron Williams, James Cook. But this team also has no shot to contend this year. So if you were going to send them Zay Flowers, I think you can send them Zay Flowers straight up for James Cook. Going over and looking at this team has Barkley. They're 1-4. This team has no business in trying to contend this year. They just lost Rashee Rice. Go send them a first and a second and try to go get Saquon Barkley. Go have that elite player that can make a difference for you right now. I think I would love to make those style moves. I don't necessarily know how much I would be interested in the specific trade that you laid out, because I think you're in the position of strength. I think those are the teams that are going to be panicking. Those are the teams that are struggling. They're 1-4. They have the veterans that are ticking time bombs with their value. They need to get that production off their lineup. And honestly, you're really one of the only people that can trade with them. So I would look to make that deal, but I would just be trying to charge them a little bit more. But let me answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat real quick. If you have any questions in the chat, please go ahead and drop them below. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as we can. And Matty I says, does Drake May make a difference? So I am very willing to admit that I'm an idiot. I have no idea. I'm not going to be able to sit here and act like I'm some guru scout and I know exactly what to expect with Drake May right at the very beginning of his NFL career. What I typically do is I admit that I'm that idiot and I'll look at projection providers that I trust most, which are sports books, because very rarely are sports books going to be on the wrong side of things. And if you look at what sports books are putting out right now, they are projecting the New England Patriots this week with Drake May to be the worst offense in the NFL, as if nothing changes. So my base expectation here is, while we are excited that Drake May is going to be starting, because it should probably be more fun to watch than Jacoby Brissett, in terms of trying to figure out if this is a spot where we're more excited about Ramondre Stevenson, more excited about Jalen Polk, probably not more excited. Probably think it's just about the same. At least that's what sportsbooks are telling us. Okay. I'm Cold says, should I risk not playing Purdy and keep Josh Allen in for Sunday? I think Josh Allen actually plays on Monday, but yeah, for sure play Josh Allen. Don't play Brock Purdy. Teresa, happy to see you. We will dive into Teresa's team right after we get through these free questions. Thank you for coming by. But Ty says, what is Tracy's value in Dynasty? Should we trade Tracy and Quentin Johnson for Tank Dell? 100%. Tyron Tracy's like a 25-year-old rookie that's in a garbage offense that may go back to being a backup this week. And that doesn't have the capital that guarantees that he's a starter next year. Like Tracy's worth like a late second in Dynasty. You can go get a player that we've seen success from, like Tank Dell. You do it. Okay. Speedy says, is the Mixon injury worse than they thought? Well, I thought Mixon would be back next week. Based off 2 weeks ago, Joe Mixon did... he did get into practice on Friday. So I don't know. To be honest, I'm just very much wanting him back this week. But he didn't practice today. Like I have no idea. The thing is, we're just gonna have to keep on reading practice reports. He's not at practice right now, so I guess it's worse than I thought. Nevermind says, do I trade Evans for Jamar Chase? If somehow you could, of course you would. If somehow. Okay. Northside says, Flock, just want to let you know you're the reason I'm going back to back. Happy to hear it, my guy. Happy to hear it. Let's see. Volobov says Bijan Olave for CMC Pacheco Zay. Olave, Zay Flowers, kind of up to you here rest of season. I'd rather have Zay Flowers in the short term and no Derek Carr. Long term, I think it's close. I'd way rather have Bijan over CMC and Pacheco. CMC and Pacheco, though. So, yeah, give me Bijan Robinson. Benny says, is Garrett Wilson worth a future first in Pittman? If it's a one quarterback format, I'd very easily prefer the Wilson side. If it is a super flex league, it probably depends on where the first round pick is. But yeah, most likely you want the Garrett Wilson side. Okay. Chandler, 5-0. Appreciate you always hanging out with us in these live streams, my guy. But let's move this over and let's get in. I believe we are going to be looking at Teresa's team real quick. Of course, if you ever wanted to get your team reviewed on a stream, just go over to flockfantasy.com. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, whatever you want with the button in the top right corner. It says expert advice. You can get any of these. And you can also click the link in the live chat right now that says ask a question here, and you can get it there as well. But let's see if we can find Teresa's team. Okay. Okay, we got this pulled up. Bam. This is Mahomes Magic 3-1 squad. Did not mean to open it up like that. But why are we doing this? Stop it, Apple. Here we currently are sitting with Mahomes at quarterback. Is there a way that I can zoom in here? Perfect. We have Mahomes at QB. It's a league where you start 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and 2 flex spots. So Teresa, Teresa is 4-1. Can you please let me know, is this a 10-team league, 12-team league? I know you probably already told me. Just wanted to double check. But 4-1 roster where we're thinking a little more long-term. Since you have multiple flex spots in here, we can definitely make an argument that the depth matters a little bit more here as well. So anyway, right now at quarterback, we are rolling with Mahomes. Mahomes is at this point a quarterback that you can definitely roster another guy off the waiver wire, right? I mean, it's not like Mahomes has been dominant. Here we have Kirk Cousins. I think you're perfectly fine to play the matchups between these two guys weekly. Obviously, we're playing Cousins this week against the Carolina Panthers with no Mahomes. Going over to running back, we have Kyron Williams here as a long-term option that's probably going to get better as this Rams offense gets healthier. Going over to the next best running back we have with the squad, we do have Jonathan Taylor. So honestly, yeah, we have two top 10 running backs here in the long term. We have Braylon Allen, Chase Brown, Tyler Algier as quality depth pieces as well. Going over to wide receiver, we currently are sitting with Zay Flowers and Nico Collins. We also have Terry McLaurin, Xavier Worthy in the flex spots. So the wide receiver depth, we actually probably need to be holding on to here. Teresa's saying it's a 12-team format. So yeah, 12-team league where we can't start 4 receivers weekly. And we lose Nico Collins. Definitely want to be holding on to the wide receiver depth. Obviously, 4-1 roster. It's a team in which we can afford to just wait for Nico Collins to come back. It's not like we need to be panicking here and making any dramatic changes. Going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. Looking at Kraft, looks like a top 10 tight end rest of season. We have McBride as well. So obviously we're going to be throwing McBride back in this lineup. So really the only thing I think we can say here is if you could potentially take Tucker Kraft, who looks to be in a great spot, and package him with one of the receivers and go get a long-term wide receiver upgrade. Like if you want to see if we can sit in Kraft and Terry McLaurin or Kraft and Zay Flowers and go get a stud wide receiver for the flex, that definitely can be something that we look to do here. But honestly, probably kind of stuck sitting on our hands outside of that because we are going to have to wait for Nico Collins to come back. But as always, I really appreciate you, Teresa. And let me know in the live chat if you have any specific questions. But Riley says, signed up for Underdog using code FLOCK today, deposited and confirmed email. How do I get the team review? So Underdog will give me the list of all the email addresses that use code FLOCK, and we will set up everybody with that free team review voucher the following day. So you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow. And yeah, of course, Teresa, let me know if there are any more questions that you have. But let's move this over for Dion Small with this next trade question. So following up your advice from the trade last night, trade is in discussion. Might have to add a piece. Going over from Achane to Jacobs, slight downgrade. Olave to St. Brown is a massive, massive upgrade. So I would definitely prefer the Jacobs and Amon-Ra St. Brown side. I think it's a no-brainer. If you needed to add a piece here, I'd be willing to give him Pat Frymuth. I'd be willing to give him Tyler Algier. I'd be willing to give him Tank Bigsby. I'd be willing to give him Dontavian Wicks because I think you're just getting such a massive upgrade pivoting over to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Emmanuel says, Mason, what time are you going to sleep? I will be answering every single question before the stream ends tonight. So don't worry. If you ask a question tonight, it'll be answered tonight. We're going to make that the case every single day going into the future. We maybe fell behind a couple weeks ago with some of the streams where you had to push them to the next day. That's not going to happen anymore. If you ask it that day, it will get answered that day. Now, Mike McDaniel's Vape, hilarious team name. This is a good name. And thank you, of course, for taking advantage of the Underdog promo as well. Now, says team started 0-2, now 3-2. Looking to maybe trade Taylor or Kamara after the car injury and receiver depth for a top tier option. Okay. And also, if you are having any questions in the live chat, this is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. If you signed up to Underdog and used code FLOCK and made a $10 deposit and you don't have your free team review voucher, shoot me an email, mason.flockfantasy.com, if you waited 24 hours and you still don't have your team review voucher. If you didn't wait 24 hours after your deposit, then please hold your email. Now, looking at this team with the league analyzer, we are by far and away better than everybody else, not even remotely close. We started off 0-2. We're now 3-2. Maybe looking to trade Taylor or Kamara after the car injury. So here, pulling this up, this is a great, great team. So I know, yes, very similar to like how when Tua went down, we panicked and we told everybody, you got to sell Achane, got to sell Achane, got to sell Achane. Here, yes, you will have Alvin Kamara lowering down expectations with no Derek Carr in this offense. However, with that being said, Kamara is one of the best receiving backs, if not the best receiving back in the NFL. So the cheap receiving volume can possibly save Alvin Kamara. where Alvin Kamara will still be a must-start option in the short term, and it doesn't sound like Derek Carr is going to be missing a ton of time. It's not like Derek Carr's going over to it's not like Carr's going to the IR, right? It'd be very different if Derek Carr was getting placed on the IR. But currently at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. So we have the elite QB1 that you're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Don't need a backup. Love to see it. Perfectly fine. Running back, you're 3-2. So because you're 3-2, I know it's frustrating in the short term to have the Derek Carr injury with Alvin Kamara. I know at the same time it is maybe a tough spot having the Jonathan Taylor injury, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. We're going to be fine. We are thinking long-term here at running back. You don't have to make any pivots. Chill with this running back room. Going over to wide receiver, we have Malik Neighbors, Drake London, Brandon Ayuk, Deontay Johnson, Dontavian Wicks, and Wan'Dale Robinson. It's a 2 wide receiver league where you have 2 wide receivers inside the top 10 rankings rest of season. Brandon Ayuk's a great flex spot if you have no Jonathan Taylor this week. Obviously, we have no Kyron Williams this week, but still. Deontay Johnson's quality depth. Dontavian Wicks, Wan'Dale Robinson quality depth pieces. Trey McBride, we have an elite tight end. What the hell are we supposed to do with this team? If Trey Sermon is injured and Trey Sermon's going to miss this week, then obviously there's no reason in which we would go through and roster him. So I'd cut Trey Sermon. Probably on this team, I'd pick up another running back. So I'd probably pick up Tajee Spears. Outside of that, if you wanted to make any pivots, can y'all let me know in the live chat right now? I have Wan'Dale Robinson and Keenan Allen ranked back-to-back. Who would you rather have rest of season? Who would you rather roster? Wan'Dale Robinson or Keenan Allen? Can you please spam the chat and let me know? Noah says, do you all think Estime will be anything? No, I think the offense is too bad for anybody to be anything. But would you rather Wan'Dale or Keenan rest of season? Wan'Dale. Looks like every single person's on Wan'Dale Robinson. So, yeah, I think we just maybe hold on to Wan'Dale at this point. It's a phenomenal team. There's nothing you do. The only thing you could possibly do is if you could package together like Deontay and Ayuk and go get another top 10 receiver, do it. If you can package Wicks and Braylon Allen and go get a running back upgrade, do it. Is then you can pick up like Keenan Allen and Tajee Spears off the waiver wire for free. But yeah, it's a phenomenal team. It's by far and away the best team in the league. It's not even remotely close. Don't panic at all with the running backs. You're the best team in the league. 3-2. You can afford to wait for the long-term upside. Now, let's move this over to high wattage. Just a trade question. We're 4-1. We have Love, HN, Pollard, Sermon, Godwin, Debo, London. I made this trade. What are your thoughts? So going from Pollard to Eckler, downgrade, Godwin to Lamb's a massive upgrade, and you're getting the best player in the deal. It's an absolute no-brainer, especially with your running back room, where Pollard's not even a starter for us most weeks. Getting the best player in the deal with CeeDee Lamb is a no-brainer. I think you know that as well. I think you're just coming out here to flex on us. And yes, I am very, very jealous, my friend. Now, let's move this over to Slush Monkey. Always out here in the live streams. I appreciate you. This is Drake London versus Bijan Robinson. Am I overpaying? London is pretty exciting right about now. I have Drake London as my 14th overall player in rankings, and I have Bijan Robinson currently sitting at 21 overall. So I do have Drake London ranked ahead of Bijan Robinson. My hesitation with this is it is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's a 10-team format. So what I would personally, I would probably rather have Bijan just because of your league settings. But you could definitely lose this deal. Like, this is not a guarantee at all that you end up winning this. Like, obviously, you're coming off a week from Drake London with 30 points when Bijan, don't think, has a single game with 20 yet. So I'm also very biased. Took 'em horns. If you're playing in a 12-team format, if you're playing in a league where you can start 4 or more receivers, for the love of God, take Drake London. Specifically with this format, I think you can make an argument for Bijan if you really wanted him. Now, going over to Justice Man. Says, hey, Mason, I'm 1-4, and we don't have a running back 2. I just lost Nico to injury and desperate. We get offered Pickens and Swift for Nico. Do we do it? We also have an offer of Travis Kelce and Nico Collins for CMC, Njoku, Jacoby Myers, Josh Downs. What are your thoughts? Okay. So I agree. A 1-4 team, you should be looking to sell Nico Collins. Now, with that being said, you're not getting enough value in going through and making that trade. If you were considering it, what you need to do right now is you need to go to your league chat and make sure that everybody knows that you are very serious that you want to sell Nico Collins. What I would say is, hey, I'm trading Nico Collins today. I already have interesting offers. Send yours in if you want Collins. Obviously, whether or not we actually have a deal we want to accept is maybe a different story, but that's besides the point. But 4-1 squad, we're right now, 1-4 team where we pull up this team and it's disgusting. Looking at the squad, we have Geno in at quarterback, Mahomes in the long term, but regardless, kind of a low in QB1 with not much rushing upside, whoever we're playing. Going over to what we have with our running back room. We are right now starting Braylon Allen, Alexander Madison. Obviously, long-term here, we have Kyron Williams. But are we excited about it? No, we are not. Really not at all. Going over to wide receiver, we have T. Higgins, Rome Odunze, Calvin Ridley, Dontavian Wicks. We lost Nico Collins. So looking at T. Higgins, I would be very happy to have T. Higgins as my wide receiver 2. Not so much at all to have him as my wide receiver 1. Rome Odunze, Calvin Ridley, wide receivers 2 and 3. I'd happily have him as wide receivers 3 and 4, but 2 and 3, this wide receiver room sucks. Going over to tight end, we have Komet and Kelce. Couple different things that this team needs to do. This team needs to optimize to the best of our ability for high upside shots at running back and wide receiver off the waiver wire if we get the ability to. So in that instance, after we get through the Kelce and Mahomes bye, I think you just cut Geno and cut Komet and pick up an additional running back wide receiver off waivers. And second thing is, yes, you need to trade Nico Collins. You just need to be charging more for it. And let me reread, see if you told us how many teams are in this league. You also have another offer of Kelce and Nico for CMC and Njoku. This is not interesting at all. Like, the last thing we want to do is say, oh, we lost Nico Collins. We need production right now because we're 1-4. Let's trade for Christian McCaffrey. Like, we can't be looking at McCaffrey. So let's see if we can actually go to the trade finder real quick. Come up with some better trades. I wish your team was linked so we could actually do this with the actual teams in your league, but I still want to try to do my best to get you some help here. Some of the trade finder deals that you have right now, somebody traded Nico and Ramondre for Tyreek and Mixon. This is a great deal if you are 1-4 and you need to get rid of Nico. Not 4-for-4 deals we're not looking at. Somebody traded Nico for Devonta Smith, George Pickens. This is a better deal than what you were offered. If you're a 1-4 team, I don't mind this at all. Somebody traded Nico for Devonta Smith here. Don't mind it all in a 1-4 team. I would still rather have Nico over Worthy. That's the deal we don't want. Nico Mason for Barkley Madison, 1-4 team. Give me Barkley. Nico Javante versus Tyreek Hill, 1-4 team. Give me Tyreek. Nico versus DK Metcalf. Shaheed, 1-4 team. Give me DK Metcalf. Nico Godwin, 1-4 team. Give me Godwin. Nico Evans, 1-4 team. Give me Evans. Those are the trades that we want to be making with Nico Collins here. I think also Xavier Hutchinson has absolutely no upside whatsoever. I would go ahead. I would drop him. I think that you could find much more appealing options off the waiver wire. Obviously, it kind of goes without being said, but somebody like Juju Smith-Schuster is much more appealing here if possible. But yeah, I agree with you on the sentiment of the moves that we are wanting to make with this team. You have to sell Nico Collins. You just have to ask for a lot more. But let's move this over to a team review from Praxis. It says, hey Mason, new subscriber here. Much love. Been watching your videos lately and just wanted some advice on what to do. Still sitting in 5th while having the least amount of points scored. Great defense. Absolutely love to see the defensive specimen that we have cooking at the moment. Want to make a move trade-wise before it's too late, but not sure who we should go for. So it is a 10-team league, so we should have decent options on the waiver wire. Looking at our team with the league analyzer, we are in the group of kind of junk teams, to be completely honest with you. Like, obviously, do not want to find ourselves down here at the very bottom like we are. We are 3-2, so we are one of the only few teams here at the bottom of the league analyzer that has a winning record, so very lucky to have just that. Going through, and first thing that I want to address is some very easy waiver wire moves that we can make to shoot for upside. I think cutting Trey Tucker and picking up Juju Smith-Schuster, in my mind, is kind of a no-brainer. You can make an argument maybe Tucker's a more talented player at this point. I mean, if you really wanted to make the argument, you can. My thought process is, who the hell cares? One plays with Mahomes, one plays with Aiden O'Connell. Like, it doesn't frankly matter. So I would probably cut Trey Tucker and pick up Juju Smith-Schuster. In terms of the other waiver wire options, I probably am not looking to do anything other than that, to be honest with you. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, am I wrong with that? Would y'all rather have Tucker over Juju? Can you please spam the chat? Who would you rather have rest of season? Juju Smith-Schuster or Trey Tucker? So obviously you've had 2 strong performances from Tucker. You have Myers banged up. You possibly have no more Devontae Adams here in Las Vegas. So what are you rolling with? Juju. Yeah, so everybody's with us on this, my guy. I think it's kind of an easy spot to drop him. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have A-Rich and Justin Fields. So we're just going to go ahead. We're just going to play the matchups between these two guys rest of season. Obviously, looking at this being a 10-team format, I'm not super excited about our quarterback room, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I would rather have a different QB in here, but it is what it is. It's what we're going to have to deal with. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, Christian McCaffrey, Tony Pollard, Bucky Irving, Tank Bigsby, and Austin Eckler. So looking at this 3-2 team with the CMC injury, super impressive, where potentially if we can just get by the next few weeks and eventually get McCaffrey back in, possibly, I don't know if it's for sure happening, but maybe. And all of a sudden you're in a spot where we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We're golden. We have the depth of someone like Tony Pollard to play in the absence of Christian McCaffrey right now. Love to see it. We have a Bucky Irving, Tank Bigsby, Austin Eckler as these desperation plays, but if an injury were to occur in front of them, then all of a sudden they'd be very exciting. So here, a running back, we're golden. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Drake London, Deebo Samuel, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Josh Downs, Dontavian Wicks, and Trey Tucker. So it's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. The Derek Carr injury really does hurt because at this point, it looks like probably makes it where Chris Olave is borderline unstartable. Now, of course, with the Pittman injury, you may be in a spot where you can go ahead and you can possibly use Josh Downs if Joe Flacco is the quarterback here. But obviously, if AR is the QB, then it's going to be much, much tougher. Going over to Kraft. Kraft does look like a top 10 tight end rest of season. So, looking at this, in terms of trades with this team, I don't really see many. I mean, if you were 1-4, I think you have to panic, and I think you have to sell some of these guys at depressed values to get production. And right now, like McCaffrey and Olave. And I'm very concerned that with no McCaffrey and with Olave not being viable with no Derek Carr, we maybe lose this week and maybe we fall to 3-3. But because you're 3-2, you can find that out. We can roll those dice. Because there is a chance that maybe we get lucky, we win, we're 4-2, and who gives a damn if we drop the next 2 weeks? And in that case, we get CMC, we get Olave back in, our team's crushing, we're starting from a blank slate, and we didn't sell these guys low. So, I think that I probably sit with the team as is. The only thing I personally do is drop Trey Tucker for Juju Smith-Schuster and then hope that we can get lucky and know which quarterback we need to be starting weekly. I would be going personally with Fields this week until we see Anthony Richardson fully healthy, because I think Richardson's first week back, he probably runs the ball a little bit less than usual. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions in the chat, go ahead, drop them. Be happy to answer as many as we can. Nick says, should we trade Chuba and Jordan Mason for Amon-Ra St. Brown? Yes. I understand. If we're looking at Chuba Hubbard and Jordan Mason right now, both are running back ones. However, if we get Jonathan Brooks back in 2 weeks from now, I don't think Chuba Hubbard is viable in fantasy, in a committee, in a bad offense. I think he has a role from a real life perspective, but I don't know if we can actually start him. And then looking at Jordan Mason, obviously the second that you were to get CMC back in, Jordan Mason turns into complete dust. If he does have a role, it's tiny. There's no way in hell you could start him. Versus Amon-Ra St. Brown, where you know he is an elite wide receiver that you can trust every single week through the rest of the season, and he's through the bye as well. So I think 100% I pivot over, I get St. Brown, and I don't think twice. It's Yeetbra says, is JT playing? I hope so. I really need him to for my underdog teams. He wasn't at practice today. Trey Sermon wasn't at practice today. Obviously, Pittman now going to the IR. It seems like the Colts may or may not be falling apart. So, I don't know. I will say if JT plays, he's obviously my starting lineup. I just can't sit here and tell you that he's for sure good to go. He didn't practice today. Michael Pass says, is Chris Godwin too much value to give for Nico Collins? I'm currently 3-2. So if you go over to my rankings on the site, I currently do have Chris Godwin ahead of Nico Collins rest of season. We talked about this in depth earlier, but the thing is, if you think about Nico Collins going to the IR in week 6, You miss week 6, 7, 8, 9 minimum. Week 14, he has the bye. So you're missing 5 games before the start of the fantasy football playoffs. Playoffs start week 14. He's missing over half of the rest of the regular season. So I have Godwin wide receiver 12 in my rest of season ranks. I have Nico Collins down at wide receiver 20. Now, if I was 5-0, to be honest with you, I think Nico Collins is going to be much better than Chris Godwin in the fantasy football playoffs. But on a 3-2 team, I'd rather have Godwin. It's a trade I'd rather just make 2 weeks from now. Because I think, honestly, you probably can. Like, when these guys go to the IR, the funny thing is, and we've talked about this in videos before as well. So, like, Nico Collins going to the IR, he should immediately drop down to, like, the wide receiver 20 in my rest of season ranks. And what we should do is every week that he is closer to returning, he should slowly but surely climb up the rest of season rankings because he's already served one of his weeks on the IR and he's a week closer to returning. And that should kind of be the same thing with his fantasy football value as well. But what really happens is when the player's not on the field and when the player's not producing, like 2 weeks from now, Nico Collins should be worth more than he is today, but he'll be worth the same thing. The cost will be the same thing. You can trade Godwin for Nico Collins 2 weeks from now. So I don't think I'd do that trade today unless you're 5-0, but Philip says, would he trade Nico off a 5-0 team? Hell no. Like we talked about this earlier in the live stream as well. You're 5-0. What team in your league would value Nico Collins more than you? Are you going to approach the owner that's 2-3 and go, hey, buddy, I know you're thinking about the fantasy football playoffs right now. Here's Nico Collins. No. That guy's going to laugh at you. If you're 5-0, nobody needs Nico Collins or nobody wants Nico Collins more than you do. If you're 0-5, that's where you trade Nico Collins. If you're 1-4, that's where you trade Nico Collins. The 1-4 team with Nico Collins needs to be going to the 5-0 team right now and going, hey, man, I need production right now. I need to make the playoffs. You need the upside for the fantasy football playoffs. You're already there. I'll give you Nico Collins. Give me Chris Godwin. But not on a 5-0 team. You're not doing that there. Okay. Nick says, just got a trade offer. Gibbs and either Chuba or Mason for Amon-Ra. I'm 1-4 currently. So if you are 1-4 and we need production in this lineup right now, I would trade Amon-Ra St. Brown for Jahmyr Gibbs and Jordan Mason. Obviously, Jordan Mason, short shelf life. When CMC is back in, which I think CMC will be back in by the time of the fantasy football playoffs, we're kind of toast. But at the same time, it doesn't matter too much because if that's our record, we need to be focusing on how we get to the playoffs. But let's move this over and let's answer more of the questions that we have through the sites. Definitely want to remind you, of course, if you ever wanted to ask any of the questions, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. Flockfantasy.com, you can check out a bunch of the free tools that we have. We actually just upgraded the My Teams page where obviously you can go and look at your league power rankings for free whenever you want, which these are updated constantly. Like we already updated the, to go through and look at this. Actually, we're going to look at my rankings because I already updated my Nico Collins one. Danny was actually the number 1 team in the league 2 weeks ago with the power rankings. And then he lost both Rashee Rice and Nico Collins, which moves him down to 4-1 team, but you lose Nico, you lose Rice, and now all of a sudden he plummets down to being near the bottom. But yeah, not only did this is free for y'all, but at the same time, you can see the best waiver wire options in your league, which is free for y'all as well. If you have to be with Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo, though. If you want to use this tool for free, you can just go ahead and link with one of those. But yeah, if you wanted to ask a question for a live stream on flockfantasy.com, go to the top button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or you can click the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And you can get a team review, trade question, or start sit question, whatever you are wanting. But let's go ahead and let's get this answer going for Praxis. Actually, we already answered this one for Praxis. Our next question is going to be one from Pass Bar, please. It says, lost Rasheed. Now I'm lost in real life. Unfortunately, this league's pretty inactive when it comes to trades, but I will pester league mates as best as I can with your recommendation. Luckily, I'm demolishing it in 3 other redraft leagues, but I don't want to let this team slip any further. Thanks. Thank you. Going to be excited to check it out. And looking at the squad right now, we are currently 4th in the league analyzer. So honestly, probably was an obnoxiously strong team whenever we actually had Rasheed Rice. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the depth doesn't matter too much. And instead, what we need to be optimizing for is high-end upside, guys that we can look to potentially make a massive difference. So first off, starting with the waiver wire options, the best player that you have on the waiver wire here is going to be Keon Coleman. And honestly, I think I would rather have Keon Coleman over Jalen Tolbert on my roster if I didn't need to start them this week. While I agree, I think maybe this week, Jalen Tolbert with no Brandon Cooks, especially in a really good matchup going up against the Detroit Lions. I don't know. I would rather just say, okay, Cook's going to come in the long term. Keon Coleman's the wide receiver 1 as a 21-year-old rookie for Josh Allen. We're going to assume that he gets better. I would cut Tolbert, pick up Keon Coleman. You're not starting Tolbert over A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, or Amari Cooper anyway. Going over to quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is going to be much better going into the future now that we have A.J. Brown back in. Already through the bye week. Obviously, we don't need to be rostering another QB here. Going over to running back, we are very weak. This is by far and away the weakest position with this team. We have Jordan Mason, running back 1 in the short term. Long term, very difficult to know what we have. We have Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Charbonnet, Bucky Irving, Condre Miller. So running back at the top end isn't super inspiring. Running back depth isn't great either. So you know what I would rather do instead of just cutting Jalen Tolbert for Keon Coleman is I would much prefer seeing if we could package one of these depth receivers like Amari Cooper with Ramondre Stevenson to go get a running back 2 upgrade. I mean, a couple different things we can go for. Obviously, we're looking at teams that potentially need help at wide receiver. This team just lost lost Nico Collins. So Ladd McConkey's potentially their number 1 guy. Like if you could somehow send, I don't know if how much are they panicking on Bijan Robinson? Like if you can send Amari or Waddle with any of the running backs that we have and get Bijan, absolute no-brainer for your team. Going over to another team that needs help at wide receiver. This team currently is sitting with Mike Evans, Ayuk, Olave. So they just lost Derek Carr for Olave. So if you could go with maybe Amari and Ramondre and pivot over to James Conner, I think that could be interesting. This team here at wide receiver is Jacoby Myers, their wide receiver 3. If you could go Ramondre and Amari to get Devon Achane, I think that would be very interesting. That would open up the roster spot where you wouldn't even have to cut Jalen Tolbert. And instead you could just pick up Keon Coleman for completely free off the waiver wire. I think that would be very interesting. Going over to what we have with our tight end position, we are currently sitting with Sam Laporta. So we have Laporta through the bye week, somebody we can start every week regardless of the matchup. So definitely don't have to roster 2 guys. So I think it's actually a very good team. I think the main thing is running back 2. I would love to upgrade in the long term by selling one of the depth receivers with Ramondre to go get that upgrade. But we already have Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Sam Laporta all through their buys. I think that does help us a ton going into the future. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. My friend, as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate. Let me know. But let's move this over for Ginger Baby says, had a team review last week. You said to send Rice, but I couldn't find any players to target. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's dive into this. This is, I am assuming, Ginger Baby, a dynasty league. Let me pull this up one more time. Yes, this should be a dynasty league. We have guys like Roman Wilson rostered here. We have guys like A.T. Perry, Hollywood Brown, Khalil Herbert, Jordan Whittington, Tez Walker. So this is a dynasty format here. So we are selling DK Metcalf for JSN in a dynasty fantasy football league. I think these guys are relatively close. We are selling Dobbins for Jacobs. Give me Jacobs. We're selling Waddle for an early to mid 2025 first. If it is a super flex dynasty format, I probably prefer the pick. I would say in general, if you are a rebuilding roster, this is going to be the side that does win. However, obviously, if you're a contending team, it's kind of tougher to say that. And it does depend as well if this is a super flex league or a one quarterback format. If it is a super flex league, the rookie pick's inherently going to be more valuable than it would be in a one quarterback league, and that you have more options at quarterback to push down exciting running backs and wide receivers with draft boards. But moving over to a start sit question from Napacorn. We're actually going to have to back out of this real quick. I apologize. Okay. So let's move this over to. This is from Napacorn. It's at wide receiver. We currently are sitting with Thomas and St. Brown. Tight end, we have Pitts. Running back, we have Montgomery, Jacobs. Quarterback, we have Lamar. And the flex, we are deciding between Travis Etienne, tough matchup against the Bears. Rashad White, disgusting in general. Jackson Smith and Jigba, don't love the matchup, but it's not the end of the world. Definitely not starting. Well, we can't start Whittington, can't start Cup, both on bye. Definitely not starting Jennings. Definitely not starting Bigsby. Definitely not starting Sutton. Etienne, tough matchup against the Bears. London game, injury, declining usage, not doing it. I'm just probably going to go ahead and take JSN here if it's a full PPR format. But remember, if JSN's playing on Thursday night, instead you go ahead and, I'm sorry, we should not have done that. We should go with Jackson Smith and Jigba here in one of the wide receiver slots. And you put Amon-Ra St. Brown down there in the flex just in case anything happens. Now, this trade question from Negatron says, hey, Mason, should we trade Amon-Ra for Hunt and DJ Moore? Hell no, do not do this. This guy really wants St. Brown, but doesn't make sense. So you need a lot more. This is a team that's linked, so we can definitely try to come up with a trade that makes more sense for you. This would make a little more sense, trading St. Brown for Wilson and Kareem Hunt. But honestly, I would probably rather even ask for more than that. This is what I would need if I was going to trade away Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown already through his bye week in and week out for years now. You can just pencil him in for 20 PPR points. So yeah, I mean, if we were trading St. Brown, it's not going to be for DJ Moore, Kareem Hunt. It would need to be for Garrett Wilson, David Montgomery. Now, Just Sherman, always happy to see us, says try to get Terry or Kirk instead of Lazard and Bigsby. But he says, no, we're 1-4. What are your thoughts? You just simply can't do it. You have to go ahead. You have to take the Brooks and Thomas side here. Even if you're 1-4, Brooks is worth more than Bigsby, Lazard by a decent margin. Thomas versus James Conner. Give me James Conner, but it's not that far off. If we were going to make a deal, like you already said, you tried asking for Christian Kirk. One thing that you could do instead is see if you can go ahead and make this trade. We send Brian Thomas, Jonathan Brooks, and maybe we have to throw in a running back in return as well. If we're 1-4 and maybe this team has some hope that Pacheco comes back, we send them like Brooks, Pacheco, Thomas for Connor and Brian Robinson to get the short-term production in. Like, this is probably what I would need here. Obviously, much easier said than done, but if this is going to be the best deal that they offer you, Lazard's at straight up zero. I don't even know if he's worth a roster spot. Bigsby is in a three-man running back by committee that's not catching the ball. So, yeah, I'd probably go with Brooks. But let's move this over to Rated R Savior. Always happy to see us. Says, Mason, we fought back from 0-3 to 2-3. Let's go. My running backs are Chubb, Pollard, Roschon. Receivers are Jamar, A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors. So it's going to be a much better team going into the future as well. Now we get A.J. Brown back in. Going from Brian Robinson to James Conner is kind of a lateral move here. Jordan Mason to Jaden Reed. I'd rather have the long-term upside of Jaden Reed. My only hesitation is we're 2-3. If we make this deal, at that point, we're starting James Conner, Tony Pollard at running back. Jaden Reed, we're not really going to be able to get in the lineup. I mean, actually, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So because you can start 4 receivers weekly, I think you are maybe getting a decent value here. I don't act like it's a phenomenal trade. But I think you could go get Reed and James Conner. Now, Thovin says, thinking of this trade, anybody on the bench we should add to ensure it goes through, or is it too much? Achane to Walker. I think you prefer Walker at this point. Reed to Drake London. I'd very easily prefer Drake London. So yes, I would do this deal how it's structured right now. In terms of looking for potential moves that we can, or a cherry on top to give them. I'd give him Tank Bigsby to get it done. I'd give him Geno Smith to get it done. I don't know if they need a quarterback. I don't know. I don't know if I'd give him Hunt. Don't know if I'd give him Chubb. Don't know if I'd give him Bucky. But yeah, I think that I would give him Geno. I'd give him Bigsby. And obviously, I'd absolutely love to just make the trade straight up too. Now, Sai coming out with the trade question says, I'm trading the Debo side. Would you do this trade if you had my squad? So going from Anthony Richardson to Jalen Hurts, massive upgrade. Going from Debo Samuel to Amari Cooper, massive downgrade. You're getting J.K. Dobbins to get the deal done. I think that Jalen Hurts is probably the best player in the deal. I'd probably prefer having Jalen Hurts over Debo Samuel rest of season. Looking at the team, we're currently rolling with Brock Purdy and Anthony Richardson at quarterback. Running back, we currently have Zach Moss, Chase Brown, Nick Chubb, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. So we have more than enough running back production. So yeah, I think I would do the deal, especially as we have Pittman going to the IR. I think you should probably have a little less faith that Anthony Richardson's able to turn it around. Now, Derek coming out with the trade question. This is Rachaad White, DK Metcalf for Drake London. I think you prefer London. Obviously, we're not expecting that Cousins has 500 passing yards in every single game. But with that being said, it's still a situation in which you can comfortably project London for 25 to 30% of the Atlanta Falcons targets. DK Metcalf does have to compete with JSN and Tyler Lockett. Rachaad White doesn't look like he's making a difference. And oh yeah, if you get $60 fab on top of it, absolutely no brainer there. Now, Colin coming out with the start set says, love the matchup for the Packers guys. / Montgomery. Can't decide between DK, Cook, Wilson for the flex. Thanks. Thank you. So yeah, I agree. If you actually look at sportsbooks right now, they currently have the Green Bay Packers as the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. So they have, so in that instance, I think it probably makes sense for you to just go ahead and get as many Packers guys as you can in. I love Crap, love Reed, love Jacobs in. Terms of running backs, you have to play David Montgomery. David Montgomery must start back every single week. James Cook, oh dear God. James Cook's the play if it's a full PPR format. The issue is obviously you're in a situation where Cook does miss this week. Like you said, the Montgomery matchup's phenomenal. Going down to the flex, I would love to get Montgomery in here. Can y'all spam the chat? Who do you bench this week? Do you bench James Cook, DK Metcalf, or David Montgomery? Are you benching James Cook, DK Metcalf, or David Montgomery? Please let me know. DK, Cook, Montgomery, Cook, DK, Montgomery, Cook, DK, Cook, DK. It does look like most people have DK as the bench, which I'm completely fine with. I think you can take the guaranteed floor that you have with the running backs. Obviously, there's been a ridiculous amount of passing volume so far this year, though, in Seattle, where right now Geno Smith is like at the top of the NFL in total passing attempts. And yes, this is a problem that I wish I had as well. Or, oh my gosh, if I had DK Metcalf on my team, I mean, I would just be rolling out the red carpet for him to get into my starting lineup. The red carpet would be out there for him. Okay. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Noah. This is a start-sit question where it says, can I win it all? And Goff or Richardson this week? We're going to go Goff. Also, waiver wire claims for Darnold and Jared Jones. No, just go Jared Goff for sure. I don't think we can start A-Rich with no Pittman without seeing him in here for at least 1 week because I'm a little worried that he's not going to run the ball as much. Flex, JSN, easy to get in. Running back, if we had to pick two, actually, no, Aaron Jones is on bye. So, yeah, great team, but yeah, definitely play Jared Goff over A-Rich. And don't look at any of the quarterbacks down on the waiver wire. Okay. Now, Offset Ong, I believe that's how we said this. Team name Offset. It says teams 3 and 2, running back position sketchy, and I need to move off one of my receivers. What are you thinking we should trade? Well, I appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. I will say, my friend, this is a Yahoo League, so you should be able to go to the My Teams page, and you should be able to add a Yahoo League here for free. Definitely do this. That way, even if you're not going to ask another question, you can still check out this tool for free and you can still see the best waiver wire options available. And also that way, of course, if you were to send me a team review again, I'm able to see your waiver wire options. I'm able to see the players that we are looking to pick up. But anyway, let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Here, starting off at quarterback, we only start one QB. Wide receivers, we start 2 receivers, running back, 2 running backs, tight end, 1 tight end, and 2 flex spots. So wide receiver depth will matter a bit more since we can start 4 of these guys weekly. Going down to what we have with the bench, you are sitting with a total of 7 bench slots. Actually, significantly more than that. So I'm assuming that this is maybe no, this isn't a dynasty league. There's no way you're playing dynasty on Yahoo. And if it was a dynasty league, I'd assume that you would have told me. Let me just double check that your comment. Teams 3 and 2, running back position sketchy. We need to move off one of the receivers. Okay. So I will say in general, with your league format, I would prefer to build around wide receiver. With a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, where this appears to be a full PPR league, I'm completely fine building around the depth at the wide receiver position. Starting off at quarterback, we have Burrow. Typically, I'd say, okay, well, if we have Burrow, we don't need a backup. But with this many bench spots, hell yeah, get a backup. Get somebody like Caleb, who has the ceiling to continue to improve as the year goes on. Obviously, we saw him have his second game of his career with, Judd says hello from Sarasota. How is Sarasota? My fam's in Lithia right now, which is not too far, a little bit inland. But if you're in the Tampa area, please, for the love of God, let me know how you're doing. So I haven't been able to talk to my fam in a bit. Judd says rough. Well, I'm praying for you, my guy. Hope that everything goes well. Yeah. Keep me posted if you're in the Tampa area, how things are going. I've definitely been monitoring that the best I can. But anyway, going back to this, quarterback, perfectly fine. Typically, we wouldn't want to roster another. But here, I think you're perfectly fine with this many bench spots. Now, going over to wide receiver, because you can start 4 receivers weekly, I like building around wide receiver depth. We have Chase, DJ Moore, Pickens, Brian Thomas in the starting lineup. Going down to the bench, the guys that you could consider to get in over George Pickens would be like Jordan Addison. So it's not like we have a ton of wide receiver depth. It's not like we're drowning and saying, oh my gosh, I have too many wide receivers right now. Obviously, when we get Puka Nacua back in, it'll be a little bit of a different situation. But going over to what we have with running back currently, I mean, we're sitting with Ramondre Stevenson, Tony Pollard. We have Rachaad White down there on the bench. So I 100% agree with you that running back is sketchy. And if you could improve at running back, I would. I think Ramondre Stevenson is a very clear sell high candidate where I don't know. He's played the same amount of snaps as Antonio Gibson last week, even with Drake May coming in. Sportsbooks are projecting it to be the worst offense in the NFL this week yet again. So I don't know if we are going to get saved here. So if you could sell Pickens and Ramondre and go get a running back upgrade, backfill our flex spot with either Rachaad White or Jordan Addison. Obviously, Addison, once we get past the bye, Rachaad White in the short term, I would. My only hesitation in telling you to do this is, 1, we have Puka Nacua on the IR. 2, we have a large section of our team currently on bye. And 3, at the same time, it's a league with such a deep bench that the options on the waiver wire are going to be a lot less appealing for us to make that 2-for-1 deal here. So I don't know how excited we are about like overpaying for that RB2, but if you could find a serious RB2 upgrade, like if you can trade Pickens and Ramondre and go get Devon Achane, then obviously it's a no-brainer. Go get Mixon, it's an absolute no-brainer. Go get Jacobs, it's an absolute no-brainer. It's just tougher in the scenario that you're in right now. The hope is that David Njoku comes out and crushes, and then afterwards, we're able to go through and sell Njoku with Ramondre Stevenson, get the running back upgrade, and just roll with Kelsey rest of season. I wish I had more for you. It is difficult for me, obviously, without being able to see the rest of the teams in your league. So if you can, definitely next time, please link with the site if possible. Now, 9 milligrams of Zen coming out with the starting lineup question. Here, wide receiver, I do not want to put Olave in with no Carr. Here, it's very easily Diggs with no Collins. CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver as well. McBride, easy play at tight ends. Running back, we have no Kyron this week. So we have no Hunt this week. So Pollard's going to be a must-start guy. Actually, projections look kindly for the Tennessee Titans right now if you're looking at their implied team total this week, which at least in my mind is maybe a little bit surprising. And then going over to what we have with the second flex spot between Hunt, Mitchell, Tracy, Braylon Allen, and Austin Eckler. Actually, I'm sorry, no Hunt. I think we go with Eckler. It seems like you're most likely going to have Singletary good to go this week. And Eckler should be in a very high-scoring game environment against the Ravens. And then going down to the flex, you play Brian Thomas. I just think that's super easy. You want to be starting the 3 wide receivers here for sure. Okay. Now, let's move this over to Edward Man. This is a full-blown roster review. Going to be excited to check it out. We are the #1 team with the league analyzer here. Says, I just purchased the Mother Flocker subscription. Wasn't sure if I get a team review with the subscription. Thanks. So if you used promo code FLOCK and you purchased an annual Mother Flocker subscription, you should have a free team review voucher from myself. If it's a just a monthly subscription, then you don't get the free team review voucher. Obviously, you get everything else that comes with the site, but you also get any discounts on any of the a la carte stuff that you are wanting. But I really do appreciate you and going to be super excited to check this out. And thank you so much for being a member of the flock. First thing is, we are sitting here with the #1 spot in the league analyzer. For sure, excited to see it. Now, Are we going to say that we are just going to be dunking on everyone else? No, it does look like the top 3 teams here are all very close, and there are no complete garbage teams with this league. It is a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So this is a spot where we definitely want to build around wide receiver depth. Pulling up the squad, we have Jalen Hurts and Caleb Williams. So we already have Jalen Hurts through his bye week. So it's a very easy situation to just go ahead and let go of Caleb Williams. Pick up another player off the waiver wire that we are excited about the upside for. So looking at this, I think Zach Charbonnet is an absolute no-brainer. And I mean no-brainer here. Drop Caleb. Pick up Charbonnet. Looking at running back, long-term, we have the upside. Short-term, it's a disaster. Short-term, Ramondre Stevenson's our RB1. Braylon Allen, Tyrone Tracy, Jalen Warren, Justice Hill. So what we need to be doing here is we need to be rostering as many depth running backs as we possibly can. I'm just trying to think if there are any trades we can make with this team, because this is a team where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Harrison, DJ Moore should just be absolutely crushing for us here at wide receiver. The depth here actually does matter. These guys like Jalen Tolbert, Jacoby Myers, and Trey Tucker. Like, we have Jefferson on bye, so it's like, okay, well, we'll probably start Jalen Tolbert this week in one of those flex spots. And it's not like I can tell you, oh, let's sell Trey Tucker and Tyrone Tracy and go get a running back upgrade. Let's sell Jacoby Myers and Jalen Warren and go get a running back upgrade. You're not going to be able to. So really the question would be, do you cut the bottom end receivers to pick up a running back off the waiver wire? Looking at the best running backs that you have on waivers right now, Roschon Johnson's available as well. You do have Ray Davis there too. So what I would do with a team like this, where you are just so desperate at running back and we are so strong at wide receiver. I mean, the reason we are the number 1 team in this league analyzer is we have Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Marvin Harrison, and DJ Moore. Is I would cut Trey Tucker. I would pick up Roschon Johnson. And then that way we are just rostering a ton of these running backs that have roles weekly. But if the injury were to occur to DeAndre Swift, Roschon can turn out to be a massive smash for your team. If you have an injury to Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet is a massive smash. He saves the team. And you don't have that upside with Trey Tucker. Like, Devontae Adams gets dealt. Cool. We're still not starting Trey Tucker. So I'd cut Trey Tucker, cut Caleb Williams, pick up Zach Charbonnet, pick up Roschon Johnson. Outside of that, I don't particularly know if there's anything else that we are looking to do with the squad. I would start Jalen Tolbert this week in replacement of the Jefferson injury. Obviously, if we fall to 2 and 4 and we don't have any more news regarding McCaffrey, then maybe at some point we have to potentially go through and explore a McCaffrey type trade. But definitely not something that we are having to focus in on right now. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But thank you. Thank you. And yeah, please go pick up Charbonnet and Roschon. Now, moving this over to Baseball Nasty. So CMC is actually Jordan Mason. Okay, good to know. Thank you, my friend. Would I rather have Jordan Mason and DK Metcalf or Breece Hall? I'll see the team. We can't see the team. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Jordan Mason and DK Metcalf or Breece Hall? I know everybody wants Mason and Metcalf here. I can already tell. Let's see. Breece, DK, Breece. Mason, DK, Brees, Mason, Brees, Mason, Brees. If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, give me Brees Hall. Obviously, the offense doesn't look half as good as it was sold to be. But with that being said, you still have the receiving upside with Brees Hall. It's still not a Zach Wilson offense. So we'll take him. Okay. Now let's move this over from 9 milligrams in. This is another start sit question. Says I submitted one a few minutes ago, but I think we filled it out wrong. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, my guy. Hopefully, answering both helps you out. So right now, wide receiver, I think we for sure put Lamb and Diggs in with the other one. And I think you filled it out right. It's just, so when you fill these out, say like you, one, you don't have to put anybody in here. Like you can leave this slot empty. You can leave this slot empty, and I can just go through and I can fill out your entire starting lineup. But if you want to say, oh no, I know for sure I'm starting CeeDee Lamb. I know for sure I'm starting Stephon Diggs. Mason's not going to be able to convince me otherwise. Then you can put them in and then just leave the spots that you're questioning empty. So, I mean, you filled it correctly both times, just whichever you prefer. So here at running back, under the assumption that Devin Singletary does play, we want Austin Eckler. If Devin Singletary were to miss, then we go Tracy. And then for the flex, we have to go Brian Thomas. Cannot consider Chris Olave over Thomas, even with Thomas having the tough matchup against the Bears. With Olave having no Derek Carr, it's just going to be brutal for him. Now let's move this over to a trade question from Justin. Here, this is Bijan, Brandon Ayuk versus St. Brown, Dowdle, and Josh Downs. So Bijan to St. Brown. St. Brown's the best piece here. Ayuk to Dowdle and Downs. I prefer Brandon Ayuk. You do already have St. Brown through the bye. Oh, dear God. I'm going to take the Breeze. I'm going to take the Bijan and Ayuk side. No, I can't. Can y'all spam the chat? What are y'all doing here? Can we see what the team is? No, the team's not linked, so we can't see it. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side are y'all going with of this trade? Bijan and Ayuk or St. Brown, Dowdle, and Downs? Okay, thank God. Bijan. St. Brown, Bijan. Okay. Thought y'all were going to get on to me. Thought y'all were going to tell me that we were not allowed to take our guy, but Hook 'em Lawrence. We're going to go with Bijan Robinson. Hook 'em Lawrence. Okay. Let's pull up Ben Bean. It says 12-team PPR. We have Allen, Bijan, Lamb, A.J. Brown, Higgins, McBride, Achane. Is this worth the risk? So Bijan to Achane, lateral move, up to you. Honestly, why the hell do I? Why did I cave to y'all? Why did I let y'all convince me to put Bijan down at RB10? I would not. I would way rather have Bijan over Achane the rest of the season. We're going to move Bijan up a spot. Because I would rather have Bijan ahead of Achane. Charbonnet to Brooks. Give me Brooks. Waddle to Harrison. Give me Harrison. So if you think Tua comes back, I think you go with Harrison, Achane, Brooks. So I think Bijan to Achane's a slight downgrade. If Tua comes back, Waddle to Harrison, even with Tua back, you'd rather have Harrison, and Charbonnet to Brooks, you'd rather have Brooks. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Achane. Now, Microphage, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, says thoughts on the trade considering the team as well. So Myers never makes a difference in a trade like this for me. Like, to be completely honest with you, whenever I look at two elite assets getting dealt like this, like A.J. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs, this is the equivalent of like, hey, I'm trading a Ferrari for a Lamborghini, and I'm going to throw in a little cool bumper sticker with Jacoby Myers. The bumper sticker doesn't matter. It's do you want the Ferrari or do you want the Lamborghini? This thing is worth 1% of the other assets. So Jacoby Myers just simply never swings the deal for me. So it's, do you need a receiver? Do you need a running back? Both are through their bye already. Running back, we are currently sitting with Kyron and Braylon Allen as our RB2. So if that's the scenario, then yeah, we prefer Jahmyr Gibbs and Jacoby Myers. Now going over to Ben 101. Here this is Tyreek Hill, Wan'Dale Robinson versus Saquon Barkley. This is very easily Saquon Barkley. I think this would be a fair deal if we had 100% certainty that Tua was coming back in 2 weeks. And while I'm personally completely fine going through and the buying low on Tyreek Hill and saying that there's a good shot that Tua comes back 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, there's just absolutely no reason to take the risk if it's comparing him to a guy like Saquon Barkley. It's another one of those scenarios here. You're trading a Porsche for a Ferrari. I don't care if you get a cool little bumper sticker or the cool little dice that hang from the windshields or the cool little Cincy thing that hangs from the windshield. Not the windshield. What's it called? The rear view mirror. Wan'Dale makes no difference. It's do I want Tyreek? Do I want Barkley? And I want Barkley. Okay. Now going over to the catch-up team says, I'm 1-4 with Kupp and Waddle on the bench. I wouldn't have a second flex if I took the deal. So if we're 1-4, we need to be optimizing for production in our lineup right this second. Going from Ayuk to Stephon Diggs, you'd prefer Stephon Diggs. Breece Hall to Jahmyr Gibbs, you'd prefer Jahmyr Gibbs. Mike Evans to CeeDee Lamb, I'd prefer CeeDee Lamb. And we're paying Tank Dell to upgrade at all 3 slots. So 100%, we go ahead and we make this deal. It sucks that we don't have a second flex. It sucks that we're 1-4. But you are getting an upgrade in 3 slots with your lineup here. This is an absolute no-brainer in my mind. Now, moving this over to our next question. It's going to be a start-sit question for Macho Man. Here, running back, they're considering Montgomery, Bijan, Tyler Algier. Let's see. I go Bijan. People will hate us. David Montgomery's been much better than Bijan Robinson all year now. However, with that being said, Bijan's going up against the Carolina Panthers. So I'm fine betting on a Bijan bounce back or breakout, however you want to view it. David Montgomery must start player regardless. And the between Deontay, Christian Kirk, Josh Downs, can't start Shaheed, no Carr, obviously can't start Algier. Downs would be the play with no Pittman and with Joe Flacco, but it looks like AR is probably going to be the guy. So I just go ahead. I just play Deontay. Honestly, Deontay Johnson's the play regardless. I don't know why I'm even trying to give Josh Downs credit. Obviously, Downs a lot more exciting now that you have no Pittman. And if you had Flacco in, you should be excited about Downs, but Deontay's a must-start guy regardless. Okay, let's move this over to Cody. Says, I'm 3-2 and we don't have running back production. Don't know if it's worth giving up Chase, though. So Josh Allen to Jaden Daniels, quarterback upgrade. Javonte to David Montgomery, running back upgrade. Jamar Chase to Garrett Wilson, downgrade. Okay, what are we doing here? I probably don't do this deal. I think I probably want to at least keep an asset here. I think you probably want to at least keep Javonte. I think it'd be more appealing to go and sell like Josh Allen for the Jaden Daniels upgrade, and then we tear down from Jamar Chase to Garrett Wilson, but we get David Montgomery to be comp for it. If you wanted to throw in another piece, maybe you throw in Juju. Yeah, you're definitely giving up the best player here, but if we can keep a little of the additional value, I would be okay with it. Hidden Capture says, how can I change the price in the team review? Couple different things if you wanted to take advantage of the promos that we have with team reviews. One, you can go and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit. Then you get a free team review. Two, if you are an annual Mother Flocker subscriber on flockfantasy.com, you get a free team review every year. Or three, if you have any subscription to flockfantasy.com with promo code FLOCK, you will get 30% off of anything that you purchase through the site. So if that helps. But let's move this over to our next question. This is a team review. This is one of those free team reviews with the Underdog promo. So hey Mason, been watching you for a year and love the content. Looking for some insight on possible trades and other advice. Context, I don't know anyone in this league besides McKenna, and I believe some of the bottom teams are inactive due to past expired trades and unupdated lineups. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. Going to be super excited to go ahead and check out the team. And looking at the first squad, looking at it with the league analyzer, first thing I want to say is, obviously, we are crushing the teams at the bottom here. It's not even remotely close. We are one of the best teams in this league. You can see that with the league analyzer. We're also 3-2 as well. So, really comfortable spot to be in. Also, it's an 8-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth really not going to make a super big difference here. And what we are more so incentivized on doing is as many 2-for-1 trades we possibly can to get high upside pieces inside the starting lineup. Also, because this is an 8-team league, we should have great options off the waiver wire. And because you're always going to be able to find players off waivers, the guys that I'm going to be prioritizing will specifically be the players that have the highest ceilings. So looking at this, I think the first thing that I do is I probably drop Jordan Love to get the quarterback with rushing upside in Kyler Murray. So I would drop Love for Kyler. Going over and looking at some of the running backs that are available. Najee versus DeAndre Swift. We actually need to move Najee Harris down our rest of season ranks now that Jalen Warren is back. I think we would rather have Pollard over Najee. I think we probably move Etienne over him. I think we probably move Swift as well. I think Najee's probably RB23. But regardless, here at running back, I think we're fine to keep who we are rostering. Michael Pittman, if you can't move him to the IR because maybe TJ Hawkinson's there, what I would do is I would just cut Michael Pittman and I would pick up Jalen Waddle. I would also probably consider, no, you can hold on to Darnell Mooney if you want, but I would definitely cut Pittman for Waddle almost regardless. And then going over to tight end, what are the best tight end waiver wire options? And we're definitely leaving what we have at tight end here for sure. But it's a phenomenal team. Anytime you get the ability to make a 2-for-1 trade, if it's possible in this league, I know you're saying most people are inactive, so maybe it's very difficult. But anytime you can make a 2-for-1 trade where we can sell like Jordan Mason and DK Metcalf and get a wide receiver upgrade inside the starting lineup, it's 100% advantageous given the format that you play in. Specifically because you're going to have these great options on the waiver wire, such as like Najee Harris, Jalen Waddle, Jonathan Brooks, J.K. Dobbins, these players that we do want to be picking up if we get the option for. So yeah, for sure, pick up Waddle, drop Pittman. I would drop Love, pick up Kyler, and then make as many 2-for-1 deals as possible if you can find somebody to do that as well. But obviously, great team. There's not much else for me to say here, but definitely rooting for you. And thank you so much again for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over for Frank the Tank. Here we're looking for a wide receiver between Josh Downs and Christian Kirk. If Joe Flacco is the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts, it is very easily Josh Downs. Where you have no Pittman, Downs was already seeing a ton of target volume over the past 2 weeks. Downs has been giving you like 20 points per game. Now, with that being said, if Anthony Richardson is under center here, we would assume that the passing volume is going to be significantly lowered And in that kind of environment, I think you could go with Christian Kirk. But obviously, who we have at quarterback here in Indianapolis will make a big difference in that decision. Now, moving over to a roster review. This is coming out from Unexplained. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to dive into it. This is another 8-team league. Here you can start 4 receivers weekly, but still 8-team format, right? Super shallow league. In general, if you ever get the ability to make a 2-for-1 deal, get an improvement inside the starting lineup, 100% that's what we're going to look to do, because you should be able to pick up great options off the waiver wire. Saying, hey, Mason, I am 2-3 at the moment. What changes do you think I should make? We just picked up Tucker Kraft. I also have a heavy bye week. I also had a heavy bye week last week. Well, that's great, because that means the majority of our guys are already through their bye. Well, first thing, pulling this up, we are definitely going to be optimizing for the highest ceiling that we could possibly get. And to be honest with you, I think based off the offense that he plays in, I think Zach Moss probably has a higher ceiling than Rachaad White. So at the very least, I think we would possibly cut Rachaad White in this format to go ahead and pick up Zach Moss. Quarterback, I think you can leave Anthony Richardson on the waiver wire in your format. Zach Moss, definitely the best running back available. Wide receiver, a lot of these receivers are similar in Rome, Pickens, Ladd, and Downs, but they're also about the same as what you have with somebody like JSN, right? And then tight end, definitely these tight ends aren't better than what we have right now, unless if you wanted to cut Evan Ingram and pick up David Njoku. I definitely think that you could do that. Now, first thing I want to mention is with this being an 8-team league, if we can get to a better quarterback than Kyler Murray, we for sure want to. Kyler Murray in a 12-team format based off the rushing upside he gives you. I am pretty excited about him. We are starting him every single week. I think he is my QB5. But here, QB5 in a 12-team format is an above-average QB1. Here, QB5 in an 8-team league is a below-average QB1. So definitely a spot in which I think you could make an argument to see if we can sell like Jaden Reed and Kyler Murray and go get Lamar Jackson. I don't even know if I'd recommend that deal in a 12-team format where the depth matters a little bit more. But if you go through and map this out, say you're able to trade like Jaden Reed and Kyler and go get Lamar or go get Hurts or go get Daniels, then you're able to pick up George Pickens off the waiver wire for free. You know? So if you're able to go ahead, if you're able to pick up somebody like George Pickens for free here, it's not going to be the end of the world to give up that wide receiver depth. And same thing with what we can do at running back. If we can potentially sell, say, Mike Evans and DeAndre Swift and go get Jonathan Taylor, go get Devon Achane, go get somebody that has that top end ceiling rest of season. I mean, we have plenty of wide receivers that we're able to start here with relatively no issue. And you can go through and you can just backfill somebody for free like Rome Odunze. Now, in a similar light, if you're not able to get that running back upgrade, if you're not able to get the elite quarterback, if you can go ahead, if you can sell maybe like Jackson Smith and Jigba and Tucker Kraft and pivot over to a tight end that you're more excited about long-term. Maybe you pivot over and get to a tight end like Travis Kelce from selling Jaden Reed and Tucker Kraft. No brainer, because then you're able to pick up one of these free receivers or JSN and Tucker Kraft and just pivot over to an option. Obviously, I mean, if you get Bowers, McBride, Kelce, it's a no-brainer, but even maybe like Laporta, because the thing is like JSN is the same exact player as what you have on the waiver wire here. There's not a difference at all. But I think that's the main thing that we're going to look to do is these wide receivers down here near the bottom, seeing what we have available to us on waivers, any opportunity that you get to make a 2-for-1 deal with them, either to get an elite tight end, an elite quarterback, or an upgrade there at running back 3 for that flex, I would. I would also consider dropping Rachaad White to pick up Zach Moss, because particularly in this league, we're just chasing the highest upside possible. And I do think that you're probably in a situation in which you have the higher ceiling with Zach Moss being in the much better offense than what you have with Rachaad White. But I hope we are able to help you out. I hope you're able to get something from this. But let's move this over to some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to answer as many as we could. Kyler says flex Downs if he plays or Jamison Williams. So I can pull up our rankings. I can just pull up our rankings on the site. Let's do that real quick. So I made these rankings on the site this week under the assumption that we had Anthony Richardson starting. So obviously, if you want to see my rankings on the site, just go to the site, go to the rankings page. You can see the expert rankings for free at all times, which is the average of everybody here. But if you wanted to see my rankings in particular, just hit Mason Dodd. Going over to the week 6 rankings. Wide receiver, I put Josh Downs right behind Jamison Williams, Calvin Ridley, Chris Olave, under the assumption that Anthony Richardson is the starting quarterback here. Now, honestly, I'm going to have to move Dontavian Wicks probably below Josh Downs now that you get the positive practice report regarding Christian Watson. But yeah, Josh Downs, if Joe Flacco were to start, all of a sudden he flies up these rankings. Okay. Let's move this over. Nick says Chuba and Jordan Mason for A.J. Brown. I would rather have A.J. Brown. I think we answered that earlier, to be honest. Adam says trade Breece for David Montgomery. David Montgomery's been better than Breece Hall through the first 4 weeks, but I think to trade Breece for David Montgomery now would be a massive mistake if it's a full PPR format. Nick says Juju or Wicks rest of season. I probably prefer Wicks. Like the thing with Juju Smith-Schuster, and we can go ahead and we can look at this again, but we did this after the game, which obviously Juju looked great in. But let's have some fun here. Let's pull up what we have with the game log of both players in Kansas City that popped off this past week. Let's look at Juju Smith-Schuster in Kansas City, and let's look at Kareem Hunt in Kansas City. So Juju this Thursday comes out and he gives you the, wrong thing. He gives you the 130 receiving yards. When's the last time we had that from Juju? 2023, no games with 100 receiving yards. Well, you say, oh, Mason, come on, man. He was in New England. Okay, well, let's go back to the last time he was in Kansas City when he was a younger receiver. Let's go over to 2022. 0 games with 130 receiving yards. Let's go to 2021. 0 games with 100 receiving yards. Let's go to 2020. 0 games with 100 receiving yards. Let's go to 2019. 1 game with 100 receiving yards, no games with 130. You have to go to 2018, the last time that Juju Smith-Schuster had 130 receiving yards. He looked great on Thursday night, but do we think that he is somebody we can consistently rely upon going into the future? No, we can't. The last time we saw that production was 2018. We can't rely upon it. Now let's go over to Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt looked great this past week. The 102 rushing yards. He wasn't on an NFL team until week 4 this year. Let's go through. When's the last time Kareem Hunt had 18 and a half fantasy points and a standard format? When's the last time he had 18 and a half fantasy points in a standard format? Didn't do it once in 2023. I guess in 2022, week 1, you had 1 game with over 18 points. 2021, you had a couple. So last time we really had Kareem Hunt as a viable back was 2021. Like my assumption at the moment is the Kareem Hunt and Juju Smith-Schuster games that we got were maybe one-off instances where it's not something we can consistently rely upon. So if you look at my rest of, I'm definitely much higher on Hunt. Let's get that on the record. I'm much higher on Hunt. If you look at my rest of season rankings, I have Juju in the same range as Jalen Tolbert, Michael Pittman, Wan'Dale Robinson, Keenan Allen, Calvin Ridley. If you look at my rest of season rankings at running back, I currently have Kareem Hunt in the same range as J.K. Dobbins, Najee Harris, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Brooks, Nick Chubb, Zach Moss. Like, I'd be more willing to buy it with Hunt than I am Juju. But honestly, I think you probably have both getting scaled back here. But let's go ahead and let's move this over to our next question on the site. And I definitely want to reiterate, if you ever wanted to ask any question, you can always do so over there on flockfantasy.com. And honestly, you can ask the question, then leave the live stream right after with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You don't even have to hang out in the live stream to get your answer, because we are going to answer it on the stream, and then you will be sent through flockfantasy.com the actual answer to your question. It will give you a link. You click that link, and we'll go to the exact second that I did answer your question for you. So you can find the link to flockfantasy.com, of course, in the comment section. In the description and the live chat right now. But this next question that we have is going to be coming out from J $. This is a start-sit question here. This is a trade question. Your boy's losing his mind. It's a little late. It says, 2 lateral of a move since I'm already loaded. Concerns about losing immediate production. We're 2 and 3. Gibbs to Brees, downgrade. Reed to Nico. Yeah, I think you're giving up too much, especially adding in Brian Thomas, especially on a 2 and 3 team. So I think that this is kind of a no-brainer for you to go ahead and make this move. Not make this move. Hold on to Gibbs, Reed. I'd rather have Gibbs over Brees. I'd rather have Reed over Collins. And Brian Thomas, you're getting for free. Now, Robbie says quarterback Lamar, running back Gibbs, Achane, Hunt, Gibson, Spears. Receiver Wilson, DK, Terry, Shaheed, Leggett. Tight end, we have Pitts and Kraft. Lamar to Allen, downgrade. Wilson to Lamb, upgrade. We're paying Kareem Hunt to get it done. I will say, if we're able to go through and if we're able to make this deal without the quarterbacks, then yes, I'm excited about it. If you can trade Hunt and Wilson for Lamb, let's do it. But as it stands, I'd rather have the Lamar side. But if you can keep Lamar and Josh Allen out of the trade, then yes. Now, Augustin coming out with My Daddy Neighbors. This is the number 2 team with the league analyzer by a wide margin here. I mean, there are 2 juggernaut teams. Everybody else can have a tough time competing. Saying, I'm 1 and 4. How are you 1 and 4? I made a huge trade for Josh Allen because my quarterback play was horrible. Need to know if, that's the issue here. It's a 2 quarterback format, and the league analyzer is pulling in 1 quarterback values. So we ignore the league analyzer for this team. That makes sense. And asking if there's anything else we can do at this point. So here, 2 quarterback format where we are sitting with Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, if you had been starting Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson every single week, I completely understand needing to go trade for Josh Allen. Allen has given you 2 games with over 30 fantasy points this season. You've had the elite spikes. Now, the issue with that is Josh Allen has shown no consistency whatsoever. You also have 2 games near the very bottom end this season regarding Josh Allen and total points. I think fewer than 10 points. So Allen's been consistent, but in a 2 quarterback format, I still view him as a mid QB1 and definitely helps out this quarterback room tremendously. Going over to running back, it sucks to say this, but you have to sell McCaffrey. McCaffrey's a black box where we've said it since the season started. I have no idea what this guy is. I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what you should be looking to do. However, with all that being said, I do know on a 1 and 4 team, we can no longer hold on to him. Because clearly McCaffrey has more long-term upside than he gives you short-term production. The reason you hold on to McCaffrey is we assume that if he does come back late in the year for a playoff team, he gives you that top-end running back 1 production. But specifically here, you're 1 and 4. We're not thinking about the fantasy football playoffs. let's go ahead. Let's see if we can sell McCaffrey and Jalen Waddle, where I actually think that Jalen Waddle is a very interesting player as well for the long-term upside, assuming that we're going to get Tua back in. And on a team where you have the flexibility, I would really want to be holding on to Waddle. But we're 1-4. We need production right this second. If you can send CMC and Waddle to get somebody that's going to significantly help us at the flex, let's do it. Especially in that case, you're able to pick up a running back off the waiver wire for free. You can go get Zach Moss, where you have solid options on the waiver wire with this team. We have Zach Moss, we have Keon Coleman, we have David Njoku, we have Myers, we have Hopkins, we have Spears. We have these guys that I would be excited to roster in general. See, I think a 2-for-1 deal involving CMC is the way that we go about this. Whether that's a CMC and Lawrence for an elite quarterback in a 2QB league, everybody. Whether that's CMC and Waddle for a top-end option, either at running back or wide receiver for the flex spot, really just going to be up to you with whatever you can get in return. And then if we're able to open up that roster spot, then you can go ahead and you can pick up Zach Moss for free off the waiver wire. And honestly, with this team, another thing that I would look to do is another buy low candidate that I actually like is Ladd McConkey. But specifically with your team here, I don't know if you can afford to hold on to Ladd. Ladd's another one of these guys that the production in the long term should probably outweigh what you're going to be getting in the short term. So if you could potentially take Ladd and just package him with another receiver with Darnell Mooney, get a 2-for-1 upgrade that way. I mean, if we were able to make 2 separate 2-for-1 deals, open up 2 roster spots, and we can pick up both Zach Moss and Keon Coleman, I think that would make a ton of sense here. Obviously, we have the elite tight end that we can start every single week with Brock Bowers. But it sucks to say these guys that have the long-term upside that we're excited about, specifically on a 1-4 roster, you can't afford to hold on to the long-term upside. And instead, you need to go out there and you need to get some production in right this second. Now, let's go ahead and let's check out this team for Christian McBilateral Achilles. Love the team name. This is going to be an 8-team league. We are near the bottom of the league analyzer, but looking at most teams, they're all about the same. We're 1-4. We need some help. Next week, I'm receiving Jordan Mason for Garrett Wilson. Horrible trade. You want Garrett Wilson. I was offered J.K. Dobbins for my Rico Dowdle. I'd probably prefer Dobbins. Thanks. Love your videos. Really appreciate you. Please do not trade Garrett Wilson for Jordan Mason next week. We'll be a week closer to McCaffrey potentially returning. Garrett Wilson is a top 10 wide receiver, not only in the short term, but also in the long term here as well. So I think it would be a pretty big mistake if you were to go through and make that trade. Now, I understand needing us to go through and get Jordan Mason for the short-term fill-in with Christian McCaffrey. But to be honest with you, what I think you need to do with this team instead is I think you need to, very similar to the team that we looked at before this, that's also 1-4, you need to sell McCaffrey for what you can get. We're not looking to sell a stud receiver in Garrett Wilson for Jordan Mason. No, you go and sell McCaffrey and Jamison Williams and go get the best running back you can in your lineup right now. Go get somebody like Josh Jacobs. Even if we are really selling ourselves short when it comes to the long-term value, we need to make sure that we are getting somebody in that's going to be helping us this season. Now, starting off quarterback, we have the elite QB with Jalen Hurts. No moves to make. Going over to running back, something that I would consider as well is looking at the very bottom end of our team here with Braylon Allen. I actually would probably prefer Jonathan Brooks over Braylon Allen if Brooks is going to be coming back in over the coming weeks. So I'd cut Allen, pick up Brooks. There's no shot that Braylon Allen jumps Breece Hall with the depth chart, but I do think that there's a chance that Jonathan Brooks is able to do that with Chuba Hubbard. Running back, we have Kyron, CMC, Hunt, Dowdle, Chase Brown. So looking at this, we literally are starting Dowdle and Chase Brown this week in an 8-team league. You need a better running back. We need to sell Jamison and McCaffrey right now for the best running back we can get. We can't fall to 1-5. Going over to wide receiver, we have Wilson, Smith, Brian Thomas, Jamison, Addison, Jalen Tolbert. I think there's another very easy waiver wire move to make here. I think you're going to go ahead. You're going to cut Jalen Tolbert and pick up Jalen Waddle. I think you cut Jordan Addison and pick up Rome Odunze or George Pickens as well. Now, trust me, I have a lot of Jordan Addison in underdog drafts. I really hope Addison crushes. But yeah, I think I would rather have Waddle over Addison. I'd rather have Pickens over Tolbert. I don't think you go Rome here. I think you go Pickens instead because you're a 1-4 team where we need to be thinking about production right this second. And then tight end, we're garbage. Tight end, we have Isaiah Likely and Tyler Conklin. I mean, if you were able to potentially go through and sell Brian Thomas, an absolute stud wide receiver, right? Brian Thomas looks phenomenal. But if you could sell Brian Thomas and Isaiah Likely or Brian Thomas and Tyler Conklin and pivot over to an elite tight ends, whether that's Trey McBride, whether that's Brock Bowers, whether that's Travis Kelce, whether that's George Kittle, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer move. In that case, if you were able to get the elite tight end, what you would be able to do is you would be able to go through and you'd be able to cut the backup tight end, only roster one tight end going into the future. Then at that point, we open up another roster spot, which in an 8-team league is just so damn valuable when you're able to go through and when you're able to pick up somebody like Jonathan Brooks for completely free in that instance without having to cut anyone. So that would be the main thing that I am looking to do is selling McCaffrey, getting an elite tight end by selling Brian Thomas. At that point, we open up multiple roster spots. We go hit the waiver wire. We're able to go ahead and pick up Jalen Waddle, Jonathan Brooks, George Pickens for completely free. And we're rolling with as is. And obviously, if you can only do one or two of those deals, we do one or two, but whatever you can do. Now going over to Twig with our next trade question. This is my wide receivers are studs. I feel like Bijan has a good schedule, including playoffs. Is this a good trade in any other recommendations? So Bijan Algier versus Zay Flowers, James Conner. We want Bijan Robinson. Zay Flowers is a borderline play in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Bijan's going to have the receiving usage that James Conner won't. I think if you're looking at doing anything else, it's if we can get any value for Geno or maybe cut Geno if you have Jaden Daniels. No way you need him. But yeah, go Bijan Robinson here for damn sure. Now going over to the Bryce question. So trade where we're just made it. I think Ayuk is better than Smith rest of season. And we have Tucker Kraft already. I hate this deal. I hate this deal. I would rather have Jordan Mason straight up over Travis Etienne. Devonta Smith versus Brandon Ayuk, they're in the same tier for me. It's up to you. If you want to tell me you prefer Ayuk, cool. Go get Ayuk. I prefer Devonta Smith. Maybe it's because I'm biased. Maybe it's because I have Smith in the flock league. But honestly, doesn't matter one way or another. What I can say for certain is going through and throwing Trey McBride as a filler piece here is way too much. So yeah, I prefer the Smith-McBride side, and honestly, not even close. Now, Brycer coming in with the start sit after this. Now we have Ayuk. I definitely start Godwin over Ayuk. I maybe start DJ Moore over Ayuk this week as well. Looking at my wide receiver rankings this week, I have Ayuk, DJ Moore back-to-back, 15, 16, up to you. I mean, I have Ayuk one slot higher than him, but it's close. Running back here, horrible matchup with Dobbins, horrible matchup with Etienne, horrible matchup with Dowdle. I probably end up going with Dowdle because I trust his offense the most at this point, but I don't like it. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We will take Marvin Harrison. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We're going to go DJ Moore. I prefer Harrison long-term for sure. But if you look at my rankings, I have Ayuk, DJ Moore, Harrison all back-to-back-to-back this week. And the underdog projection with Harrison is just down at 53.5 receiving yards. Okay. Let's move this over for Joe Ma. I believe this is, or Joe Ma. I believe this is a longtime member of the flock. Can't tell without the profile pic, but I think I recognize the name. Here, Kyler to Jaden Daniels, large upgrade. Chuba to Tony Pollard, it's an upgrade. We are paying Jordan Mason to get it done. Let's see, is this a linked team? This is a linked team. Running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs. Now Tony Pollard, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, and Jonathan Taylor. So if you have Jonathan Taylor, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, you don't need Jordan Mason at all. We don't need Chuba Hubbard at all. In that instance, yeah, give me the elite level quarterback. Give me Jaden Daniels. For a lot of other teams, I'd way rather have the Kyler side. But for your team, I think it makes sense to go Daniels and your format. Now, Dill Pill coming out with a start sit. Here, wide receiver, I think we're going to go ahead and... Brian Thomas does have a tough matchup going up against Chicago. I had Deontay Thomas, DJ Moore, all in the same tier. And I have Smith in the same tier. I literally ranked Deontay wide receiver 13, Devonta Smith wide receiver 14, DJ Moore 16, Thomas 20. Thomas has been phenomenal. It's just a tough matchup. We have all these guys back to back to back. We go Deontay, assuming that he is good to go. And going down to the flex, I probably end up going with Devonta Smith. Sounds like he should be good. He was back at practice today. Okay. Now, Chef Daddy coming out with a start set says, my team has the injury bug. I've been playing off the waiver wire for most of the year, 4-1. Okay. So looking at this, our third wide receiver slot, I think has to be Josh Downs. Obviously, we're much more excited about Downs with Flacco than we are with Anthony Richardson. But still, running back, we're going to go ahead. We're for sure playing Josh Jacobs. Seems like JT will miss. If JT does play, he's going to be in one of these flex spots for us. I think the other flex spot is Wan'Dale Robinson, kind of regardless of the availability of Malik Neighbors. And if Jonathan Taylor misses, then at that point we go Jalen Tolbert and a good matchup against the Lions, and at the same time with no Brandon Cooks. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be a trade question where it's Jamison Williams versus George Pickens and Braylon Allen. I actually think that George Pickens and Jamison Williams are kind of equivalent. I throw them both in the same bucket in that they are flex options that you can start if you really want to. I personally am not excited about it. I personally would avoid it if I could. But if you're going to be able to get Braylon Allen as the premium handcuff back, if you were to get an injury to Breece Hall, I think given the upside that you have there, it does make sense to just use Braylon Allen as a strong tiebreaker. Even if you want to make an argument that Jamison Williams is a better option, my argument's that they're the exact same at wide receiver, and you are getting pretty much just a free Braylon Allen in. Now, moving this over to our next trade. This is coming out from Judai. It says, good offer Nico for Reed. Would like to keep him, so is there anyone else we could offer instead? I'd rather have Reed over Nico. And I know this sounds crazy. I know it seems crazy that Nico Collins is wide receiver 20. But if you think through this, we're in week 6. Nico Collins is going to miss at mandatory the next 4 weeks. You have a week 14 bye. So how many weeks are we looking at before the fantasy football playoffs? Week 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You have 9 weeks until the fantasy football playoffs get here. Nico Collins is guaranteed to miss over half of them. Guaranteed. You have 4 weeks at most from Nico Collins until the fantasy football playoffs. So I would rather have Reed. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give this guy Zay Flowers right now if he'll take it. He's not going to take it. I'm telling you right now, he's going to prefer Nico Collins. You're going to wait 2 to 3 weeks while taking advantage of the production that you have with Jayden Reed, where you actually have Jayden Reed where you can't put in your starting lineup. And then I promise you, the guy's not going to raise his price with Nico Collins. He should. 2 weeks down the road, Nico Collins will be more valuable because he'll be past 2 weeks of the IR already. But what we see in fantasy football time and time again is these guys hit the IR. They go to the back of your head. You don't see the production for quite some time. And then all of a sudden you get a discount on somebody that shouldn't be going at, the same level discount that you should be getting now. So if he'll send you Nico for Zay Flowers, you do it. But right now, I think you just hold on to Reed and you send him Reed 2 weeks from now when we can use the Reed production the next two. This is going to be a Monroe St. Brown, not close. Second trade, St. Brown for Robinson and Flowers. Appreciate you, Mason. Appreciate you so much. And yeah, this is a Monroe St. Brown, not even remotely close. Just completely different caliber players. I mean, Brian Robinson, exciting RB2, but he's a running back too. Zay Flowers, just the player that you're considering in your flex. So yeah, please keep St. Brown. Now, Kaiser coming out with a start set. I'm sorry, with a trade. It says half PPR league, half PPR format. We are going to give a slight bump to the running back position in comparison to wide receiver. We traded Bijan for Tyreek. If you look at my rest of season rankings, I have Bijan at RB20. I have Tyreek Hill at at 13 overall. I have Bijan at 20th overall. I have Tyreek at 13 overall. I'm sorry, we've been live for about 3.5 hours, so we're a little bit delirious at this point. But I mean, Tyreek Hill is another great example of a player that Tua gets injured. He should have plummeted in your rankings initially, but every week that goes by, even if he's disappointing on the field, really we're a week closer to Tua coming back. So Tyreek should look a little more exciting and a little more exciting and a little more exciting and a little more exciting. So that's what in theory should happen. But in reality, what happens is you get the Tua injury. Tyreek's value takes like a 50% hit. Then he's bad on the field, which was the expectation. And then he actually declines in value even a little bit more, even though we're closer to Tua returning. So I think it's a great move for trading for Tyreek. I think it's a reasonable price point as well. I will say I think Bijan Robinson performs very well this week against the Panthers, though. Now, Christopher coming out with the trade question. This is Nico Collins versus Jamison and Mooney. Oh, we would rather have Nico here. We're 2-3. It's a super flex league, and nobody's wanting to trade. If you were 0-5 and nobody was wanting to trade, and you were telling me this is the absolute best that we could get, then maybe at that point, I go ahead and maybe at that point, we take the Jamison and Darnell Mooney side. But the reality is, Jamison and Darnell Mooney are not locked and loaded starters. It's not a Jaden Reed situation. These are just players that you would have flex consideration for. And in that instance, I would rather have Nico Collins, who I know is a locked and loaded starter when he's healthy, coming back in. Okay. Now, team review coming from Danny. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. It says, hey, Mason, recently traded Dobbins and Zach Moss for Puka, thinking he'll do well for me in the future. I feel like my team is solid, but we keep losing. Should we trade anyone I should target or give away? Thank you. Thank you. So here, looking at this, making that deal for Puka, great. We're talking about this in the live stream with the previous reviews, but Puka is another great example of this player that goes down week 1. You see his value get cut in half, and in theory, he should slowly but surely become more valuable as his injury progresses and his rehab progresses and he's closer to returning. Dear God, my eye itches. But yeah, that's a very reasonable price for Puka, where, I mean, at this point, we are 5 weeks removed from the injury. I mean, obviously, he's going to have to miss this bye week regardless. But this is the first time I've seen the Brees for Impact team name. I like it. It's a 10-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So 10-team format, we'd expect pretty good options on the waiver wire. But at the same time, it's not a spot where we can say every 2-for-1 deal is a no-brainer because you can't start 4 receivers consistently. Okay, and I will look at Team 10. I know obviously when teams are very bad in the league analyzer, people want to see them. Team somehow won 2 games. And they have... this is the Team 10 roster if anybody wants to laugh to themselves. But anyway, going back to our squad, we have Allen. Allen's been very disappointing. He's been very up and down. He hasn't been the QB1 overall he was drafted to be. But with that being said, I still think he's a quarterback that we are starting every single week. I don't think we roster a backup. He still has rushing upside. We need to see the rushing touchdowns come through. That's the number one issue that we've had with Josh Allen so far. Now, going over to what we've had at running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, both as long-term top 10 running backs. We have Jordan Mason as the plug-and-play top 10 option in the short term here with no Jonathan Taylor. So really love the running back room. We have quality depth with Najee and Braylon Allen. I mean, if you could find a team that really needed a running back, I mean, obviously, at least in my mind, with no Jalen Warren here, you actually have some value for Najee Harris. And if we could use Najee in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at tight end, I would love that. This team over here has Javonte Williams, their RB2, so I think they could really use Najee Harris. So if you could send them Najee and Evan Ingram and go get Jake Ferguson, I'd absolutely love that trade. And then at that point, you could also just go through and open up a roster spot and bring in Bucky Irving off the waiver wire. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Jaden Reed, Nico Collins, DJ Moore, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, and Alec Pierce. So obviously, with no Adams or no Puka in the short term and the no Nico Collins, this is actually a room where the wide receiver depth has kind of been devastated here. So typically I'd say, oh, let's cut Alec Pierce and let's go and let's pick up somebody like David Njoku. But instead, I actually think we still cut Alec Pierce for sure. But I would cut Alec Pierce and pick up Dontavian Wicks, where I think you actually probably need the extra wide receiver because we are dealing with so many injuries at this moment. And then going over to tight ends, I think definitely the play that I would prefer is if you could make that 2-for-1 deal by selling Najee Harris and Evan Ingram and getting the upgrade at the position. But if you can't do that, and instead what we're looking to do is just build around the waiver wire moves, I think you would go ahead and you would cut Cole Kmet and pick up David Njoku. Personally, I think David Njoku does have more long-term upside, especially if we get a change at quarterback here in this Cleveland Browns offense, and all of a sudden there's more passing volume to go around. So let's reiterate this. Plan A, we trade Najee and Evan Ingram. We go get Ferguson. What we also need to do is we need to cut Pierce for Dontavian Wicks. And if we can't make the tight end trade, and also, I mean, if we go down plan A and we are able to get Ferguson in, then you just cut Cole Kmet and you pick up Bucky Irving. And if we can't make that tight end trade, then at that point you cut Cole Kmet and you get David Njoku. If that makes sense. Hopefully we were able to run through that in a way that was easy to understand. But who's Ryan coming out with our next starts? It says Geno or Baker this week. And overall, how's the lineup looking? So Geno going up against San Fran. You have an implied team total of 22 points. Baker, you have an implied team total of 22.5. I'm fine saying that with Baker, you have had the consistency so far this season. And at the same time, I'm a little bit more concerned about Kenneth Walker taking touchdowns in Seattle than I'd be worried about Rachaad White taking touchdowns in Tampa. I would like to get White out of the lineup if we can. Obviously, no Tyreek Hill this week. I play no Cooper Kupp this week. If Joe Flacco is the starting quarterback in Indy, you start Josh Downs over you start Josh Downs over Rachaad White. If, on the other hand, Anthony Richardson under center, I wouldn't fault you for wanting to stay with White. And I'm going to go Laporta over Kraft. It is what it is. I think that you have additional wide receivers coming in Green Bay, taking a few targets away from the tight end position for this Packers team. But Mark, please let me know how it is. And as many details as you can give me, please do. My fam is obviously in Tampa, a little bit inland, but please, if you have any updates, let me know. I'd love to hear them. Hope you were doing well, of course. Now, I love Kraft. I just think Laporta is maybe a little bit of a better option to get matchup. Neil, happy to see you. Hook 'em Orange, you did a team review for us yesterday. Curious to know what we're thinking. So Burrow to Mahomes will be a downgrade. Jacoby Myers to Braylon Allen, up to you, depending on your roster. Honestly, I'd probably rather Braylon Allen. And then Tony Pollard to Breece Hall, massive upgrade. Just give me the Breece Hall side. I think Breece Hall is the best player in the deal. Looking at who we have at quarterback again, we will only have Mahomes, but we can definitely stream quarterback if we need to. I'm not doing this trade for Mahomes. I'm doing this trade specifically for Breece Hall. Now, Bry Durag coming out. And real quick, marker where it says mass power outage, tree fell on neighbor's house, still high winds out here, but should be over in a couple hours for the ice winds. How far inland are you? And are you are you more south? Are you more north? Are you St. Pete? Let me know. GK says, ordered a team review on the site. Should it say pending or will it go to in progress? It's not going to go to in progress because I'm just going to do it in the live stream. So it will just say pending. And then whenever I'm done with it, it will go to completed. And then you'll get the link from the YouTube stream with the exact clip of it. Mark says I'm in the Lakeland area. Let me go ahead and pull this up with a map. How close are you to Lithia? My family's in Lithia. Okay, let's look at this. So you're in Lakeland and it's that bad. So Lithia is probably worse. Dear God. That is scary. That is scary. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. But moving this over to Bry Durag. This is Higgins, DJ Moore versus Chris Godwin. It's making some room on the bench. League won't move top 5 receivers. Also receiving $10 for Quentin Johnson. Obviously fab. Chef, happy to see. Okay, that makes sense here. Going from DJ Moore to Godwin, I think does make sense. I don't know. I think the package has more value. Like if instead of you going like Higgins and DJ Moore, if you could go Higgins and Dontavian Wicks, or DJ Moore and Wicks, or maybe Higgins and Josh Downs, or DJ Moore and Josh Downs, I think those would be trades I'd be a little bit more excited about than Chris Godwin. But yeah, hopefully we're able to help you out there. I don't know. I understand the idea of wanting to open up a roster spot. I think you're just paying too much if you're giving up both DJ Moore and T. Higgins. Now moving this over to the team review that just says help. Team name help here. I would assume that this would be a garbage team, but we are 5th in the league analyzer. However, we are 1-4. Do we sell Gibbs or Breece Hall? And what are we doing? We do not sell Jahmyr Gibbs for damn sure. 1-4 team. We are trying to optimize for points in the regular season to make sure that we can get to the fantasy football playoffs. And here, Jahmyr Gibbs is already through the bye. Now, I will point out one thing. Looking at this league analyzer, there's one juggernaut team. There's a juggernaut squad here at the top. Sometimes it cranks you. They have St. Brown, Neighbors, Cup, Thomas, Amari, Taylor, Mixon, Jones, Dobbins. This team's a monster. But anyway, pulling up ours, we lose Pittman to the IR. On a 1-4 team, the first thing that I will say is if you can squeeze any value out of Michael Pittman Jr. for selling him and getting an upgrade elsewhere, where if we can sell Pittman and Anthony Richardson and just get the slightest upgrade at quarterback, that is something that we look to do because obviously on a 1-4 team, we can't be holding off hope for the long-term upside of anybody, even if that is Pittman, and instead we need production in this lineup right this second. Now, the second thing with that being said, looking at getting production in this lineup right this second, instead of rostering a rookie receiver that we think can expand their role, instead of rostering somebody like, say, Jalen Polk, I'd probably rather pivot over and use the roster spot in a different way. I would rather grab a running back like Ty Chandler, a running back like Antonio Gibson, that is an injury away from making a difference. Now, obviously, I would prefer Ty Chandler in that Aaron Jones is already dealing with his own injury, even if they are on the bye. But yeah, drop Jalen Polk, get Chandler. I would also consider dropping Alec Pierce in favor of Antonio Gibson as well. Now, looking at quarterback, we are effectively just playing the matchups between A-Rich and Cousins. I definitely play Cousins this week against the Panthers. Running back, we're strong at the top. Like, we have Gibbs, we have Breece, we have these anchors that we are going to be able to start consistently. Obviously, Breece has been disappointing over the past few weeks, but I still do believe both are top 10 running backs rest of season. Now, one thing that we may need to consider is looking at a player like Tyreek Hill. Now, I think that Tyreek Hill is actually a very strong buy low candidate when it comes to teams that are 4-1, are 3-2, are 5-0, and can think for a long-term upside. But if you're 1-4, we can't afford to wait for Tyreek still. If you're able to go through, if you're able to possibly pivot off of Tyreek Hill and go get a receiver that doesn't have the same wide receiver one overall upside in the long term, but maybe instead just get somebody like Garrett Wilson, that for sure can be something that we look to do. The last thing that I want to bring up the possibility of, and honestly, we don't have to do it because it is a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, but there does become a point with the injuries and the lack of depth that you possibly can't afford an elite tight end in Trey McBride, and you'd possibly have to look to move McBride for something else. But we're probably good as is here at tight end. The main things that we need to be doing, of course, if possible, we need to see if we can go ahead and sell Pittman and Tyreek and go get a player like Garrett Wilson. That's going to give us the production right now. Can't afford long term. We're going to cut Polk and Alec Pierce and see when we pivot over to these running backs that have a clearer path to our lineup, like Ty Chandler and Antonio Gibson. And then I don't think we can afford to upgrade quarterbacks, so we're just going to set up a prayer that Cousins either continues to have this crazy type of passing volume or that Anthony Richardson gives you the rushing upside you're looking for. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But yeah, thank you again for everything, and hoping that we are able to move to 2-4, because that's the number one thing. We can't think long-term upside. We have to think about how we can get production in right now. Now going over to Primetime KG. This is thinking forward here as I'm 1-4 and have a lot of bye week 12s. Thoughts on what you would do, if anything? One thing is, we are not looking to trade a player just because they're bye week. Now, I understand we are 1-4, so maybe that matters a little bit more, where we can't afford like a guaranteed loss in week 12, whatever it is. But because of the price point, getting Saquon Barkley here, I think, is a no-brainer, especially knowing that Barkley is already through his bye as well. See, I think you can go ahead and you can take Saquon Barkley. Now, D. Cortez coming out with the team review. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Jordan Loves Your Dad. Interesting team name. What's up, Mason? Big fan, currently 1-4. What should we do to improve the squad and not place last to avoid the punishment? Dear God, if we have a punishment for last place and you are 1-4, it is even more important that we sell any long-term upside and we just get points in this lineup right this second. Looking at the team, we are right in the middle of the league analyzer, so we should have some decent value on the squad. Starting off at quarterback, we have Love and Baker. If you could somehow squeeze some value out of one of these guys, if you could squeeze some value out of Jordan Love or Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal, we go ahead and do so. Looking at the quarterback needy teams, this team is Purdy and Darnold. Like, would they be willing to give us, say, Mike Evans for Baker Mayfield and Jordan Addison, or Jordan Love and Jordan Addison? Be an absolute no-brainer if possible, right? Going through and maybe looking at another team that needs quarterback. This team up here has Dak Prescott. They're probably chilling with Dak. I mean, if you could send him Jordan Love and a wide receiver like Jordan Addison to get back Jaden Reed, then we do it. But reality, probably stuck at quarterback. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So I definitely want to be optimizing for the wide receiver upside at the top, not the depth. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Brandon Ayuk. So very strong receivers there. Now, beyond that, Addison is just kind of a whatever play here, wide receiver 3. Pittman, Juju, Leggett are also kind of whatever options. I personally would probably go ahead and drop Leggett for Dontavian Wicks. Say this is someone who's a lot of Leggett in underdog drafts, so I hope I'm wrong. Running back, we have Walker, Najee, Brooks, Chase Brown, and Isaiah Pacheco. So here's the main thing that we have to do. We have to approach everybody in our league and see if there is anybody that believes that Pacheco's coming back and see if there's anybody that's willing to pay up for the long-term upside of Jonathan Brooks. If we could sell, say, Michael Pittman and Jonathan Brooks and pivot over to a running back like Tony Pollard on a 1-4 team, you have to do it. If you could sell Michael Pittman and Isaiah Pacheco to go get that running back, that's a low-end RB2 in the Tony Pollard range, you do it. If you could sell Pacheco for J.K. Dobbins, you do it. We need to go through and make 2-for-1 deals where we get the option. Wide receiver, we have the elite guys at the top with Brown and Ayuk. Beyond that, we don't have much. We just want to trend the waiver wire. And then obviously I'm okay with us holding on to Evan Ingram. I don't think we ever play him over Ferguson. But if Evan Ingram does show out, then maybe we can trade him to a tight end needy team. I think that would be very interesting. But the primary objective with this squad is see if we can get any value for Pacheco, see if we can get any value for Brooks and Pittman as well. Now moving over to this other free team review from Rashi's Runners. Says we just lost Rashee Rice, traded Sermon, Tracy, Rico for Jameson. We swapped Lazard for Sutton. I traded Jordan Mason for Josh Jacobs a few weeks ago. Love that move. Along with Juwan Jennings, Najee, Keon for Roman Brooks. Love that move as well. Any other moves we should be looking to make? Loving the daily content and the Flock League. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I will say we can definitely tell that we have been cooking here. You look at the league analyzer. There are 2 juggernaut teams. We are one of them. Looking at the record out of these 2 teams, we are the 4-1 team. You absolutely love to see it. Currently, quarterback, we are rolling with Josh Allen and Tua. Obviously, I'm assuming that we have Tua on the IR. If Tua is not on the IR for us, then at that point, I'd probably go ahead and cut him and pick up somebody like Ty Chandler instead. But yeah, I mean, I understand that Josh Allen has been very disappointing, but at the same time, you still have the elite ceiling. We just need to see him running the ball a little bit more, which maybe we get. Obviously, hasn't had any rushing touchdowns since week 1, which is a little annoying. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we currently are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Brooks, Roschon Johnson, and Trey Benson. So here we have the high-end RB1 that we can be excited about with Gibbs. We have Jacobs as a viable RB2. Brooks, I think it's a great running back room. It's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So I'm completely fine with us building around wide receiver depth and not focusing in as much at the running back position. Now, the thing is, going down to what we have at the very bottom, we are rostering a significant amount of receivers in comparison to running back. I don't mind going a little bit overboard on receivers, but I mean, here it seems like we are going balls to the wall. I think that you definitely cut Jalen Polk. I think you cut Polk for one of these running backs that are an injury away from making a difference. Like, I think Ty Chandler is so much, like, in what world do you ever start Jalen Polk here? Let's think through this. In what world are we putting Jalen Polk into the starting lineup? I understand maybe we have the upside with I don't know. With Drake May coming in, But realistically, even if this offense goes from being the worst offense of the NFL to just slightly below average, I still don't think Polk makes as much of a difference as Ty Chandler does if Aaron Jones misses week 7. So pick up Aaron Jones, cut Jalen Polk. Outside of that, other running backs on the waiver wire, I don't necessarily think that there are that many that we need to go and get. Like, it is a pretty thin waiver wire overall. Jalen Wright would be my next favorite guy. But, I mean, I would definitely roster Xavier Legette over Jalen Wright. And then tight end, obviously, we were sitting with Kincaid, who has been disappointing. The primary disappointment is regarding what we've had from Allen. But honestly, I think this Bills offense will be better going into the future. So I definitely don't roster a backup tight end. I don't think you need to pick up K. Dot in here. So I think it's a good team. I think it's structured really nicely at the very top. The main thing that I would just look to do is maybe roster an extra running back down here at the bottom, move on from Polk, go ahead and pick up somebody like Ty Chandler. Because if this Aaron Jones injury leads to him missing more time than we were initially expecting, then obviously at that point, Ty Chandler is super appealing. Now let's move this over to Angel. This is Alvin Kamara and Wan'Dale Robinson versus Kupp and Nick Chubb. This is going to be the Alvin Kamara side. I'm not valuing Wan'Dale a ton here, but you don't have that much risk with Kamara at the moment outside of the Derek Carr injury. But even with the Derek Carr injury, you're still in a spot that Kamara can get there with the cheap receptions anyway. So yeah, I think we prefer Kamara over Kupp. While I do think that he is back in week 7, I think he looks like he goes back to being a top 10 receiver in fantasy. Obviously, we have him at wide receiver 11 in our rest of season ranks right now. There is still some inherent risk in that we're just wrong in projecting that. Now, Dylan coming out with a very funny team name, Very Demure, if we're saying that correctly. Here, one of the 3 juggernauts in the league says, after starting 0-2, I managed to drop my way to a decent roster. While navigating running back by injury concerns, I managed to flip Adams Pitts for Walker Higgins. Phenomenal. You'd rather have Higgins over Adams. So we essentially just traded Pitts for Walker and a wide receiver upgrade too. What should I focus in on the rest of the season? And what advice do you have for someone in their first real league for playoff success? So let's first check out the league record. So we are 3-2. So it is a spot where you can be thinking a little more long-term, and we can be thinking a little bit more about the fantasy football playoffs here. But in general, I would say that this is a great team. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So the depth of receivers like Jalen Tolbert and Wan'Dale Robinson honestly won't make a massive difference in this format, where you are able to go through and you are able to really always find wide receivers off the waiver wire that can be productive for you. Like going through and looking at wide receivers now, you have Ladd McConkey, you have Juju Smith-Schuster, you have Legette, you have Dobbs, you have Judy, you have Michael Wilson, you have Christian Watson. You have so many wide receivers that you would always be able to pick up. So what I would probably opt to do here is, if instead you could prioritize going and looking at the running backs that could potentially turn into straight up league winners, where I don't see how we ever really get Dontavian Wicks into our lineup at this point with this team. I think that there are a couple different pivots I would make. First thing is with the waiver wire, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cut Dontavian Wicks and Jalen Tolbert. And I'm going to be picking up the combination of the 2 top running backs that we have, which in my mind are currently Kareem Hunt and Zach Charbonnet. I could see a very clear path for these running backs actually making a difference inside your starting lineup, where obviously Hunt, it looks like there's an outside chance that he is just the starting running back for the Kansas City Chiefs going into the future, and he's going to get 20-plus opportunities a game. And in that instance, he could potentially be, a top 10 running back in fantasy. Now, obviously, is that something I'm 100% guaranteeing? No. But at the same time, if you have the shot for any player to do that off the waiver wire, it's something that we want to take advantage of. So you had cut Wicks, cut Tolbert, pick up Kareem Hunt and Zach Charbonnet. Looking at what we have with other potential trades we can make, honestly, I would say that Chuba Hubbard would be a very good sell high candidate for this team. Considering the fact that we are thinking a little more long-term here, and if we could make that 2-for-1 deal by selling like Chuba Hubbard and Chris Godwin and getting a true elite level wide receiver, I think it make a lot of sense knowing that we're picking up Kareem Hunt and Zach Charbonnet off waivers. But I don't think we can do it because of the Jonathan Taylor injury. We have both Jonathan Taylor as well as Zach Moss injured. So even if we're picking up the additional running back depth off the waiver wire, I don't think you're in a spot where we can afford to sell Chuba Hubbard this week. Maybe next week when we get Taylor and Zach Moss fully healthy. If you can go through and if you can sell Chuba Hubbard at that point with a wide receiver depth piece to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, I think that'd make a ton of sense. And going over to tight end, Tucker Kraft looks like a top 10 tight end rest of season. Obviously, Hawkinson has a ton of upside as well. So love the tight end position. I think it's a great team, obviously. The only thing I would do is really cut Wicks, Tolbert, pick up Hunt and Charbonnet, and potentially consider selling Chuba Hubbard next week at a high price if we are able to. But let me answer all the questions that we have in the live chat real quick. Not all of them, but we'll try to get to as many as we can. So please drop a question if you have it in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer it. And I'm actually going to run and go pee just 1 second. We've been live for over 4 hours, so please don't leave the live stream just because I have to have one bathroom break in a 4-hour stream. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that. So if we have any questions in the chat, drop them. Braylon Allen or Jalen Tolbert. Obviously, this week, I'd rather start Jalen Tolbert. I think that you're in a really good spot with the opportunity that you have in what should be a high-volume passing attack, especially in a good matchup going up against the Detroit Lions. However, if we are talking long-term upside, if CeeDee Lamb goes down, is Jalen Tolbert a wide receiver 1 in fantasy? No. If CeeDee Lamb goes down, Jalen Tolbert's probably like a must-start wide receiver 2. If Braylon Allen steps in as a starting running back for Breece Hall, if anything were to occur, then at that point, I don't know. Braylon Allen's a top 10 RB. So I'd rather have Braylon Allen the rest of season, but obviously Tolbert this week. Okay. Jamel says, Mason, are you a software engineer who created the Flock Fantasy website? No, we have a team of developers for flockfantasy.com. J-Way says, do we cut Braylon Allen for Ladd McConkey? Yeah, I'd probably rather have Ladd. Andrew says, Brian Thomas Jr. and Aaron Jones for Marvin Harrison and Devon Achane. I'd rather have Achane over Aaron Jones rest of season, and I'd rather have Harrison over Brian Thomas Jr. So, yes, I would do this. Okay. GK says, is there a way to use your Underdog code if I've already made an account and made deposits in the past, never used a code on it before? I'm sorry. An existing Underdog account, you can never add a promo code to it. If you have an account on flockfantasy.com and you didn't add a promo code, I would definitely recommend adding code FLOCK That way you get hooked up with some stuff. You can add an account. You can add a promo code on your account page on flockfantasy.com. And if you have an account on the site and you didn't use a promo code, go add code FLOCK. That's my code. But on Underdog, once you make a deposit, you can't retroactively add a code. And Edgar says, hey, good sir, I use your promo code and added funds on Underdog Fantasy. How do I get the free team review? Thanks. And get some help. I got you, my guy. So with the Underdog Fantasy promo, so if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and make a $10 deposit, make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. And the following day, Underdog gets me a list of all those email addresses. And then we hook up. I mean, I just essentially send it over to one of the developers and they run it through, and every account that has one of those email addresses gets a free team review voucher. So you should get a free team review voucher. Okay. Jack says, how high are you on Brooks when he comes back? I think Brooks has a lot of upside because he has the size to be a 3-down running back and he has the receiving usage as well. The reality is with Jonathan Brooks, he'll probably be in a committee with Chuba Hubbard, and it's not a good enough offense to be super excited about a committee running back in it. So I don't know. Now, moving this over, Nick says, if I'm starting Leggett, am I cooked? If you are starting Leggett, you are cooked. Leggett did get into full practice today. It does seem like he is going to be playing. But still. Elias says, should I trade Debo, Mooney, and Pittman for Jefferson? Pittman's almost a 0 at this point, so 100% yes, you should make this trade. If you can trade Debo Samuel, Darnell Mooney, and Michael Pittman for Justin Jefferson, that's an absolute no-brainer win. Okay. Arturo says, why do you have Amon-Ra wide receiver 1? So if you look at my rest of season rankings on the site, which obviously you can always go to flockfantasy.com, check out the stuff. Going over to the site, just if you want to look at my rest of season rankings, pull this up. If you're a member of the site, you can get Mason Dodd, sort by that. If you're not, you're going to get the default expert, which is just the average of everybody here. But I have Amon-Ra St. Brown wide receiver 1 overall. And the reason for this is if you look at St. Brown, Lamb, Chase, Jefferson, for me, I think their expected points per game are all going to be about the same. So if I'm looking at a full PPR format where I don't think there's going to be a massive gap with the points per game between all these players, and at the same time, we get an extra game from St. Brown because he's already through his bye week, I'm probably just going to keep St. Brown there. Now, is it like a super strong conviction thing? Probably not. Like, I have Jamar Chase in the Flock League. If Avery offered me Amon-Ra St. Brown for Jamar Chase, I don't know if I'd accept. But they're all about the same. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's move this. Jesus says, Ladd McConkey or Juju Smith-Schuster. I would prefer Ladd, but I'm probably pretty biased with that. Okay. So let's move this over and let's get to some more of the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, I'm trying to get through as many of the questions that we possibly can. And if you wanted to ask any questions over and get them guaranteed answered in a live stream, hit that button in the top right corner, expert advice. You can find the link in the live chat as well. You can get a team review. You can get a start trade question, a start sit question, all through flockfantasy.com. And it's actually going to be not only guaranteed answered for you, but even if you have to leave the live stream or you're not in the live stream when I answer it, we actually send you your answer directly through the site with a link to the exact clip of me answering your question. So even if you're not able to be in the live stream when it gets answered, you still see the answer immediately anyway. We'll send it to you through the site, and you'll also get an email as well. Now let's move this over. This next question is going to be a start sit question from Seth. Here, we're really choosing between our running backs. We have no CMC. We have no Achane. It's Bucky Irving, Devin Singletary. If Singletary plays, I play him over Bucky. Great matchup against the Bengals. For the flex, we have no Waddle. We have no Addison. We have no Achane. We are going to go ahead. We will take Dontavian Wicks. Not super excited about it, especially knowing that Romeo Doubs should be good to go this week. And at the same time, it sounds like Christian Watson has a shot to be as well. Now, going over to our next question. This one's going to be a team review from Nutty. This is Stroud with the chance of deep balls. Stroudy with the chance of deep balls. Very interesting team name, my friend. Sadly, we are in the middle of this team. In the middle of this league with the league analyzer. Our score is about as far away from the first team as it is from the last team. Said, hey, love watching the live streams. If you can please give me any advice for the team, I'd appreciate it. I really appreciate you being a member of the flock. I'm going to be excited to check it out. Thank you for hanging out with me in the streams. But anyway, we are 3-2, so definitely a good spot to be in. Oh, we are definitely going to have some moves for you. I just love so much, so much that we now have the waiver wire options here on the side. Let's go. Let's freaking go. But anyway, quarterback, we have Stroud and Darnold. To be honest with you, if you have Stroud, we're probably playing him over Darnold every week anyway. So what I would do here is I would go ahead, I would drop Sam Darnold. I'd pick up Jonathan Brooks off the waiver wire. Super easy play. Free, cheap running back with a ton of upside down the road. Going over to running back, we have a top 5 name with Derrick Henry. Love to see it. We have Josh Jacobs, solid RB2. David Montgomery, solid RB2. So we have plenty of running back production where we don't need the help at running back. And Jackson, yes, my rankings are specifically behind the paywall on flockfantasy.com. So if you have any subscription on flockfantasy.com, you should get my rankings for free, but not for free, for the subscription. But the expert rankings should be free, which are the average of all the creators. But anyway, at running back, obviously we're phenomenal at the top end. So maybe it's like, okay, well, Mason, why do we even need to focus in on building out the depth? My thought process is, well, if we're looking at how somebody can all of a sudden overnight rise 50 spots in our rankings, Sam Darnold does not have that chance. There's no world in which I go, okay, guys, I throw in the towel. Sam Darnold is the QB5 rest of season. I'm probably not ever saying that. Whereas there's a very clear path for Jonathan Brooks to be a must-start running back in fantasy and to all of a sudden be a player that's inside the top 15 running back rankings. There's a very clear path for Zach Charbonnet to be a must-start guy every single week in the case of an injury to Kenneth Walker. So I think that it is an absolute no-brainer for you to go through, roster these players. I would cut Darnold for one. I would love to make a 2-for-1 trade in this lineup elsewhere to be able to go ahead and pick up another running back, where if you could potentially sell, say, Tank Bigsby and Josh Downs. Josh Downs, a player that obviously is much more exciting now that you have the Michael Pittman injury, but possibly the passing volume is going to be a little bit capped here given what you have currently with the quarterback play of Anthony Richardson. But if you could go ahead and potentially sell like Bigsby and Josh Downs and pivot over to a wide receiver in the range of George Pickens that you're maybe a little bit more confident with. Obviously, I'm not saying that Pickens is significantly better. I think that is a move that you could look to make. And I'm not saying that it's a great deal on the surface, but if you think about it, if you make that 2-for-1 deal where we trade Bigsby and Josh Downs and get an upgrade there for the flex, all of a sudden you're able to open up another roster spot where you can bring in Zach Charbonnet for free. So I don't know. I would love to just cut Darnold, see if we can upgrade over Downs in a 2-for-1 trade, whether that's Bigsby and Downs, whether that's Wicks and Downs, whether that's Keenan and Wicks, whether that's Wicks and Downs, whether that's Evan Ingram and Wicks, whether that's Evan Ingram and Downs. Make that 2-for-1 deal that way we're able to pick up Zach Charbonnet. And honestly, I want to pick up every freaking running back on this waiver wire. I want to add Bucky Irving to this team somehow. I would cut Courtland Sutton for Bucky Irving. Like, what's the path for Bucky Irving to make a difference for your team? One, he may just take over as a starting running back in Tampa. Or two, Rachaad White injury, he's a must-start player immediately. What's the path for Courtland Sutton to make a difference? It doesn't matter. He can have everything in this offense. It still doesn't make sense. 2 weeks ago, he had 60 receiving yards with 60 Bo Nix passing yards. There's no world you ever start Courtland Sutton over Stephon Diggs. Never start him over Jamar Chase. So I would go through. I would cut Darnold, pick up Brooks. I would cut Sutton, pick up Charbonnet. I'll try to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade over Josh Downs as our wide receiver 3. And then if we can make that 2-for-1 deal, we get to pick up Bucky Irving for free as well. And then honestly, I probably cut Keenan Allen and pick up DeAndre Hopkins and hope that Hopkins ends up getting dealt, which there's been a little bit of smoke there. And honestly, it would make a lot of sense for the Tennessee Titans to get some future value for him. So I think that there's a non-0% chance it happens. But yeah, great waiver wire options, 2-for-1 deals, turning the bottom end of the team. That's the main thing we want to do here. Let's move this over. And Lovey's all, I 100% don't recommend just buying a team review straight up through the site. If you wanted to get a team review, the cheapest way you can do it is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy with a link in the description, using promo code FLOCK and making a $10 deposit. And then you'll get a free team review that way. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. But moving this over for Negatron. Says, forgot to mention it's a non-PPR league. Does your answer change? No, even in a non-PPR format. I saw that with your league settings at the bottom. I didn't want to address it because I wasn't 100% sure that that was correct. But yeah, in a non-PPR format, we're still going to go ahead. We will still take Amon-Ra St. Brown over Kareem Hunt and DJ Moore, even though obviously it's a lot closer where St. Brown's a lot less exciting in a non-PPR format and Kareem Hunt is a lot more exciting in that instance. Now, Masoniano, something like that, says, I need help with the flex start. I'm starting McBride at the tight end position. So if we're starting one flex option here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Rico Dowdle. Under no circumstance am I going to be starting Tucker Kraft. I know Kraft was great last week. And honestly, I'm very excited about Tucker Kraft in our tight end slot rest of season. But to just set some like baseline expectations of what we should have with like tight ends projections, Tucker Kraft like this week is higher or lower at 37.5 receiving yards on Underdog. You look at Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle's higher or lower is 61.5 total yards. You look at Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert's higher or lower 45.5 receiving yards. Like 99.999% of the time, you never want to be going with the tight ends. If it is a full PPR format, I think you could make a strong argument for Jalen Tolbert. I probably just go Rico Dowdle, knowing that you have the guaranteed workload, even if it's a tough matchup. Now, Graham coming out with a start-sit question. Says, please rate the team and let us know who we're going to be starting at the flex spot and the tight end position. So we have two elite receivers with A.J. Brown and CeeDee Lamb. We have freaking Gina Reed in one of the flex spots. This is a phenomenal team. Yeah, this is a nutso team. You need to trade one of the tight ends. We go with McBride over Bowers. We need to trade two of the tight ends. What the hell are we doing with McBride, Bowers, and Goddard? Go send Bowers and Brian Robinson and go get an RB1. Go send Dallas Goedert and Kyler Murray and see if you can get to Hurts, Lamar, or Daniels or Josh Allen. And then, yeah, cash out on some of this tight end production. And I know we just got done talking about, oh, you never flex a tight end. You never flex a tight end. Typically, you never flex a tight end, but if Brock Bowers is your tight end too, and you have to start two flex spots weekly, and Kyron Williams is on the bye, then yes, we're going to go ahead. We are going to flex the tight end. Now, let's move this over to B. Zufal. It's a trade question. It's a 10-team full PPR. We have strong wide receiver depth, so considering doing this trade in order to strengthen running back. Yeah, we're just going to take Breece Hall. Easy spot. Easy game. I think Christian Kirk actually should fall down a bit with Evan Ingram coming back in. With Ingram coming in, you should expect that maybe some of the targets over the middle of the field gets siphoned away. Don't act like it's a ton, of course. It's not like Evan Ingram's going to dominate here by any means. Big Lou coming out with a trade question. It's a 12-team, 3-wide receiver PPR. I'm 2 and 3, 5th in points, 2nd in points against. We have Richardson, Brees, HN killing me. Should we be looking to make a trade? Yes, let's go get Malik Neighbors. I actually think that Jacobs is a very interesting buy low candidate. Like, I don't love telling you to trade away Josh Jacobs here. But with that being said, Malik Neighbors is at the very top of the wide receiver position in points per game at the moment, right alongside Jamar Chase. Frustrating that he missed practice today. Honestly, what I'd probably do is wait a little bit of time. If this offers in your inbox, I would like to hear if this coaching staff says anything about Malik Neighbors tomorrow before we make the deal. Because it's maybe a little bit concerning if you were looking at I don't know. The concussion at this point lasting, what, almost 14 days? It's been 2 weeks, essentially. Now let's move this over to Aiden's question. This is St. Brown, Downs, Aaron Jones versus Sam Laporta. Versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. Laporta, Downs, Jones versus St. Brown. We go with St. Brown. Hey, wondering how you feel about Kraft the rest of the season. Just traded Goddard and Wicks for Samuel. Like, that's Debo. Love it. I think Kraft's the top 10 tight end. Do we have Kraft on this team? Yeah, if you picked up Tucker Kraft on the waiver wire, you have 100% enough production at tight end to be able to afford Laporta, Downs, and Jones for St. Brown. Let's go get St. Brown there. Okay. Now let's move over to our next question. It's going to be a massive dono coming out from Sages Soto. Says, we have Travis Kelce. So if we have Kelce, Pat Frymuth is literally not even worth a roster spot. Like, I literally just cut Pat Frymuth in the flock league, and nobody picked him up either. Going from DK Metcalf to Tyreek Hill, massive upgrade in the long term. Going from DeAndre Swift to Brian Robinson, massive upgrade. Like, literally last week in the flock league, I had Frymuth and Swift on my team. I cut Frymuth. I would love to sell Swift for Brian Robinson if possible. Yeah, this is the DK Metcalf Brian Robinson trade, and this is probably not too close at all. Like, I think you could even add something to this trade. It looks like you didn't link your team, so I'm not going to be able to add anything for you. But I think you can afford to add an extra piece in, to be honest. Now, Killer Kelsey coming out with the start set questions is currently 1-4. Just traded Kyler and Ridley for JSN and White, but I don't know who to start in the flex. Okay. Who do we have at quarterback? We have Fields. Ah, dear God. I don't know if I like the Kyler trade, to be honest with you. Looking at the flex spot, I think Josh Downs is the play, kind of easy here if you have Joe Flacco starting and not Anthony Richardson, and Josh Downs good to go as well. Obviously, Josh Downs dealing with his own injury, something that we will need to continue to monitor. Now, if Anthony Richardson is going to be the starting quarterback, then at that point, it is much tougher to go through and take downs just because the passing volume is going to be so much worse in this offense. I think if Anthony Richardson's the starter, I'd probably go ahead and take Jackson Smith and Jigba. But obviously no Pittman. If Flacco's under center, where there's going to be a ton of dropbacks, there should be a lot of passing volume, then in that case, you should be really excited about Downs. Okay. Now let's move this over to Res Judicial. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to check it out. This is CG Walk approved. Okay. We are the number one team in the league analyzer. This looks to be a regular ESPN format where you start 2 receivers in a flex, 12-team format. We got lucky with the trade 2 days ago. We traded JT and Pittman. Mostert, Sermon, who we don't care about. And we got back in Breece Hall, Chris Olave, Rashad White, Keenan Allen. So obviously, we would way rather have the Breece Hall side post. Michael Pittman injury, as well as JT, his injury lingering as well. We are currently in second place, trying to get up to first. Well, right now, if you look at the league analyzer, we supposedly have the most value in this league on our roster. Going through and looking at what we have at quarterback, surprised that we are currently sitting at 4-1 with Josh Allen. Where if you're looking at Allen, obviously he's giving you some massive, massive duds here. But at the same time, you do have the crazy ceiling. I think we actually get more rushing touchdowns going into the future. So personally, I think Allen's going to be a lot better in the future, and I'm not going to be looking to move off of him. And I don't think you need to roster a backup QB here either. Now, going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season, Barkley and Breece, holding the position down. So this is the main reason why we can be super excited about the squad. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so I still would try to optimize for running back upside down here on the bench rather than wide receiver depth on our bench. We have Chandler, Emmanuel Wilson. Looking at the waiver wire, the best options that you have at running back are like Jalen Wright, Ray Davis. I think Ray Davis could be an interesting pickup if James Cook misses practice again tomorrow. I would cut Emmanuel Wilson to pick up Ray Davis, but that will be something to monitor with the practice report in Buffalo. But great running back room overall. Going over to wide receiver, you're currently sitting with the wide receiver 1 in fantasy with Amon-Ra St. Brown. What makes this team nuts is we're 4-1, the best team in the league, and our running back 1 in Barkley's already through his bye. Our wide receiver 1 in St. Brown's already through his bye, and Sam Laporta's through his bye as well, which gives us a lot more flexibility going into the future. We have Godwin, Jaden Reed as solid options at wide receiver 2 and flex. We have Olave in the long term. We have Keon Coleman for the long-term upside. I think Keenan Allen is still probably probably still worth the roster spot. I mean, if you wanted to move on from him, the best wide receivers available on the waiver wire, like Jacoby Myers. The only guy I would consider cutting Keenan for would be Myers here. And going over to tight end, you have Sam Laporta and Mark Andrews. I'm waving the white flag on Andrews. I'm saying give up. I would go ahead. I would cut Andrews. I would pick up somebody like Ray Davis if you have no James Cook. In practice tomorrow, I think you could look to go through. I think you could look to pick up Jacoby Myers instead of Mark Andrews if you wanted another tight end, which I don't think you need another tight end, knowing that you have Sam Laporta. I think you can go ahead and possibly pick up Cole Kmet instead of Andrews. In terms of trades, I think you're in a phenomenal spot. I think you've already cooked with what you've done with this team. I don't really think that there's too much else I would look to do. Trying to think of something here. I think you just have to relax and sit on our hands. We have to just wait for Keon Coleman for the long-term breakout, wait for Olave to get Derek Carr back in, and then maybe at that point you can look to sell like Jaden Reed and Rashad White to go get a bona fide stud at running back. But I think we are going to have to wait until we get Derek Carr back in at quarterback for Olave, so Olave is viable before we make any trades selling wide receiver depth. But we can do that in the long term once we get him back in. It's 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now moving this over to Cali Kid says, what's up, Mason? Is Ayuk and Wilson worth the start this week in a full PPR formats? So Garrett Wilson for sure. And I think I actually probably go ahead running back. We start Najee Harris for sure with Jalen Warren banged up. And we will go Brandon Ayuk over Mike Evans this week. If you look at Evans, you have a really tough matchup going up against the New Orleans Saints, a matchup in which Evans has historically struggled in. Now, the thing is, Ayuk should be playing on Thursday. So with that being said, we're going to go Garrett Wilson to the flex, and we'll go Brandon Ayuk in our wide receiver 2 slot. That way we can go ahead and we can have the flexibility just in case anything happens later in the week to open that up. But yeah, I think you go with Ayuk and Wilson here. Now, moving over to our next question is coming out from Kynes. This starts a question as well. Says, 1-4, but recently wheeled and dealed to get a new roster. By far and away the worst, facing the worst team in the league this week. Okay, so we just need the security here. We have no HN. If you have no Singletary this week, you play Tyrone Tracy. If Singletary is good to go, we go Braylon Allen. Quarterback, we're going to go Dak over Fields in a great matchup against Detroit. For the flex spots, we have no Tyreek Hill. We have no Devon Achane. So it's a really tough situation at the flex. Like we said, if you have no Devin Singletary, Tracy's going to be in here. If not, we have no Tutu Atwell. You got to cut Tutu Atwell. Pick up somebody else off the waiver wire. Cooper Kupp should be back in after the bye. I think you actually flex the tight end with Cole Kmet, as crazy as that sounds. And then you go Emmanuel Wilson over. I probably even go Tracy regardless of if Singletary plays or not. But yeah, like you got to cut Tutu if there's any available player on the waiver wire that's interesting in the slightest. Like Tutu Atwell on bye this week, and the week after, presumably you're going to be getting cut back in. Now, Brosi trades Neighbors and Najee for Waddle and Gibbs. I would well rather have Waddle over Najee rest of season. Neighbors, Gibbs, kind of up to you and your squad. Wide receiver, after this, we'll have Waddle, Flowers, London, Christian Watson. So you do have plenty of wide receiver depth. I think if you think that Tua is going to come back in, then you can go with the Gibbs and Waddle side because Waddle will get the big bump. But in the case of Najee Harris, also you have to think a little long-term here in that Najee is probably a complete dust ball. Najee is probably literally nothing once Jalen Warren comes back because Najee's had the run of the backfield by himself. And he hasn't been able to do anything in fantasy, being the only guy. Now, Johnsky coming out with the questions. So starts it. So, Sub Mason, we're 4-1. I don't know how every week my team gets harder due to the injuries. We need help with the starters. So, looking at this, Tolbert, Cup, Adams, Shakir, Ladd, Wandale. No Cup this week. Presumably no Devontae Adams. Ladd in a brutal matchup. I actually go Jalen Tolbert here if Malik Neighbors plays. If Malik Neighbors sits, we go Wandale Robinson. For running back, you have to play Najee Harris, assuming you have no Jalen Warren. Zach Moss did miss practice today. And then for the flex spot, I think you're going to go ahead. You're going to take Wandale Robinson. You can consider Ladd McConkey. My hesitation is you're just going up against the Denver Broncos and what projects to be one of the lowest scoring games of the week. Now, Praxis coming out with a team review. This is Jack Miris Tack. I have no idea how the hell to say this name. This is the fourth team in the league analyzer. There are 4 teams up here at the top that are all about the same, and then you have the drop off to the other teams at the bottom. Saying, what's up, Mason? Running back room is looking rough, but we have Neighbors, Marvin Wilson. What's the move here? We're 2-3 and not too high on Evan Swift as my RB1. Appreciate the streams. Appreciate you, my friend. The thing is, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So because you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, you're in a situation in which you are incentivized to build around the wide receiver depth in general. So it's not as easy to say just, oh, okay, yeah, we for sure want to go through and we for sure want to be making a 2-for-1 deal where we go ahead and we upgrade inside the starting lineup every single chance we get. No, wide receiver depth pieces actually are going to move the needle here. Now, with that being said, you have a ridiculous amount of wide receiver production. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Wilson, Harrison holding the fort down every single week. We throw Devontae Adams into a flex spot. He will be back this season. Obviously, at this point, we don't know when, but wide receiver is insane with these top 4 guys. So if you were able to sell Tank Dell and Rachaad White and go get an upgrade there at running back, I think it would be an absolute no-brainer. Now, there are a couple other ways that we can attack this as well. Where one, if you can sell Tank Dell and Rachaad White and go get an upgrade at running back, pivot over to somebody like Josh Jacobs. If we can find someone that's excited about Tank Dell now that you are past the injury to, now that you have the injury to Nico Collins, I think it makes a ton of sense. We're not friggin' starting Tank Dell here with this team anyway. If you make that 2-phone deal, 1, we upgrade at running back immediately. 2, you open up another roster spot where you're able to go pick up a running back off the waiver wire like Roschon Johnson, who's an injury away from being a must-start player, and at the same time could have some standalone appeal as well. It's because we want to be building out the running back depth. Because the thing is, if you are this strong at wide receiver at the very top, you don't need to be strong at wide receiver depth as well. So if we're this strong at wide receiver at the top, obviously we have to sacrifice the running back production at the top, but I want to build out our running back depth. So I think you sell Dell and White, get the best running back you can in return, pick up Roschon Johnson off the waiver wire with your free roster spot. And then I'm probably going to go ahead and cut Jordan Whittington and pick up Jalen Warren off the waiver wire as well. Where Jalen Warren, Najee Harris has been so damn bad. It wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world if not. Warren just actually expanded his role and took more and more from Najee Harris as the season went on. And 2, if you're looking at what you have with Jalen Warren, if Najee were to go down, Warren's probably a must-start player. Warren was back at practice today. So cut Whittington for Warren. Whittington going into the bye. After the bye, cut may be good to go. We'll be a week closer to getting Puka Nacua back as well. So plan A, trade Dell and Rachaad White, get a running back upgrade. Including in that plan A, we pick up a running back off the waiver wire. Including in that plan A, we go through, we cut Jordan Whittington and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Now, let's see what tight ends you have on waivers as well. Tight end Schultz, if Evan Ingram does miss, Schultz is probably the best option, knowing that once Nico Collins went down, Schultz actually did see an expanded role this past week. So yeah, I would go ahead, make those simple moves. I don't think you have to do much outside of that. Obviously, if you could sell Dontavian Wicks and go get an upgrade, package Wicks and DeAndre Swift for somebody that's exciting, we do it. But the reality of the situation is probably nobody is going to be trading for Wicks. So you're kind of just stuck as is there, or at least that's what I'd be assuming. But honestly, great team. You just got to siphon off some of the wide receiver depth to running back. Now, Tyler Villador coming out with a trade question. This is Kyler and Worthy for Jalen Hurts. You go get Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts disappointing the past 2 weeks, but at the same time, you had no A.J. Brown. You had no Devonta Smith for a game and a half. Jalen Hurts QB2 rest of season. Very easy to say. This is a 10-team league. We're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, where we kind of always want the best player. Jula coming out with our next question. Says, my team consists of Hurts, JT, Montgomery, Chubb, Sermon, Tracy, London, Jacoby, Dell, Ferguson, and Frymuth. Okay. Harrison to AJ Brown, massive upgrade. Najee to Zach Moss, slight downgrade, but Jalen Warren back at practice. Najee Harris has been a bum regardless. We want the best player in the deal. You want AJ Brown. AJ Brown's already through his bye week as well. Okay, we're going to get this question going for Jimmy. I will say real quick, I typically hate deals where we are sending this many players in general. And honestly, I think you can make it a lot easier by going, okay, there's no world in which a trade of this magnitude, Darius Slayton makes a difference. Not barely worth the roster. I don't even think he's worth the roster spot. I'd rather have the roster spot pick up somebody else off the waiver wire. Jalen Tolbert is worth the raw spot. Jalen Tolbert is somewhat exciting, but I'll leave him here. I'm not going to remove him. But anyway, so running backs would be James Conner, Kareem Hunt, Brian Robinson. Wide receivers would be Brian Thomas, Diggs, London, Rome, Pierce. What would be Let's move. So DK Metcalf to Brian Thomas, lateral move / slight downgrade. Breece Hall to Stephon Diggs. Even with the Nico Collins injury, pretty big downgrade. Travis Etienne, Jalen Tolbert to James Conner, upgrade, but you're giving up the best player here. You're giving up the best player, and it's not like you're getting a massive, massive boom in return. We just want to go ahead. We just want to take the side of Breece. And if you were going to make this deal, how the trade should look is you need to be keeping at least one of these other players. You need to at least keep Metcalf. If you were going to make this, you need to at least keep Travis Etienne. And then maybe at that point, you can make an argument for it. But really only at that point. Now going over to Madness says, sorry if this is a messy layout. Need help with starting receivers, tight ends, in a flex 4-1, but we lost Nico. Okay, so real quick, my friend, just so you understand like how to fill this out in the future, just make sure, obviously I have no problem doing this. I just want to give you the best experience possible. Is all you have to do is go through and like, if you need 2 wide receiver slots, just leave them empty. Like I like how you did on this one, right? You leave it empty and then put all the players that you're interested in at wide receiver underneath that you'd be thinking about. And then we can go ahead and we can fill it out. Because now I'm just kind of sitting here guessing. I'm going to guess we need 2 wide receivers in a flex. And in that instance, we go Jaden Reed and Darnell Mooney, and we bench Leggett and Keon Coleman. And actually, I guess we benched Tolbert as well. Not excited about that, though. And running back, we start James Cook, Breece Hall. We have Chase Brown down there. If Zach Moss misses, Chase Brown's your flex. If Zach Moss plays, then you could consider Jalen Tolbert. But Chase Brown and Jalen Tolbert are both in phenomenal spots for the flex this week. Okay. So let's move this question. Our next question over to Chris. This is a trade question where it's Bijan and Wicks versus CMC, Mason, and Higgins. I would rather have Higgins over Wicks. Jordan Mason is a better play than Bijan in the short term. CMC is probably a better play than Bijan in the long term. I think we go this side. Keeper league, hesitant because Bijan's matchup this week, but barely getting by each week points-wise. I think it's completely fine because if I like my rankings this week, I'm going to rank Jordan Mason over Bijan Robinson. If Christian McCaffrey was healthy, I'd rank Christian McCaffrey over Bijan. And we get a discernible wide receiver upgrade going from Wicks to T. Higgins. So I think you can make this deal. Now, Kevin coming out with the trade question. Says, is this trade worth it, King? Much love. Says, worried of Zay Flowers busting. Should we do this? So with Flowers, obviously, it's very difficult knowing that there's not a lot of passing volume in Baltimore consistently. It's an offense that definitely can, but if they don't have to, they're not gonna. But going from McLaurin to Zay Flowers, I do think it's a slight upgrade. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I would rather have Waddle over Flowers. I'd rather have Kyron over Aaron Jones, and that's not close. So this is the Kyron Williams side. It's the Kyron Williams side. It's not even close. You're getting a phenomenal price here. You're getting a slight downgrade from Terry McLaurin to Zay Flowers. But look at their points per game this year. It's not a massive gap. Nate coming out with the start set question says, how should I go into tonight? Debo starting at wide receiver with JT Neighbors questionable. Right now I flex JT and start Neighbors. I think you got to play Debo. Obviously, we're going to get a lot more information regarding these guys tomorrow. But at the time that I am making this video, JT as well as Malik Neighbors were not at practice on Wednesday. Obviously, if we don't play Debo Samuel on Thursday night, Debo will no longer be an option for us. So I would probably go Debo here with our wide receiver slot. Running back, plan on going Jacobs. And then for the flex, we open ourselves up with the ability of going Neighbors or JT. And I think probably what happens is Neighbors plays and JT doesn't. But I think you have to play Debo. I don't think you can roll the dice that both these guys go. Now, Kyle coming out with a trade question. This is Bijan Najee versus Rachaad White, Travis Etienne, and Tank Dell. We have Nico on the IR, and we had a drop price. So Bijan to Travis Etienne, massive downgrade. Najee to Rachaad White, slight downgrade. Lateral move. Tank Dell is not close to bridging the gap here. If you are making this trade, let's see if you have your team linked. We don't. I wish I could see some of the other receivers that they had. You need not Garrett Wilson, but you would need a Chris Godwin. Yeah, you need a wide receiver in the Godwin-Evans range, not Tank Dell. Now, Shorvo coming out with a trade. We also have an injured Pittman and want to trade him too if we can. This is Etienne, Rico, Reed versus Harrison, James Cook. Etienne to James Cook, massive upgrade. Reed to Harrison, upgrade. Paying Rico to get it done. I like it. Let's go Harrison and James Cook. And I mean, you can try giving them Pittman instead of Dowdle and see what they say. Is your team linked here? Your team is linked. So if you wanted to say hey, I want to keep Dowdle, I'll give you Etienne, Reed, Pittman for Harrison and Cook. You can go for that and see if they'll bite. I have no idea if they will. But let's go ahead and bring up our next question. We don't have too many questions left. We have 6 questions left on the site. So if you asked a question on the site, it would be answered very, very soon. So if you wanted to ask a question on the site, obviously just go to flockfantasy.com. Hit that little button in the top right corner that says expert advice, team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. Or you could just go through the link in the live chats. But yeah, like I said, we only have 6 questions to get through, so yours would be up very soon. But Joe Stromer coming out says, what are we doing with Breece Hall here? We have him and ETN, and it's killing me every single week. You start Breece. You start him. You don't think about it. I mean, if we could go back to week 1 and look to sell Breece Hall or not draft Breece Hall, it probably would have been the move. I mean, I had Breece Hall ranked as my running back 2 coming into the year. It's funny is pretty much consensus. Everybody had Breece, CMC, and Bijan. And the arguments would be, which order did you have those 3 guys? I don't know if I ever saw a single person, and I know we're going to have people in the chat saying, oh, I did. I don't know if I saw a single person with the stones to put out a YouTube video ranking Saquon Barkley over Breece or Bijan coming into the year. So, I mean, we wish we could have done it, but now it's way too late. Now, obviously, you're in a spot where you're just kind of stuck as is. Going over to wide receiver, we have no Nico Collins. We start Godwin and Devonta Smith relatively easily. Tight end Laporta, jam him in. Here for running backs, Trey Sermon missed practice. I don't even want to go Sermon. I mean, he split the backfield last week. We go Josh Allen. And then for the flex, we have no Nico Collins. We're really looking at Keon Coleman, Roma Dunze. I would go Trey Sermon here if he does play and Jonathan Taylor doesn't. But if not, I think that we go with Keon. Not exciting in the slightest. Maybe if Shakir plays, he can pivot over to Rome. But all these guys are going to be boom bust touchdown options. And I think possibly you have a little more passing volume in Buffalo than you do in Chicago. Now, Hank Ab says Brian Thomas or Nico Collins. We're 4-1. If you are 4-1, we take Nico Collins. And we have Ladd and Rome on the bench. Yeah, I mean, if you were 1-4, then it's like, I don't know. I think we probably need the long-term upside of Brian Thomas as well as the short-term production. Obviously, with Nico Collins, you're only getting the long-term upside and you're not getting any of the short-term production. But yeah, I think you go with Nico here kind of easily. On a 4-1 team, that is. Now, Zero Dark Purdy, currently 2-3, and the waiver wire is gross at the moment. Well, I really appreciate you and going to be excited to check this out. I'm very sorry that we can't link with NFL Fantasy on the site just yet. I am hoping that we can change that. I'm hoping that sometime soon that we can get NFL Fantasy linked up with flockfantasy.com. The issue is it's just very hard to it's very hard to work with them. Like, they're open APIs and they just simply don't really put anything out in the public. But it would be great if we can get it hooked up. Anyway, this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers. Do you even have a flex? Yeah, we have actually 2 flex spots. Okay, great. So it's a 2 wide receiver, double flex format where the depth's going to matter. Quarterback, we do have Baker. So, I mean, obviously Baker has been phenomenal so far this season. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if we can consistently project the rushing volume to be there. I know this past week he had his best day rushing the football since, I want to say, 2020. But I think you're probably playing the matchups here, viewing Baker as a low end QB1. But we have Purdy. Perfect. If we have Purdy, I think you can go back and you can really just go back and forth between the matchups with Baker and Purdy, probably playing Baker most weeks. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of the season with Bijan Gibbs. Obviously, Bijan maybe isn't the top 3 running back he was drafted to be. But still at the same time, I mean, hell, I'm super excited that Bijan is my RB2 and Gibbs my RB1. Going down to the depth, we have DeAndre Swift, Chase Brown, RB3, RB4, phenomenal. We have Ramondre Stevenson, RB5 here. So the main move that I would love to make, I wish I could see all the other teams in this league, but if we could find a team that's really needs some help at running back, where if you'd be able to go through it, if you would be able to package together Ramondre Stevenson, if you could package together Ramondre Stevenson with somebody else in this lineup like Baker Mayfield's and pivot over and get to an elite quarterback that gives you the rushing upside, I think that makes so much sense on this team where Ramondre is arguably your RB5. Like, there is no real reason that you are having to sit here and roster the high floor, low ceiling play, especially you go over to wide receiver. Wide receiver, we have the elite names at the top. We have A.J. Brown. We have Ayuk. It's worth pointing out that A.J. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs are already through their bye week as well. We go down to the bench. You have Shaheed, Mooney, Leggett, Addison. So we have plenty of wide receiver upside pieces down here. We have plenty of depth. So I think this is a great team. That we even have Kincaid at tight ends. I know that this maybe isn't the most unique thing here, but I think because you are so strong at running back, because you are so strong at wide receiver, I think you're in a spot in which you need to go ahead and you need to upgrade to an elite level quarterback. Baker's been great so far this year. And if I was a team that I was struggling with running back, or I was struggling with one of the skill positions, then I'm completely fine going and rolling with Baker. But I just think specifically on your team, you're so strong, you don't need to, if that makes sense. I think you can afford to pay up for an elite QB, but really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Obviously, it's a great team, significantly better than my own team is, so I'm not going to be able to help you out too much with it. Now, going over to Tommy D, this is a trade where they send Jordan Love and they get Jalen Hurts. Absolutely no-brainer. I'm 3-2, thinking of Hurts in the long-term value. Also sends a 4th and receiving an 8th. Assuming that this is just like a keeper / redraft league, you think about Jalen Hurts here. You have the rushing upside that Jordan Love doesn't provide. You look at the historical splits with and without A.J. Brown. Jalen Hurts will be significantly better with A.J. Brown back in this offense, as well as the entire offense will in general. So I definitely think you want A.J. Brown here. Now, lock of the century coming out. This is Brock Bowers and Terry McLaurin for A.J. Brown, Bucky Irving. I'm going to go A.J. Brown. I view A.J. Brown as top 5 wide receiver rest of the season. Going through, looking at what we have at tight end, we have Trey McBride on this team as well. So if we have McBride, I'm 100% okay giving up Bowers and McLaurin to see if we can go get that elite level receiver like A.J. Brown. Now, Trey coming out with this question. So many A.J. Brown deals. Still, dear God. A.J. Brown, DeAndre Swift for DJ Moore, Breece Hall. I would rather have A.J. Brown over Breece Hall. I'd rather have DeAndre Swift. I'd rather have DJ Moore over. We are 5 hours into this live stream. I apologize. And we are officially 5 hours in, and we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes. Literally, it's my birthday today, too. It's October 10th. My birthday was at midnight. So if you're not hitting that like button, I don't know what you are doing. But anyway, A.J. Brown to Breece Hall downgrade. DeAndre Swift to DJ Moore upgrade. I think that this is a very close deal. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat what side are you going with? And yes, thank you everybody for coming out. Vader says happy 21st, my guy. Yeah, if y'all remember back in the day, whenever it used to be our birthday and we would turn however old, I think we did it when we turned 22, 23, 24. I maybe stopped when I was 25. We would go freaking, we would take shots. We would shotgun. We had freaking turned it into a party, but older, we're going to be relaxed. Probably not talking about it too much. Probably not even going to mention it tomorrow, but, yeah, much love, of course. And please help me out in the live chat too. Would you rather have the A.J. Brown or the Breece Hall side of this trade? Would you rather have the A.J. Brown or the Breece Hall side of this? Okay. A.J., Breece, A.J., Breece. A.J., Breece, A.J. A.J., Breece, A.J. Breece, A.J., Breece, A.J. It looks like it's literally split 50-50. I hate to give you the cop-out answer. I think it's up to you. When in doubt, I probably go with the best player in the deal, which is A.J. Brown. And at the same time, you can use the tiebreaker that, I guess A.J. Brown's already through his bye week, if that matters for you. But let's move this over. We have a couple more questions to go through. This one coming out from Nate. This is Chase Brown, Fields, JSN for Lamar. This is Lamar easily. We have Mahomes at quarterback. Obviously, we have Mahomes at quarterback. Then at that point, we're looking to sell Mahomes. And this looks like it's maybe an 8-team league. This is just a phenomenal team in general. So, yeah, when in doubt, just get the best player here. The only instance I think this would be close is like Zach Moss was out for the year. Because there in that instance, if Zach Moss is out for the season, then Chase Brown is just an absolute must-start name. Now, Trodoc coming out. This is Kyle Pitts, Trevor Lawrence versus Jahmyr Gibbs. We are going to go Jahmyr Gibbs here. Hasn't been accepted yet. Any other ideas? Trying to compete because no more draft picks. Oh, this is a super flex league. Oh, this is a super flex dynasty league. We have Herbert, May, Caleb. If this is a Superflex Dynasty League, here's what we do instead. If you're trading with a rebuilding team, give them Drake May and Kyle Pitts and try to get Jahmyr Gibbs that way. Because honestly, looking at your team, going through and trading away Lawrence, if it's a Superflex Dynasty League, I think you're going to put yourself in a very difficult spot. Now, KC5, this is Tyreek and James Conner versus Braylon Allen, Tank Bigsby, and Jalen Waddle. Oh, this is Tyreek easily. Give me Tyreek over Waddle. Give me James Conner over Braylon Allen and Tank Bigsby. Not even remotely close. Now, mean the Devil or Divil, something like that. I don't know. It says, need a quarterback. Mahomes on bye, and this is the trade he wants. Either trade or pick up Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones actually has a great matchup this week against Cincy with a respectable implied team total. I think Daniel Jones could be an interesting pickup. Definitely not wanting to trade for a quarterback just for a short-term fill-in. Going from Higgins to Kupp, upgrade. James Cook to Bucky Irving, downgrade. Roschon to Waddle, upgrade. We get Baker. I think I'd rather have Cook, Higgins, Roschon. But I'm valuing Baker as a 0 here, to be honest with you. Like, I don't want to trade for a quarterback to have a 1 week fill in for the bye. Does this team have a different quarterback? Maybe we can do something else. Yeah, this team is linked. So they have Love at QB. Maybe if you wanted to go like this, get Jordan Love and give them Mahomes. Keep Roschon, presumably get a quarterback upgrade here. Going from Mahomes to Love, we get a long-term upgrade. Higgins to Kupp, long-term upgrade. We downgrade from Cook to Waddle and Bucky. I think this would be more interesting if you were going to make a trade like that. But let's move this over and refresh this, see if we have any more questions. So like we said, Boostin, I think you probably already saw our response with this. But as it stands here, we go this side. And if you wanted to make this deal, you go Love, move Roschon, give him Mahomes. I think this would be a deal that makes more sense. And then D. White, always happy to see us. There's a lot of depth as of now. I think we just need to upgrade for an elite receiver for the time being, 100%. I think going from Jordan Mason to A.J. Brown in the short term is a slight upgrade. But in the long term, you're not worried about a receiver coming into Philly and eating the lunch of A.J. Brown. You have to be worried about CMC coming into the Niners and eating Jordan Mason's lunch. So yeah, for sure we want to go with A.J. Brown and Jordan Mason here. But I really do appreciate you. And I think that is the last question we have on the site. So it's 2 a.m. Your boy's going to try his best to go to sleep right now. That way I can wake up and start, recording videos and then start streaming at like 3. But really do appreciate you. Of course, if you ever wanted to ask a question, here's what I would do. If you want a question answered, definitely at any point, I would just get it into the site as soon as you can. That way you're first in line because it's just a queue. And dear God, what just happened here? Oh, what just happened? Okay. Are we back? Oh, that was crazy. I don't know if that looked like on y'all's end. But anyway. Yeah, go to the top right corner, hit expert advice. You can get a question in and ask it even when we're not on the live stream if you ever wanted to. And what you could do is, we'll answer it on stream and it'll get sent to you through flockfantasy.com. So you don't even have to be in the live stream and you'll see your answer. You'll get a clip from the live stream. All you have to do is click the YouTube link. But I really do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out, get through the night. And I really hope I get to hang out with you tomorrow. But thank you so much again for everything, guys.